now. It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite. Oh my God, I didn't have a name for you today. What a mess up! What a mistake! What a tragedy! Everyone's favorite nameless, labelless schmuck, Adam Friended.
I like no labels anyway, so
you don't like cool. Labels,
yeah.
Okay?
No labels, no political labels, please. Yes.
Usually the method is me and Adam talk for like 20 minutes before the stream starts. We're just watching you guys say start, and we're not. We're just talking about some random crap.
I say something incendiary, and then all of a sudden I get labeled.
Right. Adam says something, and I go, "Oh, that's the label, right?" But he didn't say anything interesting this time, so
no,
sorry.
No.
Anyways,
I saw Anna in the chat, and I did a poll to try.
Oh, that's right. Yes,
I saw Anna Kasparian was getting dragged again for trying to be a reasonable person.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which a lot of people get super bitter about these days, but whatever. Who cares?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes.
We did see Anna going out a song. That's pretty funny.
Well, look, there's a number of. I mean, I obviously I subscribe to right wingers and I subscribe to left wingers, and I just see Anna Kasparian's face in like all the right winger videos, and they're like, Anna is getting based now.
Exactly.
It's like, so she asked in chat, what percentage of political content consumers actually want honest, nonpartisan reporting? And so I made a poll asking that question. We've got 0 to 5% is 24%, which I answered 5 to 30%, trying to be optimistic. I think Sitch answered 0 to 5%. So 0 to 30% is the overwhelming 48%. So, and then 30 to 60%, 14%.
5 to 30%.
Oh yeah, 5 to 30%. 30 to 60% is 14%, and over 60% is 15%. But
I think if you were to ask people, they would self-respond probably like a lot higher. But I think the actual number is 0 to 5%.
Oh, of course, 100% of people say, "Oh, of course, I want nonpartisan, honest reporting. That's exactly what I want."
Yep.
Until it pisses me off, and then I'm like, back to my echo chamber.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, anyways, today we'll be watching this video. Now, this is funny. So we talked all Thursday for like 3 hours about the incredibly crazy Russia Lauren Chen situation. And then I was like, okay, what are we gonna do on Sunday? Because there wasn't really anything like new on that story that developed to talk about. And this amazing video just like was like manna from heaven came down. The amazing Wisecrack. Now, we've watched a handful of Wisecrack videos on this channel before. This might be the craziest one we've ever seen.
Yes, yeah. He's got a formula here. It's basically like, let me say something just completely insane, and then I'll find a quote from some historical philosopher.
Some socialist philosopher.
Yeah, that proves this insane thing is actually true.
Yes.
So I don't. Do people put these videos on as like background noise? Who is watching these videos and thinking, oh, this is intelligent stuff here. I love this.
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. So basically, spoiler, the entire theme of this video is that if you're in favor of any kind of borders, you're essentially a fascist. That seems to be the message of the video.
Right.
So,
oh, he jumps all over the place. So he's like every buzzword you can think of.
Right. I took a lot of notes. I did a bunch of research into everything he said. Though the beginning of this video, he does talk about Project 2025. So we'll talk about that a little bit in the beginning. Then it jumps into the immigration stuff, which is very wacky. So let's get into it.
I'm so glad you did, because he makes some claims about Project 2025, and I didn't remember if those claims were accurate or not. So I guess we'll find out.
Yes, I didn't either. So I did a double dip back in the Project 2025 to find out the truth.
The truth.
The truth.
Election season is ramping up in America, and boy oh boy is the rhetoric getting hot. And we're not just voting for a president, we're casting our ballot for the future of democracy, for the very concept of freedom, for the fight against fascism.
And the freedom that unlocks all the others the freedom to vote.
Now, some of this rhetoric is motivated by fears about Project 2025.
They want to not just stop the fixing of the problem, right? They want to revert back to the eras when we ignored the problem. And that's a lot of what's contained in Project 2025.
A legislative agenda which aims to resurrect a law from the 1800s which would ban abortion and throw healthcare providers in jail, make pornography illegal. Oh, a bunch of sad little gooners out there if that happens. They also want to maintain a biblically based, social science reinforced definition of marriage and family.
Comstock is this law from 1873, a law by this notoriously prudish anti-vice crusader who kind of took pride on hounding people to their deaths in some cases and imprisoning people, burning books.
And then they also want to finish Trump's border wall complete with a military-style patrol.
His two major promises on immigration are to build a wall and to carry out the largest deportation operation in the history of the country.
Now, the plan argues that illegal immigration should be ended, not mitigated, the border sealed, not reprioritized.
We are going to close the border as a country.
This has a lot of Americans afraid.
Okay. So we have a bunch of claims here.
Yeah, look at this.
All right. So we have make abortions illegal, throw healthcare providers of abortion in jail, make pornography illegal, the biblically based social science reinforced definition of family, the Comstock Act, the complete the border wall with military-style patrol, and mass deportation. Okay, so those are the claims about Project 2025. So I was like, okay, I know we looked into this before. I don't remember all the specifics, so I looked into it again to find out what exactly is going on here, right?
Okay.
So I guess
I need to know.
Right.
Where are we at on porn?
Okay, well, we'll start with the porn one because I hadn't heard that one before. That was interesting.
I know. I'm like,
the porn
what
question, right? So
when did this come up?
Well, it is pretty interesting. So if you look into the policy prescriptions, there aren't any policy prescriptions about banning pornography.
Really?
Specifically, right?
Zip. They don't even talk about it.
Well, wait a minute. I didn't say that. I said in the policy prescriptions.
Okay.
But in the forward, the forward of the document is kind of interesting. The head of the Heritage Foundation who wrote the forward does say that porn should be banned, that the people who make porn should go to jail, that porn has nothing to do with the First Amendment. And he also implies that looking at pornography makes kids trans. Which
what?
Now, okay, I've heard this argument from some people. I've never heard like the rationale. I don't understand the concept. And I'll listen.
Yeah, what?
We have, me and Adam, we're just a couple dudes, right? We've looked at our, fair share of adult themed content through our lives.
Sitch. I am a fine, upstanding.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
Adam is a pure boy who was too old to exist before pornography. It was widespread on the internet.
Okay. I've only looked at it for research purposes
of course,
for my art.
You read it was See, Adam was looking at for references. He just needs to have a reference folder of like body shapes and everything.
Yes,
right?
Exactly. Of course. Come on.
Meanwhile,
I am an artist.
Meanwhile, little Sitch on his dial-up internet remembers the days where you would try to look up porn and there's first of all, there's no video because you're on your 56K dial-up modem. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's just a picture. Yeah. And
I remember those days when I needed my reference material.
If you're too young, this is what it was like. Okay. First of all, you're trying to hide this from your parents, which is impossible because if they pick up the phone, it disconnects you because you could pick up, if you're too young, you don't know this. When you're on the internet, you used to not be able to use your phone. People couldn't call your house. You couldn't call anyone. If you picked up the phone, you'd hear the little internet sound. So you had to deal with that. But then if you could get on your computer, get on the internet and try to look at pornography, adult images, like back in these days, the picture would load so slow. It would load, imagine a pixel of height, but the entire length of the picture. And it would just load every second, a tiny frame of the picture would slowly load in. Oh my God.
Well, there was two varieties of loading. Actually, there was the little section of it at a time. And then there was also the blur to the focus.
Well, I think the blur, the focus came later. Right when the internet was first popular, it was the section later that got replaced with the blurry fuzz, and then it would.
Well, you would know better than me, obviously. You're the one downloading
obviously
all
as
this
the expert,
reference
as the
material.
expert,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Anyway, the whole point here, besides the fact that obviously I used to be a huge gooner, is that I'm not trans. Okay, I'm
Yeah, I
not
was gonna
trans.
say.
I have no desire to be trans. I have no clue where this theory comes from. I don't understand the thought process behind it, but here we are.
Yeah, interesting.
So, but anyway, it is kind of weird to me that in Project 2025 they don't make any policy prescriptions to ban pornography, but in the forward they clearly say that they think it should be banned. So I guess that's a true statement then if you say they want to make porn illegal, because they do, even though they don't really explain what that law would look like.
Right. Okay.
So I'll give a pass for that. Now, okay, he said make abortions illegal and throw healthcare providers in jail. So this one's going to be a little bit more contentious. So in the first section in Project 2025, they talk about abortion, and I have it written down word for word. They say, goal number 1, protecting life, consciousness, and bodily integrity. The Secretary of the Health and Human Services should pursue a robust agenda to protect the fundamental right to life, protect conscious rights, uphold bodily integrity rooted in biological realities, not ideology, hilarious. From the moment of conception, every human being possesses inherent dignity and worth, and our humanity does not depend on our age, stage of development, race, or abilities. The Secretary must ensure that all health and human services programs and activities are rooted in a deep respect for innocent life from day one until natural death. Abortion and euthanasia are not healthcare.
But are they drawing the line at consciousness? It sounds like they're taking our cutoff.
Well, no, because they're saying from the moment of conception.
They said like consciousness, though.
Yeah, it says protect conscious rights.
Okay.
So I don't think they're making the argument that we're making, because they say from the moment, because right after they say from the moment of conception, every human being possesses inherent dignity and worth.
Right, but not consciousness.
Well, I would say that. I don't know what they're.
Got them.
So from their little summary in the beginning, obviously, people that wrote this document are insanely pro-life, like massively pro-life, the authors of this document. Now, what do they actually say that an administration should do? They say that there should be they should make it illegal to do any stem cell research or any research that has anything to do with stem cells or fetal cells.
Wow.
So that's number one.
Damn, going back to the Bush era.
Right. We're going back to that. They say that abortion pills pose the single greatest threat to unborn children in a post-war world, and they want to reverse the approval for 2 chemical abortion drugs, mifepristone and misoprostol. So they want to get rid of those 2 abortion drugs. They want to get rid of so they brought up this like old law from like the 1800s. This is the Comstock Act. This is where this comes in. They want to get rid of the ability to receive such drugs via mail. So there was this old law called the Comstock Act that it basically said that you couldn't mail certain things. It's included like porn and obscenity stuff, but it also included any sort of mail that has to do with abortions was not allowed, or inducing abortions, giving abortions, anything of that notion. So they want to like revive this old law to kind of make it so you can't mail any sort of abortion drug via mail. They want to prohibit funding for women to travel out of the state to get an abortion if they live in a state where abortions are not legal. They want to prohibit any sort of government funding to go to Planned Parenthood. Now, my understanding of this would go twofold. Number one would be prohibit any sort of direct funding from the government to Planned Parenthood. But the second way, which would be they want to make it so that if you're on Medicaid, or I guess Medicare, but really if you're on Medicaid, you can't use any sort of money or insurance you have through Medicaid to then, get services at Planned Parenthood, which I think is a far more like insidious way of quote preventing funding. Like I think if you want to prohibit like giving direct funding, that makes sense if people don't want that. But I think if someone has Medicaid, they should be allowed to use it, however
wherever they want. Yeah.
Right. Now this is interesting. They want the president or the federal government to make it so that if a state, okay, talk about states' rights here. If a state requires that an employer provide abortion insurance as part of like the medical insurance for their employees, they will withdraw any sort of Medicaid funding to the states.
No way.
That's what,
wow.
Well, that's when the Project 24. Now, they claim, and I didn't research this, I don't know if this is true. They claim Trump actually did this when he was president to California.
Oh, really? Withdrew Medicaid funds over abortion?
Supposedly. Which this would obviously run afoul the whole, let the states decide situation.
Right. Yeah.
Which is Trump. I think a lot of this that I'm reading, this is part of why Trump was like really hardcore denouncing Project 2025. Trump knows that abortion is going to be this huge issue. And so, he's just kind of trying to lay heavily on this. Let the states do it, because he doesn't really want to stick it. You don't want to jump into this or step in this more than he has to.
Yeah, it's tough. Obvious morass here.
Right. Then there's this concept of throw healthcare providers in jail. Okay. You say, well, what does that refer to? So, well, let's see. They want to pass this thing called the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, which this is kind of an insane law to me and kind of retarded. So what this law says, at first you say, well, that sounds like it makes sense, but then when you kind of think about it a little bit, it doesn't. What this law says is that if someone's trying to get an abortion and the baby comes out of their body and it's still, quote, alive, and I'll talk about what the definition of alive is, then the facility by law has to do everything it can to try to resuscitate or keep the baby alive. And if they don't, then they will go to jail for murder. Okay. So
this is during an abortion?
If someone's trying to get an abortion and the baby leaves the womb and it's still, quote, alive,
they have to try to save it.
They have to try to save it. Right?
Oh my, horror show.
Now there's a couple issues I have with this. Number one, and I'll get about the definition of alive, which is important. But number one, conceptually, this doesn't make any sense. Like, why is it okay to say, oh, well, if the fetus is inside the womb, you can like kill it or remove it or do whatever you want. But the second it like touches air, oh, well, then you have to save it. Like, what is the concept of that? How does that make any sense?
It's just to make abortion more difficult for medical providers, so they won't do it. They'll be like, I don't want to get myself in this situation.
That's exactly it, right? That's exactly it. And this is why, even though the Project 2025 doesn't say like it wants to make abortions legal federally, this law would have a massive chilling effect. I don't know how many abortions had this situation where the fetus/baby is like out of the womb and in some, quote, capacity alive. But if it's even if it's like 5% or something, this would have a massive chilling effect on anyone wanting to provide abortions. And that is, you're right. That is the entire purpose, because it doesn't make sense conceptually otherwise. And so the definition of being born alive is specifically.
Oh, super broad, I bet.
Yeah, it's if the fetus or human, as they say, the species, it's funny. In the law, it says any member of Homo sapien. I don't know why it says that in the law, but if they are expelled or extracted, if they breathe, have a heartbeat, or voluntary muscle movement.
Oh my God. I knew it. It was going to be super broad. It's like, now, if it's moving.
Right. So the problem is, like, when you say muscle movement, what is that? How do you, what does that, how do you know if the fetus is voluntarily moving its muscles or involuntarily moving its muscles? Is kind of like bizarre. But here's the big problem. So I looked into this. The earliest technologically wise that we can have a baby be born premature and then like have it raised up, the earliest it's ever been is 21 weeks in the US. Okay.
Wow.
21 weeks. So if a baby is prematurely born before 21 weeks, it will die. So the heart beats in a fetus at 5 weeks.
Yeah, of course.
So this law is even more insane. So what if someone gets an abortion, they get a 5-week abortion, right? The fetus comes out of the woman. It has a heartbeat. By law, they're supposed to, quote, save it, but it cannot survive. What do you mean? How do you save it? There's nothing they can do at that point.
They're trying to set up the impossible here.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Or just make it so ridiculously unwieldy. So
Yeah. If they can't save it, then obviously they're going to go to jail, right? For murder.
right. Right. So I do think it's fair, even though I think Prop 2025 doesn't explicitly say that they want abortion illegal, I think it's pretty fair to say, okay, they're trying to set up a scenario to essentially make it as insanely difficult as possible for abortion to exist on a federal and state level. So
Trump was saying, I never read Project 2025. I didn't want to read it.
he probably had someone read it and he's like, no, this is terrible. What are you doing? Get this away from me. I want to win the election. What are you, stupid?
Totally. That's exactly what he said.
Yes, yes. So
people are insane.
Right. Yeah, I think it's probably likely. I mean, even Trump's own stances on abortion, I don't think he would, on this specific issue, I don't think he's going to push for any of this stuff. I'm not sure why he would even care, because he doesn't have to win another election. So, okay, let's see. Okay, so then the other things that were interesting about this regarding Project 2025 is they want to promote abstinence education. We're going back to abstinence education, everybody. They don't really say what that means, except that they want to give grants to organizations that are promoting abstinence, and they want to give grants to organizations that are promoting biblically based, socially science reinforced definitions of marriage and family, which is very vague in the wording of what exactly that means. So it sounds like they want to give money to groups that are saying, get straight married, don't get gay married.
It's so counterproductive, because
right.
There are two narratives on family formation. One is a completely scientific, secular perspective that aligns with the religious perspective. Like, why don't they just teach both? Why do they have to force it into this religious framing?
Teach both of what?
Well, they could teach the value of family formation without the religious stuff. There's plenty of scientific, secular backing behind it's healthy and good for you to grow up and start a family, right?
Well,
why don't they bring in some of that scientific perspective so that they can win over some of the people that are not really religious?
I think the two issues that they'd have with that is, number one, because they want to push, they don't want, at least from the Project 2025, they don't want it to be advocating for gay marriage. They want it to be advocating specifically for straight marriage, number one, which wouldn't fit in the secular framework necessarily. And then number two, and there's some legitimacy to this, is that obviously there's been so much wacky sex education and family education from woke stuff that has infiltrated in these schools, that because of that, a lot of secular education in that realm is not trusted, essentially.
They don't trust the secular education. The Project 2025 people don't.
No, they wouldn't trust it regardless. I understand. So, but I'm saying, but even I think even myself, when they talk, because this disgusting woke gender identity obsessed, genderbread person nonsense has kind of shoved its fingers in so many, pies, it is kind of you have to get this crap out of our schools.
Yeah, look, I agree. I totally agree. But I would say that stuff is not really based on good science.
No, it's obviously
that's the problem.
Yeah, right.
So
they pretend it is, but it's fake. Yeah.
And it sounds like the family formation stuff isn't really about family formation. It's about hating on the gays.
Well, no, to be fair, a lot of they don't specifically say not the gays, right? It's kind of couched in the language, but a lot of the focus when they talk about families is they talk about the importance of having, two parents and a mother and father, and what that does for the children, and that there's better statistical outcomes for children that are raised in family, less, instances of criminality and doing poor in life, blah, 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 blah. So that does seem to be, at least how they write it, the emphasis is on trying to make a better environment for children.
Right.
I agree with that. So, and we should, as a society, obviously, we should be promoting that people get into healthy bonding, family bonding, pair bonding, situations, and, especially if they want to have children.
Right. Yes. I just framing it in terms of it has to be religious. Otherwise it's going to be a failure is, I think, just a stopping point for me, when there's a lot of evidence from a secular perspective that they could do it. And if if they really wanted to focus on family formation, I don't know why they wouldn't use that secular stuff and leave religion out of it. It just seems.
I agree.
Yeah.
And it's also from their own perspective, it's a non-starter because there's enough people in the country that are not very religious that it's a complete turnoff.
Totally.
If you make it if you make it religious based. And it also, I think, kind of leads to people wanting to go in the opposite direction, just being reactionarily like, oh, if it's religious, I'm against it,
If they did use the secular arguments for family formation, I don't think the woke stuff would have near the hold it does.
I agree.
The crazy gender ideology stuff wouldn't have like the power that it does. A lot of that stuff is just, it's funny that they call the right wingers reactionaries when so much of that stuff literally is reactionary to the religious stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the last two things in the Pride 2025 is they want to eliminate the week after pill funding through health insurance. So apparently some week after abortion pill, they want to say you can't buy that with health insurance. And the last thing, which is one of my bugaboos, is they want to make all physician-assisted suicide illegal. Now,
why?
Well, okay, yeah. See, and to me, this is like horrendous. I know, like when people talk about it, there's like the meme of like Canada where they're kind of seeming to do it kind of silly and ridiculous, and I'm not in favor of any of that stuff. But to me, it's like I think the only people that are like really against this are people who have never like had the horror of having to watch a family member die a horrible, painful, disgusting death over the span of weeks or months. When everyone knows they're going to die, they want to die. They're literally asking family members to kill them, and no one can because you live in a state that's retarded and you can't have physician-assisted suicide, and they have to slowly starve to death in this incredibly horrific, process. And I hope and pray that no one has to live through this like horrible tragedy, because it is horrific, and it's happened to family members of mine, and it's just, so I would never wish this on anyone. It's so insanely crazy that I think the only people that are like really against this have never experienced that, so they don't understand like what's going on here.
Yeah, they're arguing from total ignorance.
Right.
The putting animals through that, we rightly call animal cruelty. So, but yet we put humans through that. It's completely disgusting.
Yes. Yeah, it is. It is. So, and there's ways to obviously do it, without, someone's terminally ill, if someone's on pain, blah, 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 everyone's afraid of like, people doing it that don't need to do it. And I think that would be relatively minor, and there's ways to litigate around that. So, okay. So anyway, I guess regarding to everything about Pride 2025, I'd say that the claims here are actually, to my surprise going into this, mostly true, at least in terms of what Pride 2025 is advocating for. The only thing that would be untrue is that, which is a big untrue, is that, again, Donald Trump has repeatedly said that he doesn't support this document multiple times. Now, you can make the argument that you think he's lying, but I do think you have to say, well, he's been very vehemently against, the Pride 2025, probably more so than I've ever heard him be against anything.
Yeah, it would be accurate if you said he is against it and you think that he is lying. Like, just make that clear instead of just gaslighting your audience into thinking he comes out supporting it on the reg, right?
Right. Well, that's what like kind of the move is to just say, this is the thing Donald Trump's going to do, blah, 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 blah. So.
Right. Yeah. Because it's dishonest.
Afraid that a second Trump presidency could lead to full-on fascism. Some of these fears were recently shared by our friends across the pond, with the UK's Conservative Party and France's National Rally Party offering similarly bleak policies focused on deporting migrants and sealing off borders. But in a move that honestly might give some Americans hope, both the UK and France managed to avoid right-wing victories and a potential slide into fascism. In France, a left-wing coalition defeated the far right, led by Marine Le Pen, which has been hailed as a defeat of fascism at the ballot box. Similarly, a landslide victory for the UK's Labour Party has been described as a beacon of hope for progressives worldwide. With the specter of Trump linked to the growing threat of fascism in the United States,
it's not enough to call Trump.
Did you like that they had, if you're just listening, the B-roll when he says that, Trump and the growing threat of fascism, they have that the image of when Trump was like awkwardly holding the Bible,
Yeah.
you know, in that video after at that cemetery
BLM protest. Yeah.
after the BLM protest was cleared out. Yeah. So it's interesting that when he gets to fascism, he has like the Trump holding the Bible thing. So that when fascists have been, at least fascists that have existed in the like reality, have not been particularly Christian-y religious-y, right?
I don't really know the history of fascism, so
I don't think the Italian fascist or the German Nazi fascist, they weren't like super big on the whole, you know, religion aspect of it, but
yeah,
the state was the religion. The adherence to the state is part of the ideology.
right.
Trump linked to the growing threat of fascism in the United States.
It's not enough to call Trump and those promoting his ideas authoritarians, when what they are really advocating is something far worse: fascism.
What was the thing?
What a little troll.
What was the thing? We just talked about Robert Reich the other day. What were we talking about? He said something stupid.
We saw a photo of him standing next to Bill Clinton, and he's, I think,
like a
4
midget.
foot tall. Yeah, he's like
literally a midget. It's too bad because like Robert Reich is, I mean, I don't know if he's like a socialist or he's just totally like he does all these YouTube videos and they're so far left. He's practically unhinged in most of his stuff, and I don't trust anything he says about the economy at all at this point now.
Right. He's supposed to be an economist, right?
Yes.
Wasn't he Clinton's main economist or something?
I think he was, which is interesting because, or he was the Secretary of Labor, I think, under Clinton. Which is interesting because Clinton is like perceived as, Clinton is kind of like the president who brought the quote more neoliberal economic policies to the Democrats. And it's interesting that now he's become like so far left. I wonder if maybe he feels guilty about it or something, or maybe he was just ignored, or maybe he just changed his mind naturally. Who knows? But
yeah,
it is interesting that there has to be this like hitting Trump with the fascist stick specifically, as opposed to the authoritarian stick. Right. Like it's interesting to me.
Synonymous in the American people's brains. So I don't know what the difference is.
Well, he was trying to be very specific and say it's not just authoritarian, it's fascist. That Trump is sort of enacting here.
Right.
So, I mean, you can have a theoretical Christian authoritarian government, a theocratic Christian authoritarian government. It's not like, quote, fascist. So I guess you're right. It's just like the label. The label is more scary than authoritarian. So.
Fascism, I hate the word fascism because everybody who says it has a different meaning for it. So it's impossible for me to know what somebody's talking about when they start screaming fascism. I mean, it's basically just a slur.
It is. Well, it's just a way of saying that you're a Nazi without saying so directly that you're a Nazi.
Yeah. You're an authoritarian person that wants to kill people.
Right. Now, of course, the other day, Trump put out a tweet or a truth post about how, you know, if he wins the presidency, he's going to start going after, he's going to start locking people up, a bunch of politicians up. So, you know, remember we had that conversation about where I said, well, I think if Trump wins, he's going to try to start arresting people.
I hate the fact that he's appealing to the population's more base instincts.
Of course,
right?
Of course.
To go after their political enemies. Look, and the Democrats are by no means innocent here. They're the ones that are literally going after him. So,
yeah, but the problem is, like, I agree that the New York cases are stupid, and it's like they do seem to be politically motivated, in my opinion, that these are state prosecutions. But the other ones, I think, are completely legitimate. The Georgia one, even though it's completely mishandled, I think the theory behind it, the fake electors, it's appropriate to go after. Documents case, the January 6th case, I think those are all appropriate cases. So we get in this situation where if someone is going after someone appropriately, they say, well, they went after me, so I get to go after them, even if it's like completely inappropriate in like in a BS fashion, essentially.
Yeah, all feuds can start with appropriate measures. It doesn't negate the fact that they end up becoming feuds and start dipping into super inappropriate measures, right?
Right.
At some point, you've got to decide, you know, which side do I want to err on? The side of leniency or the side of getting my political enemies at any cost?
Right.
So
We are hoping to replicate the apparent success in Europe by defeating Trump and, by proxy, fascism.
You deserve to know that the 2024 race will indeed come down to who's going to trip and fall and who's going to kill American democracy.
But even if fascism was defeated at the ballot box, it seems to have quickly returned to the streets. Okay, before we dive in, I want to give a shout out to this video.
No, we don't.
No. It's unfortunate too that because I think there are real issues to talk about, and it gets sort of covered up by a lot of, hyper incendiary rhetoric by, Mehdi Hassan and Wisecrack and all these people. And that kind of diminishes, I can't say this word, diminishes. I don't know why I can't speak right now, this specific word. It kind of weakens the whole, argument and conversation around it, the same way that there are people on the right who go way too overboard with calling everything socialist, that in the minds of people on the left, then when they hear someone say, well, this is actually something that is socialist or crazy far left, they just file it away in the cry wolf part of their brain. They don't register it being, a legitimate thing, legitimate criticism.
Yeah, you can't really have the conversation about the things that are pertinent.
Yes.
Because all the hyperbole is just
right.
muddying the waters. Yeah.
Private internet access. Now, let's get back to the show. Streets. In the last few weeks, the UK has been rocked.
Why did they edit that? Did you?
Right in the middle of the sentence. I know.
They edited it right in the middle of the sentence. Look at that.
Now, let's get back to the show. Streets. In the last few weeks, the UK has been rocked by a series of far-right riots. Sparked by a gruesome murder, far-right and fascist rioters blamed migrants and Muslims and attacked and set fire to a mosque. This was followed by days of violent street mobilization, including mobs invading and setting fire to a hotel housing migrant families. But while mobs have been heard chanting for—
Do you like that when we're talking about some kind of mob and riot following an insane murder? You've got this upbeat 80s dance music going on in the background.
Yeah, it's great. Makes me think it's a party.
Right.
Former Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's Stop the Boat slogan, it was not just the right-wing political parties who played into this rhetoric. While the Labour Party has condemned the riots and set up a standing army of police, Labour itself veered far to the right on immigration during the election. It used the same small boats crisis in its manifesto to uphold national security. While the now Prime—
Okay. So we've gotten to the section where now the Labour Party of UK is dipping into fascism because they're talking about securing the borders.
Yeah, it's super crazy.
Right. So let me read you. This is from the Labour Party manifesto. This is the fascism coming into the left, everybody. Britain is a tolerant and compassionate country. We have a proud tradition of welcoming people fleeing persecution and abuse. Schemes like Homes for Ukraine, Hong Kong humanitarian visas, and the Syrian resettlement program, and they spell program wrong because they're British, have provided important routes for refugees seeking sanctuary. But the system needs to be controlled and managed, and we need strong borders. The small boats crisis, which is people kind of taking small boats across the channel to kind of sneak in the UK, fueled by dangerous criminal smuggler gangs, is undermining our security and costing lives.
Right. Saving lives, a good goal, especially your own citizens, right?
Yes. Doesn't that sound like fascism when you say we have a proud tradition of welcoming people fleeing persecution and abuse, but there's some people that are, taking advantage of that?
Yeah, look. Fascism. If you even believe crime exists, you're a fascist.
Right.
To uphold national security, while the now Prime Minister Keir Starmer came under fire for singling out Britain's Bangladeshi community for targeted deportations. In the wake of the riots, Labour Party veteran Dame Margaret Hodge declared that we're too frightened to talk about immigration while advocating for tightening border controls. And this isn't—
So I have a confession to make, okay? You know how—
Confession.
I have a confession. So he said, I have this article open somewhere.
We're too frightened to talk about immigration, says Labor veteran.
Right.
Because they're like, look, the wisecracker dude is going to call us all racist on his YouTube channel.
Exactly. So my confession is this. He called the woman a dame, right?
Did he?
Yes.
I thought he called her a Dane. Like she's Danish.
No.
Bangladeshi community for targeted deportations. In the wake of the riots, Labour Party veteran Dame Margaret Hodge declared that we're too frightened to talk about immigration while advocating for tightening border controls. And this.
Okay. And I was like, that's so weird. Why do you call her a dame, right? And I've heard people call like Dame Judi Dench, and I thought like it was just like a moniker or something, like, oh, I don't know, something to say. And I'm like, that's weird. So I looked it up, and I never knew my entire life, because I'm an American. Dame is the female version of sir if you've been knighted and you're a woman.
Oh, wow.
Well, there you go.
You learn something new every day.
I learned something new. Right. So, okay, I can't find this article.
She's been knighted.
Yeah.
We're too frightened. They're going to call us racist. We can't clean up the border. You got to understand.
Well, whatever. Anyway, basically, she said it was a very, seemingly common sense position about how, we need to, we have too many illegal immigrants coming in. We have too many people requesting asylum who are kind of trying to take advantage, kind of like in America. Too many people are showing up requesting asylum when they don't really merit the requirements, and they're kind of flooding the system and bogging the system down. And that in UK we need to do something to stop this, essentially. Right.
Yes.
That's racism. Fascism. Right. That's fascism.
Immigration while advocating for tightening border controls. And this isn't a uniquely European phenomenon. Writing about the DNC for Vox, Christian Paz noted that the Democratic Party has swung far to the right on immigration policy.
Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it.
The convention even had a
So he said swinging far to the right. Okay, it's not just the right, far to the right, right? Far to the right. So what does that mean exactly? When you say far to the right, that means fascistic. You're getting into like weirdo, maybe monarchy terms or something. And the bill, and it's so funny, this is the bill that, the Republicans didn't sign off on, primarily because they wanted the issue to be rolling for the debates and for the election. They didn't really give the Democrats a win, number one, even though I think that backfired. They should have done it. But then in number two, there were complaints that they thought it wasn't, severe enough. And this is like the main component of the bill was essentially saying when people seeking asylum show up at our borders and it reaches, a number, I think it was like 5,000 a week or something, then they close the borders essentially, and they give the Border Patrol basically the ability to just turn people away automatically from showing up.
Right.
And in this guy's mind, that's far right.
Yeah. Closing the border is far right.
For temporarily closing the border from people seeking asylum because they flooded the system with asylum requests and we can't process them. And that's far right to this guy. To white crack.
They think borders shouldn't exist. They think people should be able to travel wherever they want, whenever they want.
But that's
freedom of movement.
But that's why this is like so. Well, first of all, I mean, and this guy should just say that. He should just say that if you believe that your country should have a border and that there should be that the citizens inside. I mean, because basically what this guy's arguing, as you'll see throughout this video. That's fascism. This guy's arguing that if you live in a democratic country where people vote and people with the power of their vote say, we want to have rules and restrictions for the type of people that we allow to immigrate to our country. This fucking guy will turn around and call you a fascist for that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're a fascist.
Because he thinks under his insane worldview that, well, there should just be no borders. And you should just suck it up and eat shit. And democracy, who cares what people want in a democracy? Their vote shouldn't matter.
Right. Crazy.
Border Patrol officer as a featured speaker.
Now, Kamala, on the other hand, has been fighting border crime for years.
And of course, for anyone who watched the final speech, presidential candidate Kamala Harris had this to say about immigration.
And let me be clear, after decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border.
Well, it can be tempting to view
Oh, Did you just
so
the fascist
bad.
chills? I know the importance of safety and security on our border. Oh God, I'm shaking. I'm shaking right now. Ah.
Yeah, the way they conceptualize this whole issue is just hilarious. It's so hilarious to me. They are never going to vote for Kamala.
Well, it's interesting because do you think this wisecrack and his retard writers, who I've seen because sometimes they show up on stream, do they believe this stuff, or are they in a situation where they've radicalized their audience so much that if they don't say this stuff, they're afraid their audience will like leave them or start attacking them?
You think it's audience capture?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, they have a huge audience, and that's really what it takes to grow a huge audience. You got to start snapping up the insane people out there, which is most people, really, to be honest with you.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah. Yeah, they want to buy into this stuff. It's just it's such a simple worldview. It's like borders are racist. Racism is bad. That's the extent of it. That's it. That's it. And so many people, so many kids have grown up with this. And that's what they're doing. They're just catering to those kids. Stay in line.
It's interesting. So, the guy who's credited with writing this episode, he has his own YouTube channel. I've never seen it before. John the Duncan. And like when you click on his channel, there's a video that pops up like in the top that's from 2 years ago. I'm sorry, 3 years ago. It's from 2021. And it's called Left Wing White Supremacy. And it has a picture of Vosh in the thumbnail. So I don't know if he's calling Vosh a left wing white supremacist. And when I click on the video, I don't know, like, again, I don't know if this is like a meme or something, but he's got a picture of like Mao in the background in like this sort of, the pop art guy. I forget the guy's name, the famous pop artist with like,
Andy Warhol.
He's got like a Andy Warhol, like Mao pictures in the background. Says it is right to revolt. So I don't know.
There was a few black socialist content creators that called Vosh out, and they were saying that all the big content creators in the breadtube space were white, mostly white men. And so that was probably a response video in that vein.
Well, I'm assuming
for a couple weeks, but.
Well, and judging by the comments, I'm assuming he was calling Vosh a white supremacist because we have top comment FT signifier. Don't ever debate these dudes. Keep doing this. Thank you.
Yeah, look. FT
quote,
signifier was all in that shit.
Right. Quote, being an ally is supposed to be uncomfortable. Cat black. So yeah.
We respond. Being an ally is supposed to be uncomfortable. Is that what she said?
Yes.
You guys, look, if you guys want to ally with us, we're all about making it as comfortable as possible. Okay. We're here to have fun. Yeah. Look at this.
Join my team. We're going to shove hot needles into your balls every 2 seconds to make you uncomfortable. Join our side. It's like, oh, all right.
We're trying to have fun here. We're trying to have a good time. Yes.
Interesting.
Exactly. Maybe learn something along the way, but look, it's got to be fun. So
I do remember, even though Cat Black has become, I believe, like a pretty good sized channel now, she was complaining like years ago about, I've been in this space for so long, and ContraPoints and all these other people in philosophy tube have are so much more popular. It must be because they're racist. And it's like, well, I think it's because you spend 90% of your video just staring at a camera in a very monotone voice saying like all the same shit that everyone's heard a million times.
Right. And ContraPoints dresses up and does crazy lighting and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And then says a bunch of nonsensical positions that don't mean anything whatsoever, but sound smart. So tricks people into thinking they're smart.
Right. Yeah.
See, it's a very subtle difference, but important.
Genius.
Yes.
Immigrant venom as an exclusively far-right phenomenon.
It is a very sad thing for our country. It's poisoning the blood of our country.
The case in the UK might tell us something slightly different. Instead of an opposition between far-right and neoliberal approaches to immigration, there appears to be significant crossover. While the Labour Party and the Democrats condemn far...
So just to point out here, it's very interesting. He keeps putting it like there's only two teams here. There's the far-right fascist and there's the neoliberals. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Which is weird because first of all, obviously the Democrats that exist now are not neoliberals. The right isn't even neoliberal anymore. Both sides are like moving towards populism.
Right.
And to be, if you don't know, neoliberalism is the economic policy that kind of came out of the 80s with Reagan and kind of continued forward until very recently. Is this idea that generally you should try to be as hands off. The government should try to be as hands off of business as much as humanly possible and cut as much regulations and taxation as possible and let markets be as free as humanly possible. That's kind of the neoliberal idea of running the economy.
Right. So offering first-time home buyers $25,000 to buy their first home is not a neoliberal policy, Sitch?
No, that would not be a neoliberal policy.
Okay.
No. Because you're influencing, you're affecting the market very directly by
no, obviously.
Right, yes. So
far-right racism, well, they still call for tightly controlled borders in the name of national security. So today we're going to
wait, hold on.
Crossover. While the Labor Party and the Democrats condemn far-right racism, well, they still call for tightly controlled borders in the name of national security. So today we're going to show...
means you're
yeah.
Which means you're racist.
Yes. Again, so I'm not exaggerating when I say that this guy is laying out an argument where he's saying, literally believing that a country should have any level of border control is racist and fascist.
Didn't Nancy Pelosi say borders are racist? Some high up in the Democratic Party.
Oh, no.
Some high up in the Democratic Party said borders are racist.
No. I think she said the border wall was racist.
Oh, okay.
I don't think she said borders are racist, which I agree is a... No, she said the Trump's border wall was immoral, which I agree is a stupid point to make, but...
Yeah.
And it's obviously her just kind of talking out of her ass to try to attack Trump back in 2019.
There's increasingly less daylight between far-right and liberal positions on immigration, and how this might make the threat of fascism more immediate than we like to admit. Now,
So obviously the solution is revolution, communism, socialism, revolt lefties.
What is this? Is this a recent comic? I mean, this is pretty cool.
No, this is from like a million years ago.
Yeah, I can't imagine this being
Put
recent.
down your soy milk. Put down your blue hairspray. Pick up your syringes full of HRT. Revolt. Revolt.
Anti-immigrant sentiments are nothing new in America. Under Obama, Central American families seeking asylum were detained in camps. Under Trump, this escalated into the infamous family separation policy, which resulted in migrant children being kept in cages under dire conditions. You know, sadly, this wasn't surprising due to Trump's campaign rhetoric.
They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists.
When you think about it, Bill...
He didn't pull the best line. He cut the best line.
It's funny, he cut right before he said, some, I assume, are fine people. He cut right there. Okay.
I assume.
Yeah.
You know, I have no evidence, but I assume.
Yes. Well, and it's just, I mean, these people that like, they talk about this, none of them actually, they do the very simplistic, easy, dumb, dishonest thing when they go, I'm just going to criticize without proposing what a solution would be. Because or even acknowledging that their position creates the problem. Because the issue, again, unless this asshole from Wisecrack is just saying that we should have 100% open borders, there should be zero border control, people should just be able to fucking walk across the border and say, I want to be American, and you just hand them out like candy, right? We just become basically the fucking, you know, anyone who wants gets to just come to our fucking country, and if you don't like it, fuck you, right? Unless that's his position, it's okay. If people are coming to America and they're seeking asylum, and we have a law and we have laws that makes determinations about whether we grant that or not, those people have to, and the system is backed up, you know, to high heavens because there's so many people basically trying to abuse the system. That's why the people end up in the quote kids in cages scenarios, because the people have to be housed in an area until their case can be adjudicated, essentially. Because when you just go, oh, okay, like here's a court date, show up in like 6 months, the people don't fucking show up, obviously.
Yeah, open borders has to be his position because he frames anything aside from that as racist. And I doubt he would take the I'm a racist position. So
right.
He's kind of forced into that.
build that wall and stop the boats almost seem like transatlantic cousins. And despite some rolling back of Trump-era border policies, the number of people being detained in private migrant detention centers has surged during Biden's presidency. These are basically...
He gets thrown private there just because, you know, evil corporations are bad.
The private prisons, yeah.
The evil private prisons, yeah.
Are they all private? I don't know how many are private, but...
prisons where migrants fleeing persecution face the same grim conditions as convicted felons, including solitary confinement and torture. And
this guy believes that every single one of them are fleeing persecution too, which I'm not sure that's the case. Most of them are probably economic migrants.
Right. Well, I would wager that this guy and the other socialists, they generally make this argument that, you know, oh, well, every country in South and Central America has been ruined because of America's insidious influence. So therefore, you know, you have to eat shit and allow anyone into the country because it's your fault somehow. Because, you know, in 1950, you threw a bunch of bananas and overthrew the bananas. So therefore, you have to just let in, you know, as many immigrants as possible.
He would blame capitalism on both sides. He'd say capitalism turned those nations into shitholes and they're trying to escape. But at the same time, they're economic migrants because they want the economic freedom that capitalism provides in America. So that's what actually why they're coming here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I wish we didn't have to like do some kind of form of mind reading to just figure out what the fuck this guy's arguments would be, because he doesn't actually make any arguments. He doesn't actually say what the positions are. He just does all this. You're racist if you believe in borders. You're racist if you believe in borders. Shit. And that situation he talked about where he said, oh, you know, these people are facing these inhuman, torturous conditions. First of all, he made it sound like every single person that comes to the border and requests asylum is being put into some kind of like situation like that. When I looked up the story he was talking about, what they were saying was that there were specific detention facilities for people that were either criminals or that were some kind of criminal, whether it would be some kind of drug trafficker, human trafficker, or someone accused of some kind of immigration-related crime. Those people would go into a detention facility. And if once they were in a detention facility, you know, they could be put into solitary confinement, you know, if they were doing something, you know, that would warrant that within the facility.
If they were still engaging in criminal activity, right?
Or if they're, I don't know what they're doing right now. Obviously, it's a prison. I'm sure lots of people were abused just by the staff and were probably put in, you know, facilities incorrectly and blah, 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 right? But he's making it sound like we just have a machine that, you know, oh, we just have, you know, migrants coming in and we just shove them into these horrific conditions, which, by the way, if that was true, if his conception of reality was true, don't you think people would stop fucking showing up? Right?
Yes.
If word got out that like, oh, hey, if you go to the border in America, they're going to, you know, shove you into some horrific, you know, Holocaust camp, people would stop coming. They would stop showing up. The fact that they don't, and the numbers have still been record high until recently, shows that's not the case.
Yeah, they got the word out that the prison's not that bad. They're like, it's a cakewalk. Keep coming.
This is the issues. Like, we have I think the way I'm going to frame it for all these people that are like brain rot like this is, okay, I want you to imagine a scenario, Adam. Imagine that you're waiting to go to a restaurant. Okay.
It's a yummy restaurant.
Your favorite restaurant,
nice.
Right? Your favorite Mexican food place, because I know you like Mexican food so much.
I do.
They have those, what do you like, those El Pastoro tacos?
El Pastor burrito.
There you go. They got your favorite thing. You love this place, but it's always really crowded. Okay.
Oh, I know. That's so typical.
Exactly. Typical LA, right? So you're there with your wife and you go to the restaurant. They don't take reservations because fuck you. Why would they? So you have to put your name on the little thing and you have to stand around outside because
I tell them I'm running from the mob.
Right.
And I need to get in this restaurant.
Well, yeah. So you got to wait. So they say, okay, it'll be 45 minutes, right?
Right.
It'll be 45 minutes. So you're standing.
Say, no, look, I need freedom.
No. So okay. So you say, okay, well, that's, you know, I'm like every other person in the entire face of the planet. The rule is I have to stand in line for 45 minutes. So you're standing in line and you've been standing in line for 30 minutes.
Right.
You're like, okay, our name's coming up, you know, getting hungry, right?
I need
excited
asylum.
to go in.
Let me.
Right. And then you see some person pulls up, right? Some person pulls up in a nice car and they walk up and they say, hey, with their date. They say, hey, I want to get in. They say, oh, it's a 45-minute wait. And they say, oh, here's $100 bill.
Right.
And the person says, oh, we'll have you seated right now.
Right.
So that person just cut you in line. They just cut everyone in line.
Yeah, that's awful.
Is that right? Is that justified? Is that moral?
No, it's totally unfair.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean? I could have paid $100 and I've been in this place already.
So it's wrong to cut in line. Oh, okay. So suddenly if someone, instead of, paying $100 shows up, they say, listen, I'm really hungry. Like I'm really extra super hungry. Okay. And
No, you got to say I'm an asylum seeker. You got to say my government is trying to kill me.
Right. Well, we're trying to do it within line with the analogy. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Someone says, listen, I haven't had a bite to eat in a week.
My government is starving me.
Yeah. My family is starving me. I haven't had a bite to eat in a week. Okay. And instead of saying, well, listen, there's like a million restaurants you can go to that don't have a line, like in the vicinity of this one block. They have to come to this one specific, restaurant that you want to go to, right? That you've been waiting in line for 45 minutes just because this one person makes a claim. Okay. Just because they claim that they haven't eaten in a week and they don't have the ability to adjudicate that at the restaurant. These fucking idiots say, oh, well, the restaurant should just let that person cut a line and go right to the front of the line and go in. You go, oh, okay. Well, if you allow that, if you allow one person to cut in line because they have a story, a sob story, which may or may not be true, you understand that that's going to create a situation where as soon as it happens, someone who's in line behind you says, well, I haven't eaten in a week either. And then another person says, I haven't eaten in a week either. And I haven't eaten in a week either. And you just have everyone says the same thing to try to get in because that's what people do.
Yeah.
Okay. People are going to say whatever it takes to get in, to do what they want. And you need a way to adjudicate this shit.
How
and so
dare
essentially,
you call these people liars, Sitch? Oh,
I know, how terrible. And so that's the problem with this dumb fuck, mentality is that essentially the wisecrack people and all these people on the left that are like doing the sob story shit, they're saying, fuck you for following the rules. Eat shit. If you applied to become a citizen of this country through the normal process, you can go fuck off. The people that cut the line get priority. Just because they showed up. And I think that's
they're
bullshit.
Desperate, though. Well, I think it's
Who's
bullshit
not
too.
desperate? Everyone's fucking desperate in the world.
No. They want to give everything to the desperate people.
Oh, okay.
And the people who live by the rules and get in line and do it the right way, those people are terrible. They hate those people. Those people are oppressors.
Well, that's
probably white, probably have a job, probably pay their taxes on time.
Of course, right.
Yeah. Probably believe in the capitalist system.
Yep.
They're probably working hard and actually getting ahead.
I know. All these horrible, awful traits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
What's up, guys?
Oh, my God.
Oh, hey, look, she did jump in. How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you guys doing?
Oh, look at this. You jumped on camera, too. Here, I'll turn my camera on as well.
Yeah, Adam, turn your camera on. Love it. Hey. Adam, I don't know what your age is, but I saw the Peter Boghossian thing. You look like you're around our age. Like you look young.
I'm much older. Well, look, I think well, I'm 20 years older than Sitch, so
that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Look, I try to take care of myself. I make sure that I do
kidnaps
drugs
children
at least once a week.
Siphons their blood once a week, so he can.
It's the substitution of half and half instead of milk.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, look, you and I both have gone the not having kids route. Look, I don't know if you're planning on having kids. Obviously, I'm too old to have kids now, so kids add a lot of stress to your life. Obviously,
they do.
And I've avoided a lot of that stress.
Wow,
so I think that makes it makes a difference as well. So
true.
So yeah, thanks for jumping in. Look, Sitch, you talk, and I'll try to get her picture in the live stream.
Okay. So I don't, we just want to talk to you. I mean, I assume you don't want to watch this video with us because, oh my God, terrible. But so what do you think's going on? What's your take on all this election so far? What's your general take on all this? Or is that what Adam doesn't like that question?
That's a terrible. No, I think like you've recently been getting dragged on. I've seen you in a bunch of conservative videos, and I think like you're having these reasonable takes on the Young Turks, and you're basically trying to reel in a lot of your like far left audience, and kind of give them a more realistic real world picture. And you just like, there's no, like they give you no charitability whatsoever. So
it's kind of wild because if you go back and there's this interview that Bernie had done with Vox back in like 2015, I think it was. And he's asked about the notion of open borders. And he's like, no, I'm not in favor of open borders. If you have open borders, you don't have a country. And he framed it, I think, accurately in kind of focusing on what open borders would do for American workers and how it would actually be detrimental for American workers and all of that. And I don't know how the left has gotten so extreme that they now want to not only have like open borders, but also protect like literal criminal gangs that are coming here from other countries. And I'm just like, we don't have to support this. Like, we can be supportive of like a reformed immigration system. We can be in favor of immigration without providing cover for dangerous criminals. But I guess that's where the left is now. And it's so weird to me. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. It goes back to what I said the first time I was on your show. I just feel so out of place. I don't think I have a home right now. And it's been really tough to kind of navigate it all.
So you're a fascist?
No, you're...
Obviously.
Well, I just want to say, like, regarding the labor thing, it's kind of interesting because, Bernie was very against, allowing like anyone to come in because it definitely hurts the American worker. And he, this guy later in this video even brings up that like there's a labor shortage. And if you're on the left and you want labor to make more money, that's good news. You should want there to be a labor shortage because that means there's going to be more demand over labor, which means employers are going to have to pay people and raise their wages to get people to do jobs, essentially. You want that competition. And if you're just letting anyone come across the border, obviously you're depressing, you're going to depress everyone's wages, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. And in fact, if you guys can recall, after, COVID started winding down and businesses started opening up, there was a very serious labor shortage, and that gave workers a little bit of leverage to negotiate for better wages, better benefits, better working conditions. And so there's a lot of weird conflicts happening, right? Like a lot of inconsistent thought happening on the left that doesn't really make much sense to me. On one hand, they seem ready and willing to admit that there is a serious problem with the shortage of housing for Americans. At the same time, they're totally okay with, an unchecked number of people coming into our country because they feel that it is our duty, our role in the international community to be welcoming of everyone because, in the 60s, we destroyed their country in some way, right? And look, I think that there's truth to what the US has done in the past, that's for sure. And if there's a way that maybe we can assist, to ensure that their countries are a little better, then okay, great. But the idea that we should just allow anyone and everyone in, including like Venezuelan gangs that totally don't exist. The video that we all saw totally is a figment of our imaginations. That didn't actually happen. Like, I don't understand the inconsistencies here. And it's frustrating to me because in addition to the inconsistencies, there's this level of arrogance in how they attack, not just the right, but anyone on the left who dare question the inconsistencies that are being, like spouted over and over again.
What I think there's two things that are kind of like creating these inconsistencies, which is that there's this mentality of, America bad. So America is an evil country. So therefore, you should just any kind of defense of America or what America means is wrong. And it's kind of the second thing is this shift away from, growing up in my experience, the left was like very focused on income inequality and people's economic situation. And the last 8 years or so, the left has been kind of hijacked by the racial identity politics crowd. And that's kind of become the dominant theological, ideological view of a lot of these people. And so they, instead of looking at it from the perspective of like, well, if you do this, it hurts, Americans, it hurts, middle earner Americans, low income earning Americans. They don't look at it from that perspective. They say, oh, well, the people that want to come to this country, I identify them as quote brown people. And so therefore, if you don't want brown people, it's because you're racist and that's bad. And that's all they care about.
I think that this is a symptom of the left mainly being dominated by pretty affluent, hyper-educated, college-educated individuals who kind of live in this fantasy world where magical thinking takes over because they have the luxury of engaging in magical thinking, right? Like ordinary working class people are impacted negatively by a lot of these culture war policies that the far left promotes, and unfortunately in a lot of big cities manage to accomplish. And once I saw that for what it really was, I was at least able to understand why these people are so untethered to reality when it comes to these issues. But I can't take the gaslighting anymore. Look, I don't think the majority of migrants are dangerous, violent individuals at all. Okay. But I do think that, when Biden lost control of the border, which he obviously did, which is why he decided to move forward with that executive order, all sorts of people came into the country without proper vetting, and we don't know who they are. We don't know, what their background is. We don't know if they have a legitimate asylum claim. And so when you have, like in December, 500,000 people coming into the country in 1 month, well, who are these people? Who is vetting them? And of course, you're going to have some people come in who are going to cause problems. And that doesn't mean that the majority of migrants in Aurora, Colorado are looking to kill people or looking to, take over apartment buildings. But there obviously clearly are some examples. And the real question is, what are we going to do moving forward to prevent it from happening? And what are we going to do to fix this issue that we're currently grappling with? But you're not even allowed to have that conversation. And I'm not falling for the weaponized, like, racism, transphobia, sexism, whatever, one of the isms. It's just a way to silence people. And if they want to call me racist for saying, hey, you know what? Low income and migrant people living in Colorado shouldn't be terrorized by Venezuelan gangs. If they're upset at me for saying that, that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and say it. They can call me whatever they want.
Is that the story that you're getting the majority of the pushback from?
Yeah. The gaslighting is insane. Okay. Because the Aurora Police Department, literally like a month or two before that viral video started spreading, admitted that they were seeing a problem in the area as it pertains to Venezuelan gangs.
Right.
And then that video goes viral. And I think that there was this realization that, these admissions might actually be damaging to the presidential election, namely to Kamala Harris.
Right.
So let's just deny. Jared Polis, governor of Colorado, deny. All of a sudden, you have the Aurora, Colorado Police Department, which admitted a few months ago that there is a problem, changing course and saying, no, there's no issue here. There's no problem here. It's just so obvious and it's so brazen. And I can't see that and pretend like I don't, like what people are expecting of me is so unreasonable. They're the ones who are being unreasonable. They want me to get up on a microphone and just gaslight the crap out of everyone. And I can't do it.
Well, it's also counterproductive if you're on the left, because like the mentality, I guess, is, they want to hide the story or not talk about it because they feel like, as you were saying, it's going to help Trump win the election or something like that. It's going to help the right-wing narrative. But if you just try to pretend like it's not going on and everyone can clearly see it's going on, it does the opposite. Everyone says, oh, well, the left must be insane. Like, I have to vote for Trump or the right because they're the only ones like saying things that are true.
There is a bit of like protecting a stereotype that people have of the right too. That the right is always lying, like everything they're saying is untrue, and then they're forced to actually admit, oh, well, the right is kind of right about this. And that really destroys that stereotype.
Just because someone's a right winger doesn't mean that they're the devil, right? Sometimes the right is correct on things. Sometimes the left is correct on things. There are certain issues where one side seems to have the monopoly on truth, and it's okay to admit that. And look, I just think right now the conversation is totally dominated by extremes from each side. And I think the majority of Americans see it as a more nuanced issue, right? They want to fix our broken immigration system. They're not hateful. They're not looking to persecute brown people. It's about, hey, how do we balance immigration with the finite resources we have in America, with the needs that American citizens have that are not being met. These are difficult questions, but it is not unreasonable to have a nuanced view of something as complicated as our broken immigration system.
What is in an election year, obviously. That's where everyone's like losing their minds because of the election. So look, I've been watching a lot of your content recently, and look, when you push back on Cenk, I got to admit, I totally love it, because I do think Cenk kind of gets out of hand from time to time with this stereotyping of the right, and you like keep hammering him on it. And while we've got you here, I'm curious like what the pushback is in your audience. I think like a lot of these breaking points type shows, they're really trying to cater to a left and a right audience. And I'm skeptical that that's even possible, but you're kind of like charting this path too. So I'm curious what the reaction is.
I mean, it's funny because I was off for 2 weeks recently. I went to Europe with my husband, and I happened to catch one of the streams on a day I was out. And there was this one commenter who was like, "Oh, it's been such a relief to have Anna gone because I don't have to hear, any conservative
painful.
talking."
That hurts.
And it was a little painful. And there is a part of me that thinks maybe this isn't really where I belong anymore. And if the audience hates me, then why am I going to force them to listen to opinions that obviously cause them so much emotional distress? But then
you gotta thrive on that hate though, Anna. That's what you gotta do.
It's hard. But it's not like, it's less about me being bothered by them hating me. It's more about how it doesn't matter how much evidence I present, right? Like the Venezuelan gang story that we did on Thursday, I spent literally a week prior to airing that researching the crap out of that story, because I wanted to cross my T's, dot my I's, make sure that I actually had the story straight, because there is a lot of fake news out there. So I wanted to make sure I didn't fall for some sort of hoax. And it doesn't even matter. All of that work went to waste, because regardless of all the evidence that I provided, all the receipts that I showed the audience, they still think like, "Oh, no, this is a grift. You're switching sides. You hate brown people." It's just
let me present a counter narrative here though, because I do see you appearing more and more in various right wingers videos, and the right wingers are kind of backing you up and saying this person has a point. I mean, aren't you kind of working as an ambassador between the left and the right at that point, where you will have obviously people who are on the far left in your audience that can't stand you, but they're going to stick around for Cenk anyway, and they're going to hear what you have to say, whether they like it or not. So you are kind of building some kind of credibility for the left with the right wing, and I think that's where you're actually doing some good in the world.
I mean, if I see evidence of it working, I think that'll encourage me to keep going. But okay. I don't know if it is. Like that's the part that I'm concerned about. Like I don't know what percentage or what portion of the audience is appreciative of the perspective that I'm bringing forward, and the fact that I'm a lot more careful now. I do a lot more vetting of the sources that I'm relying on before I actually believe what they're telling us. I don't know, because I do think that there is a problem of the media for a while now being so partisan that, whether it's a publication or a show or a particular host, people tend to go to the sources that kind of cater to what their, preconceived notions are.
Right.
And if you're not giving them that, they tend to log off, find another show, do something else. So I am really curious, like what the entirety of the audience thinks. I think there's some portion that hates it. There might be a portion of the audience that's appreciative of it, but
do you guys have numbers on that? Do you keep track of that kind of thing?
I think we should maybe poll them and see like where their hearts and minds are, because I am curious, and I just don't want to keep spinning my wheels and feeling like I'm not getting anywhere. You get what I'm saying?
Are you brave enough to drop the poll in the chat on Monday asking like what percentage of the audience hates Anna Kasparian?
I don't mind that. I would do that for sure.
Because I do. Obviously, we love you, and it's hard for me to imagine that there's nobody in the Young Turks audience that appreciates what you're doing. Like, there's got to be people who are just even people who, they see the leftward drift and they want to speak up, but they're afraid to speak up because all their friends have just drank the Kool-Aid and gone completely insane. So
yeah, I mean, that's what I thought at first too. Like, okay, well, maybe if I'm the person who comes forward and says it's okay to have a nuanced like opinion on this issue where you are acknowledging that, hey, conservatives or the right wing, they kind of have a point here. This actually is a little bit of a problem. What can we do to work together to solve it? Right. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm going to wait and see, but it just feels, look, right now is a difficult time in digital media overall. I don't know if you guys have experienced it, but overall, the advertising on these platforms has kind of fallen apart thanks to high interest rates. Like whenever there's high interest rates, the advertising industry doesn't really spend money on ads. And so you see a lot of like crappy ads on YouTube these days. And so the monetization isn't where it's supposed to be. And as a result, to keep TYT afloat, right now we're doing like a fundraiser thing. And number one, I hate it. But number two, I feel this like tug of war internally where it's like, I want to feel confident in speaking my mind and sharing the evidence that I've found with my audience, even knowing that some portion of them are going to be upset about it. But then there's that other side of, okay, but am I hurting the entire company by doing this? Because right now we're in the middle of trying to stay afloat. And to Cenk's credit, he lets me be me. He's never tried to silence me. We get into pretty heated debates and sometimes arguments on air. And the second the show's over, we're good. Like we don't have any animosity toward each other. And I really, really respect him for that. But there's also this tremendous amount of guilt I feel almost regularly because, again, I don't want to hurt the company financially by saying what I feel needs to be said.
Well, look, we have live streams where we piss our audiences off regularly, and we usually make the most money on those live streams. So I don't understand. It seems like you're doing... It seems like you're doing everything correct to me. So what were you going to say?
We were
Sitch?
having finance problems and we were like, oh no, what are we going to do? But fortunately, there was this person that reached out to us named Larry. And he was like, listen, I'll give you guys $100,000 an episode. Yeah. Just keep doing what you're doing. So we can hook you up with this person, Larry Henn. So,
look, obviously he's joking. I think there might be some positions open at 10 at Anna if you're looking for a new employer. So
no, thank you. Yeah.
I think as we move away, like once the election is over, even it's weird because like people are like, oh, when the election season hits, there's a lot more eyes on political media, which is true. But the same token, it like because of the election, everything becomes like people literally brains just melt. And they become so much more partisan because they feel like there's so much writing on the election, especially this election. So once the election is over, some of the visceral hatred of not just being like incredibly one-sided will probably dissipate.
I don't know. I mean, remember last year was when I came on your show because there was a huge rebellion against me because I just thought birthing person was a weird way of referring to women. There was no election, right? Like, I just think that things are very tribal. And when one of your own starts to question the dogma, I don't know, it just leads to a lot of backlash, a lot of anger. And I think there is genuinely a lot of fear about Donald Trump on the left. And I think that fear, and it happened to me, I'm guilty of this, that fear kind of breaks you. It breaks your brain and your ability to kind of see things clearly. And I think that's happened to a lot of people on the left. It certainly happened. Like, I mean, look, Joe Scarborough and all of the other people who work on that show just recently had this segment where they're like, the media is not fear-mongering about Trump enough. They need to talk about what a threat he is. And it's like, how do you guys not realize that's literally all the media does in regard to Donald Trump? Day in, day out, Trump is a threat to democracy, dangerous, fascist, authoritarian, Hitler, again and again and again and again. It's not working. It is not working. And there's a reason why it's not working. People have become numb to it. They've become desensitized to it. And I think a lot of people have woken up to the fact that that's really just hyperbolic rhetoric. And so people are looking at Kamala and they're like, all right, well, what are your policies? What are you going to do for us? Like the excitement of her now being the candidate is kind of worn off a little. And people want to know what her policies are. And Joe Scarborough's like, how dare they? How dare these journalists let people know that Kamala Harris went from being against fracking to now being in favor of fracking? They want Trump to win. And it's like, no, I think people want to know, like, especially independent voters, they're not partisan hacks. So they could go either way, and they want to know what each candidate stands for, what their policies are. And the idea that journalists should like hide the ball and pretend like any discussion about policy is like immoral is insane to me.
The spell has kind of gotten broken on Trump a little bit, which I'm always curious about. I don't necessarily know how it happened. Maybe it is just kind of the fatigue of hearing all this hyperbolic rhetoric over and over again. But I do think more and more people are sympathetic to Trump and are not really suffering from the TDS that people on the far left are suffering from.
Well, and I think with you specifically, like, you know, I think you are probably like the first big name to sort of, you know, be part of a quote left-wing news, you know, channel that kind of came out and like questioned a lot of the narrative stuff without, you know, just doing like a full heel turn to become like Dave Rubin or something. You're like the first person to be like, oh, you know, I question this, but I'm still, you know, I still have a lot of these opinions. I still feel like I'm on, you know, somewhere over here. And that kind of like triggered the hell out of everyone. And I think it's important to remember too, because you're talking about like, you know, and I understand that feeling like, oh, you know, am I just spinning, you know, my wheels and stuck in the mud here if I'm just kind of saying all this stuff? And there's a lot of people in the audience who maybe just don't listen or don't like it, which is not only are there probably, you know, lots of people that are just silent, that are being, you know, their minds are changing when they're listening to you. And we do get a lot of messages too, people talking about how like, you know, we've moderated their positions on, you know, whether they're on the far left or the far right. But I think it's also, I think you kind of being in your position is an important signal to other content creators on the left to say, listen, you don't have to be audience capture. You don't have to just take the extreme version of all of these positions. You don't have to ignore things that you know your left-wing audience will, you know, tear you apart for. You know, you can be like Anna. You can criticize and push back on things too. So I think that's important. I think your position is important for many reasons.
Yeah, and look, I intentionally stayed at TYT because I want to make a point that this isn't some like pivot for my own financial reasons.
Right.
I am literally staying in the same place and telling an audience that I have built and have kind of throughout my career conditioned to expect a certain message. Like I'm speaking to them and I'm staying in the same place, knowing that it could be like financially hurting the company because I want people to know that it's genuine. Like there is no like financial motivation here. If anything, I'm potentially hurting TYT, hurting Cenk, hurting my colleagues, you know, like I worry about that big time, but I see me moving on to a different show or a different company as signaling to them, oh, it was a pivot for her own like career. And that's not what this is about. I've woken up to certain things and I want to do my job better. I want to be honest. I want to dig deeper than I had been previously. And I don't want to be tethered to dogma or to a specific political tribe. I want to know what the reality is. There's value in the truth.
Definitely.
Yeah. I'm curious, like, I'm so curious about the inside metrics of TYT now, just because, I mean, you're saying you're hurting the company. I don't necessarily know the situation though. That's totally an uncomfortable situation to be in. So I completely empathize with that. And it is a strange space. Like we started our show we didn't really start a show. It just kind of happened. So, and TYT was a much more, thought out ordeal. Like Cenk wanted to make some sort of progressive news network, and obviously it grew to fit that mold. So, and I've always questioned just, you know, us leading that kind of nonpartisan charge. I've always questioned whether or not it's actually even a viable option. We have a few big supporters who are just, you know, obviously down with the nonpartisan messaging. They have thick skin. They've stuck with us, even though we often say things that they dislike. They dislike lots of our positions, but they're still helping us keep the show alive. So
I know. I mean, I see it in the chat, and I think that's one of the things I love the most about not just your show, but like the community here, because there's disagreement, but people come back and they expect to be challenged, or they expect to hear things that they might not agree with, but it's all love. And there's like this understanding that, hey, we live in this pluralistic society, pluralistic country. We're not all going to agree all the time, but that doesn't mean we need to demonize each other and automatically assume that there are some nefarious motives or intentions.
Yeah,
and I think,
yeah.
and that's what I'm mostly sick of, right? Like I don't want to exist in an echo chamber. I find that so dull and so boring. And I also want to understand people I disagree with in good faith. Like I'm tired of the straw man arguments. I'm tired of like people summarizing or painting an inaccurate picture of someone else's view. I want to actually understand what they're saying and what their beliefs are. And so I don't know, like I feel better about the work that I'm doing now compared to 2-3 years ago. But it's the interpersonal stuff, and it's just this fear that, yeah, that I'm hurting someone who I care deeply about, and that is Cenk. Like Cenk is a good person, regardless of how you feel about his politics. He is a deeply decent, wonderful person who really does foster an environment where people feel free to speak their minds. So the employer isn't the problem here. It's the fear that, you know, the audience is not feeling catered to, and they're not hearing the message they want to hear, and they might retaliate as a result of that. And I do worry about that to some extent.
We try to maintain a level of respect for the right. And I do think it's why people often think that we are right wingers and we're characterized as right wingers so much, even though, I mean, Sitch and I talk privately, and like, look, I'm an artist in California. The idea that I'm some kind of right winger, like people march this out all the time. And I literally don't understand it beyond the fact that I can respect those right wing moral intuitions, and I understand where they're coming from. Like they have a lot of decent points. I do see a lot of people who are on the right in my family who like abhor racism, like they would never be racist or sign off on anything racist. They hate the fact that the right is constantly characterized as racist because they think, look, I'm friends with a bunch of right wingers. They're not racist at all. So they kind of hate that stereotype that they're lumped into all the time. But so many people, even in the space, it's almost like a rite of passage to be on the left, that you have to disrespect right wingers. You have to have no respect for them. And I just, that I think is part of the component where we can argue with people in good faith and they still end up respecting us at the end of the day because we give respect. Now I see, when I listen to your show, I see Cenk constantly disrespecting right wingers. And I think you see that as well. And I think it kind of gets under your skin a little bit. And I think that's why you are pushing back, but I don't necessarily know. I think that Cenk falls into easy thinking using the stereotypes quite often. And it's interesting because I don't necessarily know a path for you other than just, you know, to let time take its course. And I'm curious, like, and if you guys can acquire numbers. And it's funny because, look, as soon as you do this poll, we always do this poll, like how many people in our audience are right wing or left wing. And everybody uses that poll as a metric to show whether or not you're right wing or left wing, because they have this idea in their heads. The only way that you can get right wingers to listen to you is if you cater to their biases, which I think it's more like just respecting them and having differences of opinion is how you can gain like a right wing or left wing audience. Actually, look, I'll ask you that. Can you gain a left wing audience by showing respect, but not giving in to their, you know, just turning over, rolling over to their opinions?
I don't know. I'm in the process of finding out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
that's kind of
really
what's going on, isn't it?
Yeah. And look, the really interesting dynamic that I'm noticing right now is we do, I think, have more conservative leaning people watching the main show.
Okay.
I don't know.
Is that new or?
Yeah, I am noticing like the people are writing in like during the live show, whether it's through super chats. Some of them are members now. And so we'll get their member comments. And that gives me a little bit of hope because overall, we're clearly not right wingers, and I'm clearly not a right winger, but I am fair to the right wing in that I'm not going to straw man a right winger's argument, and I'm not going to take them out of context. Like if there's like a big story about a right wing politician saying something that sounds provocative or bad, I won't just take that little snippet. Like I'll find the speech or I'll find the interview, watch the whole thing, and understand what that person is saying in context. And that's just me being fair to the person and making sure that I know what he or she meant. And so I think that has resonated with certain conservatives who actually do want to hear what the left has to say, but they don't want to be treated like crap or misrepresented. And these are people who write in and they say that they don't agree with a lot of what we say, but they really appreciate that we're able to give them, our perspective without like tearing them down, or at least, the way that I present the arguments. And so I don't notice that with the left though. And I could be wrong, right? Like I feel you have to stick to a very specific script or else you're going to get a lot of backlash from the left. Like there isn't as much room to like maybe agree with the other side or to have a different opinion than what the accepted left-wing perspective is. Like the right wants to have a conversation, whereas the left can't wait to purge you, get rid of you as soon as there's even a little bit of a disagreement. And I think that's detrimental to the left. I mean, I know that it seems like I'm complaining for my own purposes, but it makes the left dumber. Okay. When you don't understand your opponent, when you don't understand the other side in good faith, then you don't feel the need to actually sharpen your arguments or even question whether your arguments make sense. And I think that's the reason why we're seeing like more and more left wingers engage in debate where it's like, you are the only response you have to any of this is just straw manning the person you're debating or smearing the person you're debating. There's no substance. There's no counterpoint. That is a problem.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait for the Kamala Harris Trump debate next Tuesday. It's going to be so exciting to see because
yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
We haven't seen a lot of substance out of Kamala.
There has been some. I mean, it's interesting because she has like put out some very vague policies. One of the more recent set of policies focused on supporting small businesses. And as we all know, anytime there's an election, there's a lot of like lip service to small businesses, but nothing ever gets done and nothing real gets proposed. But she had some specific proposals in regard to a higher tax deduction for small businesses, for launching a small business. She also, in her housing policy, noted that she wanted to increase the inventory of housing, which I thought, thank God, finally someone is actually focusing on that instead of making the housing crisis worse by subsidizing housing. Like, we need, giving people more money to buy houses is not going to solve the problem. The reason why the prices are so high is because we have limited inventory. We have a shortage of houses. And so she's focused on that. So there are some good ideas there. But overall, I think this presidential election cycle has been generally lower in the number of policies being presented by both sides, to be honest with you.
I read Elizabeth Warren chimed in on the housing policy, and I was super not happy with her response because they immediately go to we're going to tax the billionaires and that's where we're going to get the money to build all the houses. And I just think, they're rich in financial assets. It's not necessarily going to, just like we learned in the pandemic, if we don't have enough on the supply chain side, you're going to cause inflation regardless of where the money comes from. So I wish that they would dig in on those kind of details. It seems like they understand that when it comes to talking about energy. They don't talk about energy in, we just need to get enough money, and then there's a limitless supply of energy that as long as we have the money, we can buy. But they slip into that kind of magical thinking with the housing supply when you really need like wood, steel, concrete. I mean, if you're going to build 3 million homes, you need supplies, not just money.
Well, I mean, look, as Californians, Adam, you and I totally understand that this is not a lack of tax revenue problem. Okay. Because in California, I mean, over the span of 5 years, this state has squandered $25 billion unaccounted for. $25 billion that was allocated specifically to alleviate the homeless crisis that we have here. That money could have gone directly to building housing. But instead, that money got funneled to these super shady nonprofits, many of which are being run by the friends and family members of the very politicians in office in this state. And so it's not necessarily about a lack of resources. It's about how that money is used. And even when it comes to the Democrats accepting that the real heart of the problem is the lack of housing and that we need to build more, I'm a little iffy on how they're going to carry that out, because I am worried about them squandering precious resources, much like we experienced here in California.
Yeah. I keep looking for the policies. I am glad that they're talking about the supply side, not just the demand side, though. So
exactly.
That's great.
Yeah.
Can you explain to Adam that price gouging is bad? I just can't get Adam to accept that price gouging is a bad thing.
Well, okay, so I definitely agree more with you, Sitch, on the whole price gouging thing, because look, okay, hold on. Adam, just wait.
Look,
I think
I'm an
Adam makes a
artist.
good point.
I want to charge more for paintings. Come on.
No, but that's okay. Look, Adam is right in that, you know, prices are mostly, for the most part, set based on how much consumers are willing to pay for the products, right?
There you go.
But there are certain areas where price gouging occurs and consumers really don't have a choice but to pay for the higher prices. And I think, and it's very limited sectors of the economy. I think food is a good example of that. And so
healthcare, energy, housing.
Healthcare, energy, exactly. So like those basics, they
yeah.
do get away with price gouging. And not only do they get away with it, they brag about it when they have their calls with their shareholders, you know, their quarterly shareholder meetings. So that is what I'm concerned about. But in terms of like price gouging when it comes to luxury goods or whatever, like I don't care about that at all. And yeah, consumers will pay what they're willing to pay, and that's how the market kind of corrects itself. But there are some areas of the market where consumers don't have as much power as we'd like to think.
Yeah, Adam, eat shit.
Come on, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, but yeah, you guys both make good points, but overall I fall in Sitch's category here.
How did you feel about Gavin Newsom vetoing the bill that would give $150,000 to illegal immigrants for a first-time home purchase? Look,
oh my God.
Let me ask you this, because I was thinking, was this a plot? Did Gavin Newsom say, you guys send me the craziest bill you can think of so that I can veto it, get my name in the papers, because I'm running for president in 2028?
I don't think it was a plot. Our state legislature is unhinged, absolutely unhinged. I mean, you can't get our current state legislature to reclassify child sex trafficking as a felony rather than a misdemeanor. That's how unhinged they are. Literally, look into it. Look into it. I'm not even kidding.
That is awful.
So I wasn't surprised that the Assembly and the state Senate passed that bill, which is, by the way, funded by California taxpayers. So think about that.
Yeah.
It was a California taxpayer funded bill that would basically divert those funds to, in some cases, undocumented immigrants in the form of a low interest home loan so they can buy a home.
Oh, okay.
And I disagreed with it. I'll just put it that way. And I was happy to see that he vetoed it. I thought that was unfair to taxpayers in California.
Were you surprised he vetoed it?
Yes.
Yeah, so was I. But I was like, whoa, okay. Someone's getting serious here about that presidential bid.
You think Kamala called them up and was like, you better veto this shit? Oh my God, what are you doing? You're trying to get revenge because I got chosen instead of you? What's happening here?
I doubt it. I doubt it. I was surprised to see how Nancy Pelosi reacted to some questions from Bill Maher on that matter. And she said something like flowery about how, like, we want, everyone to be able to afford the American dream. But it's like nice spin. Let's like actually talk about the real issue. You're again diverting the taxpayer money from American citizens to people who haven't paid into the system so they can buy houses. That's insane. That's unfair. Like that's not a dream. I mean, that's a nightmare, and that's unfair to a lot of people. So again, I'm really glad that he did veto that. Now, it doesn't mean like, oh, I want, immigrants or, people who are here and they're not documented, like to live in terrible conditions or be destitute or anything like that. But buying a home is like, come on, like buying and owning property is not something that you have the right to do. You get what I'm saying? Like the idea that our government should assist in that when you haven't paid into the system, again, like the unfairness of it is just something that really stands out to me.
Yeah, it's just everyone, like, I just don't think people should be able to skip in line like that. It is totally crazy. And, Nancy's response to Bill Maher, it was like insane to me because, I mean, to me, it read like she was too afraid to give a strong position on it. And I think that is kind of a big problem. I think both political parties have a massive cowardice problem. Maybe this has always been the problem, but like the Democrats are very afraid, I guess, until, the kind of the position on immigration changing, but the Democrats are very afraid to kind of push back against sort of the identity politics, race accusations. The Republicans are completely terrified to push back against Trump in any way, fashion whatsoever. But Nancy's statement on Bill Maher, because it just leads directly into that conspiracy, which, unfortunately, Elon Musk and all these other people are pushing that, like, oh, the Democrats, they just want to like shuttle in all these illegal immigrants so they can somehow vote in the election and, vote and make the Democrats forever, which I think is a ridiculous notion completely. But just having all these things just plays directly into it. On top of it, plays directly into that narrative. And then, yeah, it's just so unfair to every citizen who is a tax-paying, legal citizen of the United States of America.
Democrats weren't always like this, right? Like, genuinely. I mean, I have these moments where I ask myself, was I just blind to a lot of this? Was I just completely unaware of a lot of this? Like, were Democrats always like this? Because I think about that Bernie Sanders interview with Vox in 2015, where he says, no, open borders is a crazy concept. I think about Obama having the nickname of deporter in chief. I think about the 1994 crime bill. Like, Democrats have kind of, not on everything, but on certain issues, have really taken this like maximalist approach. And I don't know if that's the backlash to Donald Trump, or maybe they were always hiding their cards. I have no idea, but it just feels like things have gotten a lot more extreme to an extent where like American citizens seem to be deserving of punishment or something. Like, I don't know, or they deserve to be treated as second-class citizens, to, in some cases, criminals, in some cases, people who, came here illegally, whatever. Doesn't mean I want people to be treated poorly, but the idea that our resources should be used to make the lives of people who are doing the wrong thing better first is insane to me.
What do you mean by maximalist approach? What does that mean?
So maximalist, I mean, I'll give you a local example. Like when it comes to, hey, we're imprisoning way too many people, I was of the mind that the Democratic Party overall thought of, hey, let's stop putting people who are addicted to drugs behind bars. That is not the right solution. Okay, we are incarcerating too many people for drug use, and we shouldn't be doing that. I thought that's what, lowering the prison population meant. But then you have Gavin Newsom shut down 4 state prisons, release like around 70,000 inmates during the COVID pandemic with no plan for them, no transitional anything, just like, all right, COVID is bad. We don't want you to get sick while you're in prison. So you're out now. And that included violent felons as well. And there's like we now have like a big problem in our county prisons, because the idea was we'll shut the state prisons and then whatever inmates should continue to be in prison, we'll send them over to the county prisons. But the county prisons are so overcrowded that they're now just releasing people early, way, way, way before their sentences are up, because they just don't have enough beds. They don't have enough space. And so that is a maximalist approach. Just shutting down the 4 state prisons without having any real plan in place is crazy to me, and is honestly reminiscent of what we did with the asylums. We shut down the asylums. The idea was, well, they're run by the states and the states are doing a poor job. Why don't we have community-based healthcare, mental health care? Why don't we have the counties open up new facilities that are far better and reformed? The counties did no such thing. And that's the reason why we have people who are suffering from all sorts of mental health issues wasting away on our streets, dying on our streets. It's crazy. That's a maximalist approach.
It's a huge problem, and there aren't really good solutions for it that people can easily turn to. So a lot of the solutions are kind of ugly.
I think you have this like weird psychological effect happens where, you know, people have like a generally like a pretty moderate idea, like maybe we shouldn't be putting people that are using drugs in jail, right? You know, a lot of people seem to agree with this.
Well, if they can handle their shit, but look, if they're breaking into cars and stuff,
crime
we
or
should.
something,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
right. Like if it's just for the drug use, yeah, like a lot of people sort of agree with this. You say, okay, maybe, you know, we're overcrowding our prisons, people shouldn't go to jail. And then like, so that's kind of like the idea that people are rallying behind. And when that idea sort of goes out into the public, or when people are sort of like chanting about it, you know, in protest, it kind of like gets simplified into kind of a more, you know, broad, low resolution message of like, you know, oh, too many people in jail, right? And you know, you and I and other people, we feel like when they say something like, oh, too many people in jail or something, like we think we know what is being discussed. We think we know what the concept is. But then this weird thing happens where once that message has kind of been broadened for the public and gets repeated enough times, the message itself like becomes the point. The low resolution version of it becomes the point. And I think we saw this very clearly with abortion, where it seemed like, you know, the Democrat position until recently was, you know, around like the Roe level, like that's should be the level for, you know, when the cutoff is around, you know, Roe, you know, the 22 to 24 weeks or 26 weeks or whatever in that range. And then the messaging kind of became like the pro-life versus the pro-choice side. And the messaging for the Democrats kind of evolved into this, you know, a woman's, you know, her body, her choice. And at first you hear that, you just think, oh, okay, well, they're still talking about what I'm talking about, but like kind of just saying it in a different way. But then it gets repeated enough, and suddenly you start to see like a handful of Democrat states are saying like, no, because it is a woman's body and her choice, like you can have an abortion up until literally the moment of birth because it's in her body. And so like the messaging takes over the original idea.
Yep. No, I mean, as soon as a particular issue is framed as a partisan issue, all bets are off and things get extreme very quickly. And that didn't used to be the case. I don't know why it's the case now, but there's very little room to have like a reasonable take or a reasonable position on these things, right? So,
yeah.
Look, and I understand where Democrats are coming from in regard to late-term abortions. Like, I do think that it's clownish to think that women like who get pregnant want to carry a pregnancy to like the very last week and then decide like, nah, I don't want the baby anymore and go through an abortion. It just doesn't work that way. And the vast majority of late-term abortions, which account, of course, for a tiny percentage of late-term abortions, really have to do with the, you know, lack of viability for the fetus or the pregnancy itself risking the life of the mother. So I understand where Democrats are coming from, and I understand that nuanced approach. But I do think that some of the messengers on the left can do a better job in making clear what they mean in wanting to protect late-term abortions and how they should only be utilized in very specific cases having to do with the, you know, health of the mother or the viability of the fetus.
Well, I think, well, I mean, part of the issue is, I don't know if we know, like, I mean, I agree with you, like conceptually, it doesn't seem like it would make sense that a lot of women would want to do that. I don't know if we know specifically, because I don't think they keep any like data about this, like at least from a nationwide perspective. But the way that I look at it is, you know, we live in a democracy. We have to get along with a bunch of other people who disagree with us. And, you know, if the position is, you know, from the people on the left, which is a position I would agree with, is, you know, okay, you can only get an abortion past a specific point if it's for a medical reason. I think that should be very clearly put into the law, as opposed to just sort of just saying, well, you could do whatever you want. And I understand the arguments because they say, well, if you know, you put the medical exception, that, you know, makes it difficult maybe for, you know, to figure out whether it's medically necessary, blah, 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 blah. But I do think do you think you have to put those things specifically in the law so that you can get along and compromise with the people that violently disagree with you and want to call you a baby killer and are just so disgusted with the idea in the first place?
Yeah, that's true. I think that I don't know. There is this fear though. I forget which state it was. Was it Texas? Where that woman who really wanted to have the baby had complications.
Yeah.
And she wasn't going to end up having, like, her baby wasn't going to make it. Let's just put it that way. But because she's in Texas, they weren't able to do an abortion. But the doctor said, well, her future fertility is on the line, because if we don't go through with this abortion, she's going to be unable to conceive in the future. She ended up going out of state to get the abortion. But remember, there's supposed to be an exception in the state of Texas that would allow for her to get that abortion. But the courts, like, she had to make her case before the courts, and the courts rejected her. So like that I think that's one of the concerns when it comes to, okay, very specific exceptions for late term abortion, because who's the arbiter? Like, would the woman or would the doctor have to go before the courts and make their case? What if it's a, right-leaning court and they have issues with abortion overall, and they reject her, even knowing that it puts her future fertility on the line? It is a complicated issue. Problem is, it's not really discussed as the complicated issue it really is. And I think there are a lot of like weird stereotypes on both sides about what's going on here, right? Like, I do think there are people on the right who think that women are like careless and they just use abortion as like birth control. And I do think that there are people on the left who, they engage in hyperbole about what the right intends with their policies as well. Although I'll also admit, the way we've seen these policies like carried out has been incredibly harmful for a lot of different people. Like, I have family in Florida, and right now they have a very strict like abortion ban there. And someone in my family is pregnant, wanted the baby, and then found out that, there's a problem. And she's like leaking fluid little by little, day by day. The doctor said, the fetus is slowly dying. It's very unlikely that you're going to be able to bring this pregnancy to term, but I can't do anything about it. So you just have to deal with this fetus slowly dying inside of you because I can't give you an abortion. And she was, by the way, a hardcore Trump supporter. So was her husband. And now they're like, we hate Trump. He did this to us, And so I think it's important for people to understand that these are like real human beings whose lives are being impacted, whether they want an abortion because they didn't want to have another baby, or whether they really wanted that baby, but there are serious complications. It really is a healthcare related issue that's been turned into like this partisan game. And it kind of makes me sick. It also makes me sick when Trump like flip-flops on the issue in the span of a day, where he's like, yeah, I'm going to vote in favor of that referendum in Florida that, makes abortion a little more accessible rather than banning it at 6 weeks. And then he gets some backlash from his base and changes his mind literally that same day and says, actually, I'm going to vote no. Okay, well, these are people's lives. So what do you actually represent? Like, what are you doing here?
It is interesting.
He wants the voters. He doesn't care whatever the policy is that gets him the most votes. Yeah.
Right. It's funny because he didn't really get hit with a flip-flop stick very hard, from the right when they were hitting Kamala with the flip-flop on.
I mean, of course, like that's part of the problem. Like, people will cover for their preferred candidate and then accuse the opponent
of doing the same thing.
Which, by the way, both politicians are doing the same thing. Both politicians are just telling us what we want to hear and flip-flopping based on that.
Well, and trying to keep it vague.
And trying to keep it vague. Yeah, exactly. So I'm excited for the debate. I agree with you, Adam. I'm not as excited about this election cycle in general. I just, it's kind of disappointing. And it's disappointing in that I feel we don't have, like, you go back and you watch debates from decades ago, presidential debates, and I just feel like the quality of politician in America has really.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Look, I went back and I listened to some Obama speeches and I was like, wow. You could see just everything he was saying was crystal clear. He had a great way of laying things out so they were simple, easy to understand. I don't have any faith that Kamala Harris is going to be able to do that at all. Trump is like clear, but he just has a real... He's just bullshitting vibe to him. Well, I mean, he simplifies it. You understand what's going on.
Yeah, look,
go ahead.
There are too many things about Trump that bother me, right? Like look, people are gonna get upset about this. I don't really care, but I just
go for it.
I want a leader who behaves like a man or an adult, right? Like in this case, I can't it's nails on a chalkboard every time he acts like a victim or acts like, oh, everyone is after me and I'm the biggest victim. And like, I want him to stop crying a little bit. Like I want him to just present himself as a leader. And when he complains about 2020 or he complains about how unfair the media is to him, and by the way, sometimes the media is unfair to him. I get it, but it's just a daily venting session with him. And it does not show strength. Let's just put it that way.
No, I agree completely. Yeah. And I think he'd be doing better if he dropped all the whining and complaining and was just.
But he can't help himself.
Being forward. I know it's pathological. He
it's
can't.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. And it's interesting because Kamala. We saw Kamala until recently. She had seemed like she had this massive windfall in the polling, and now it seems like that's kind of dropping off a bit. And we'll see with the debate. I don't think, unless she does amazingly at the debate, which I'm hyper skeptical of that, happening. I don't think this hiding away from the media, hiding policies, I don't think that strategy is going to work anymore.
Same. I agree. And in fact, I don't think that her so far one and only interview, sit down interview, should have been with Tim Walz. Like it did seem
not. Yeah.
It did seem like she used him as a safety blanket. And to be honest with you, he barely even spoke for much of it. She didn't need that safety blanket. It would have been far better if she just did the interview solo. So I don't know. I mean, she seems to have anxiety with being out in the public, with doing interviews, with doing speeches. She tends to, do the same speech off a teleprompter during her rallies. I've noticed that as well. And it doesn't make any sense to me because she was a prosecutor. I remember her, questioning Brett Kavanaugh during that Senate hearing. And she was confident, she was strong, she was well-spoken. And I don't know where that Kamala went, but she seems nervous. And so I don't think that's going to bode well for her. She's got to find that confidence again. And she needs to do more interviews and she needs to roll out more policies and she needs to differentiate herself from Donald Trump. And look, the one thing I'll give her credit for is she really hasn't been like other Democrats in that all they tend to focus on is how dangerous Trump is, how bad Trump is, how racist Trump is. Like that's all we kept hearing over and over again from Biden. Kamala seems to kind of brush that off. Like she was asked in that interview with Dana Bash about, something, I don't know, negative that Trump said about her. And she just brushed it off.
Regarding whether she was black or not.
Right. That's right. And I wondered, I'm like, is she going to lean into this and make a big deal about it? But she didn't. She just kind of laughed it off and moved on. And I think that's the right approach. Keep doing that and focus on what you want to do for the country, what you want to accomplish as president.
Well, the Kamala being anxious, that's a good point because she didn't seem to be that way back when she was a senator. We're assuming she wasn't that way when she was a prosecutor. And it's interesting to see that now and to wonder what's going on.
All of those environments are completely low stakes by comparison. This is do or die. She either becomes president. It's the end of her career if she doesn't become president.
Maybe it could be that's probably part of it. I wonder also part of it is that, the rumor, which seems to be true, is that, she has some Obama people that are really helping her with messaging. And they probably coached her, in my assessment, with that answer that she gave, which I agree with. I really like that answer that she kind of just, waved off the racism, and she hasn't been really focusing on that with Donald Trump. And I think that's all the correct move to make. And I'm wondering, whoever's running her campaign till recently, I think they've been, even if I disagree with things that they've been doing, I think they've been the right choice in terms of getting publicity and helping her in the polling. And I wonder if she sees that. And if a lot of those decisions are so against her instincts that now she's become paralyzed or too nervous to make a move without sort of having, the committee sign off on it.
Maybe, but I will say there was some messaging in her DNC speech that got me real excited because she Look, I think it's a good sign that she is leaning into her past as a prosecutor, as someone who went after transnational gangs and cartels and like
fascism.
Look, honestly, as a Californian, oh, that part of her speech got me real excited.
We're gonna throw all the criminals in jail, right?
Yes. So I like that a lot. And so what that messages to me real quick is I do think that the far left has lost some power. And so just going beyond the presidential election and what that portion of her speech meant, that was kind of a middle finger to the far left. And I enjoyed it.
A lot of the far left doesn't believe people just can be innately evil. They think society has somehow worked its hooks into them, and everything that they're doing is completely justified to lash out against whatever society has done to them. So they fundamentally see any sort of law enforcement as bad. They're skeptical of it
until they need it.
Well, yeah, look, they do call, and that is obviously what flips them over. But I'm kind of hoping that we are going to get into these nuanced conversations that we want to have on things like abortion and immigration, because the status quo of both sides being completely hyperbolic with one another is not going to cut it, because ultimately the American people want to come to some kind of resolution on these issues. That's why they're top of mind in this election. I mean, obviously the extremists want the policy to be something. Both sides have an extreme position that I don't think the general public is on board with. So it really is a matter of quieting those voices. And the election could help tremendously, because obviously both parties gain a lot of data once the election is held, and they understand where they stand and where they stand in the next election, and they tend to move accordingly with what that population wants. So
I hope so. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
If Kamala wins by moving towards the center, I do think that would be helpful for the Democrats to signal that they shouldn't be listening to the crazy far left woke people anymore.
I think there have been some examples that have signaled to the National Democratic Party that, hey, maybe we've been going in the wrong direction. So some of the changes in legislation that was recently passed in places like Seattle, Portland, mostly like West Coast coastal cities that fell to total crap, after 2020. And they realized, okay, so we thought these policies would work. The voters have now changed their minds because they've experienced the consequences of those policies, and now they're switching gears, which is great. LA is a little late to the game. Hopefully they wake up soon, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I do think that sends a message to Democrats on a national level that, hey, these policies have been tested and Democratic voters are now rejecting them. And I think it gives people like Kamala Harris a little more leeway in being dismissive of the far left. And I think that's a good thing.
Are you doing coverage on debate night? You have to be, right?
Yep, we are.
Do you guys watch the debate on stream, or do you talk about it afterwards?
So we probably won't watch it live on stream. It really depends on what the rules are, because this was the first election cycle where they're like, you're not allowed to stream it, so it depends. But we're definitely going to do analysis immediately after the debate wraps.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll probably do the same. I hope they do more debates, but I don't know. It seemed like pulling teeth just to get one debate out of them.
I know. I think they're going to maybe do two, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
They said that they haven't worked out the details for the second one yet, specifically, but they both said that they were supposed to do it. So we'll see.
I just hope that Kamala isn't underestimating her opponent. Like, that's the only way that I think she would fail, right? Like, if she just thinks it's going to be a cakewalk. I am a little bit worried because of that anxiousness that she's been demonstrating on the campaign trail and during her vice presidency. Trump is good at steamrolling. So I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. But if she is able to avoid like losing her nerve or letting him like get in her head, I think that she could potentially do really well.
Have you come out on the show and said who you're voting for? Like our audience got, well, not our audience, a bunch of people who can't stand us and never watch the show got mad because I said I would vote for Trump over Biden because Biden was basically just deteriorated and a bunch of people lost their minds. So it's kind of funny. People do want to pressure you into saying who you're going to vote for. I guess it's just kind of at TYT, it's kind of everybody just assumes you're going to vote for Kamala Harris no matter what. It's not really, they don't come in and question you.
I'm total. I mean, look, no, I have not endorsed anyone and I have not.
So you're like, are you an undecided voter?
Pretty much. Yeah. I'm either going to vote for Kamala or very likely just not vote at all, which wouldn't even matter because I'm in California where my vote doesn't matter. So it's, and look, honestly, here's the other kind of underlying debate that I'm dealing with internally. I kind of veered into this political activism lane that I didn't really realize I veered into until I was like fully in it and hated it. And I forgot what drew me into the work that I do to begin with, which was actual like storytelling, journalism, you know, investigating things and trying to figure out what the truth is. And I feel like hitching my wagon to one side or the other makes it harder to be objective in analyzing the news, if that makes any sense. I don't know. Of course,
like, no, yes. Look, Sitch has been saying this recently, and I know driving a bunch of people crazy. Yeah, exactly.
Wait, so Sitch hasn't?
Yeah, go ahead, Sitch. You tell her.
Wait, I was reading something. What did,
what
did you say?
Well, Sitch has been saying, look, I'm not going to vote because I feel like voting makes me more biased. And look, this is journalists used to not vote because of that. They used to say, look, I'm going to be interviewing these people. I don't want to be biased. So they try to be kind of above the fray. So I get that from a journalist perspective. I kind of like to torture myself, though. And I feel like this is really like a Sophie's choice election here. There's things to like about both of them, but there's things to hate about both of them, too. So I don't know, kind of being forced to choose between them. The thing that would really change my mind on Trump is if Trump came out and said, you know, I'm not going to be a sore loser or something to that effect. Like he's not going to challenge the institutions and try to tear down the institutions.
That's not going to happen.
Like, look,
he can't, like we said earlier, he really can't help himself. And I don't know if it's because he had a privileged upbringing and wasn't really told no often in life, but he really doesn't like to be told no. Like he does not like to accept defeat.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, there is that talk of America first, and you know, we kind of need these institutions, and you can't go around saying everything is failing. Pretty soon it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I guess I can't vote for Trump then. So I'm forced to make the other option. If I'm going to force myself to vote for one of these two candidates, then I'd be forced to vote for Kamala Harris.
That's hilarious. I mean, look, just don't force yourself to commit to one or the other right now. I mean, they haven't even had a single debate. So
of course not. But look, the problem that I find with Trump is I'm worried I'm going to vote for Trump and then Trump is going to lose and he's going to be a sore loser. It's going to bug the shit out of me that I actually voted for this guy. Because look, I don't like that sore loser stuff. And the 2020 election has been sore loser for 4 years here. So
it's just lame. Like it's not the characteristic of like a real leader. Like it's embarrassing. And I can't stand it. It really makes him look weak and pathetic. And it's amazing to me that like his hardcore supporters don't see it, right? Like that's not what a leader does. A real leader doesn't whine and cry about losing the election. But he just, again, can't help himself.
I can see his confidence just in his speeches because he does these these rallies like nearly every day, and you can see him pop up on YouTube. You can see his confidence is completely pegged to the polls. Like after the DNC, when Kamala had her honeymoon and Trump was down in the polls, and you could see the confidence level in his rallies was just, I mean, it was dwindling. But now that he's up in the polls, you can see his confidence level just completely rise again. So that's not necessarily a good position to be in as president.
I agree. And also, you know, he was a little more muted after the assassination attempt. And
for like 5 minutes.
I know. Well, okay. Sure, but I do think his behavior overall for a more extended period of time, I think he's now back to who he's always been, but he seemed a little less crazy and combative. And I think we underestimate how traumatic that experience was. And he didn't really have any time to genuinely process it. Like, think about it. Someone nearly killed that guy.
I know.
Like, I mean, half an inch in the wrong direction, he's gone. He's dead. And like, you have to come to terms with that. And you have to come to terms with the fact that there are people out there who genuinely want to murder you. Like, that is traumatic. So I think that kind of changed his behavior for some time, but I don't know. Now he does seem back to same old Trump. You know, he's doing what he's doing. His speeches it's a mix of unhinged, whiny, but also hilarious. And people get mad at me for saying that, but Homeboy's hilarious. He's really funny, whether it's intentional or unintentional. I don't care. Like, he says insane things that tend to be funny.
Do you, if Trump does win, I do think obviously TYT will be in far better financial situation because like he's like the gift that keeps on giving. I don't know about
that. No, I don't know about that. And the reason why I say that is because, look, are we really going to lie to ourselves about like legacy media and where their loyalties are? Like, legacy media despises Donald Trump. And so they're going to do wall-to-wall negative coverage on Trump should he get elected.
Right.
And so like the idea like, ooh, someone that we're going to rail against is going to win. And if he wins, then it's going to do, you know, gangbusters for our numbers. That's not necessarily true. In fact, we didn't experience that after he won in 2016. And it was because, you know, New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, MSNBC, there were just so many sources out there that were anti-Trump.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you're basically competing with the mainstream media, and the TYT brand is really the mainstream media gets it wrong and we're going to get it right. So if the mainstream media is out there catering to everyone's hate of Trump, you're just another voice in the crowd.
I think the correct lane for TYT, and again, we'll see if I'm right about this, is let's just try to get to the bottom of the truth rather than be obsessed with cheerleading for one side or the other. Like, that's at least what I'm trying to do with how I present the stories, what my analysis is. You know, I don't know if there's really an audience for that, but I'm about to see.
Well, I think if a right winger is listening to the show and Cenk goes on one of his rants about how all Republicans are racist and like nobody checks him on that, I think that person ends up leaving and thinking, okay, this is just another left-wing people in the bubble show. I'm not really going to get anything out of it. All they're going to do is rail on conservatives. But like when you check Cenk, I think people think, oh, wow, this is something interesting is going on here. It was kind of like Robbie and Brianna Joy Gray, I mean, they would go at it and have really interesting, fiery debates, but you've kind of already got yourself like a Brianna Greyjoy, like sitting right next to you. You could just,
oh my God,
you could be in that Robbie role. We love Robbie.
No. I think in my context, I would be the Brianna Joy Gray, wouldn't I?
No.
Oh,
no.
Because of the
the audience is more in line.
The truth is the truth, though. The truth is the truth, though. And look, I do every once in a while. It's funny because I would go into the comments for Brianna and Robbie, and the audience pretty much was for Brianna, even though
Really?
I would, yeah, I would perceive
it would be mixed. Some videos like there'd be flooded with people, I guess, that were not regular viewers that hated her guts, but sometimes, yeah, they would be wildly supportive of her. So I don't know.
I just, it's interesting because with Brianna Joy Gray, oftentimes like she would have the side or take the side that I mostly agreed with, but it was the style of debate that she engaged in that bothered me, because it was just so disrespectful to Robbie. And even if Robbie was saying something I disagreed with, I felt like he deserved to at least be able to make his case. And then if he was able to make his case, she would immediately like follow up by strawmanning what he just said and then like steamrolling him. And it was just like, this doesn't feel like an actual exchange. It feels like one person steamrolling the other. But yeah, I hope I don't do that on the show.
Well, hold on. Maybe you should reach out to her. I don't, is Brianna doing anything? Why don't you get her on TYT once a week?
No, I will not be doing that.
Why? Why?
Let's just leave it there.
The numbers. I mean, the hardest thing is like, if you're in this situation that you're hated and you like feel hated and the numbers aren't working, like the financial incentive isn't there, like that's the ultimate pain. But look, if I'm hated and we're making money, I'm not sure I really care about that so much. So
that's true.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Maybe you just got to lean into it more. Maybe you really do got to start doing some heavy punching.
Look, I don't want to. Okay, so I just want to. I want to be me. I don't want to have like a, this is my strategy. Like, I just want to move forward with what I think is the right course of action. And if it works out, great. If it doesn't work out, I think I do have to make a decision, because I really don't want to hurt TYT.
Really?
Yeah, why would I want to hurt TYT? I like.
Well, no. I just, I mean, it sounds like you're talking about possibly fielding job offers or something like that. So
yeah,
this is, I don't know if I'd be saying this publicly if you're thinking about that kind of thing. I don't know.
Let me be clear. I'm not fielding job offers right now at all. But like, I just don't want to be in this constant like state of distress that I'm doing something that's hurting other people. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, and I get that. Obviously, look, nobody wants to be in that kind of position. But I mean, this is a kind of a stranger situation, because we are talking about politics, and in the political realm, I mean, people are always a little bit hurt, a little bit, disgruntled. So I don't necessarily know if that's a bad thing. Our audience is always getting pissed at us for all kinds of things. And I just, I don't lose any sleep at night over it.
But you guys have fostered a certain type of audience where there's an expectation that there's going to be disagreement, but that's what it's about, right? It's about actually exploring these issues, knowing that there's going to be disagreement, but there's an intellectual curiosity, like, of wanting to know what all the different sides actually believe, what their arguments really are, rather than what the straw man of their arguments are. And I think I really got wrapped up in the partisanship, and unfortunately, I don't begrudge my audience when they're upset with me at all, because think about it. I mean, it's been many, many years of me having positions and views that weren't fully informed, to be honest. And so
say state lines for us just one time, Anna. Come on, do it just for old time's sake.
Straight line. But by the way, and then what ends up happening is you build up this like stereotype of your opponents.
Of course, yes.
And you think you know exactly what they think, when in reality you might not know what they think on a certain issue. You're just painting a picture of what they think that's totally inaccurate. But so yeah,
I love this though, because look, you've created Mount Everest in front of you. And I love an impossible challenge. And you have an impossible challenge. You have all of these people that are completely just in the bubble. Like TYT is their safe space. All of a sudden
I
you're
messed
like,
it up for them.
No, you did. Look, you're looking at this completely wrong. You're looking at this completely wrong. It is
maturing them.
Yeah, it is a challenge. There's a tough, this is like a tough love type situation where I don't look, and you say you don't want to strategize about it, but look, how is this any different than talking about politics to strategize like why Kamala Harris is going to win or why Trump is going to win? I mean, life is about strategy. Like how you embrace that strategy is important. So I don't know. I don't know the right answer. I think it's like obviously it's a fascinating thing. You guys keep getting, I mean, other creators are making response videos. So you're constantly piercing like the right-wing bubble. You're constantly getting into their feeds.
It's amazing. Like their response videos do better than our original video that sparked the response videos. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I think.
Well, that's because it's something new. I mean, that's the thing. Look, you look at the numbers on Breaking Points or what's Robbie and The Hill Rising. Like they're kind of trying to do the same thing. They've got a left and a right perspective. And Sitch and I both. I'm on the left. Sitch is on the left. It's like in some cases it's weird because Sitch is like further on the left than me, and in some cases I'm further on the left than him. But we still have a giant right wing audience because we are careful to like say their honest argument, not the straw man version of their argument, the real argument that they're talking about, and we discuss that in detail. I just think if there was more of that on TYT, you would continue to grow a more heterodox audience. Which is funny because everyone calls that right wing now. Anything that's like heterodox is right wing now. All these disaffected liberals or homeless liberals are considered right wing. But I just think you grow that audience. And look, Cenk is in a position. Cenk is like Brianna Greyjoy, but you don't feel bad like beating up on him. Like you really can punch Cenk and not feel the least bit upset about it.
I mean, Cenk is just a super strong person, right?
Yeah, and, I know. I love it.
Like, yeah, I love it too. And I like the fact that I can engage in those kinds of debates with him. And it's funny because people think like, oh my God, what Anna's days are numbered, you know? And it's like, you have no idea. My days.
Look, lean into that. Let's talk strategy here. Like, I think. Look,
it makes for good content, doesn't it?
That's true.
I love the movie The Prestige. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie The Prestige. It's a Christopher Nolan movie and it's about magic. And he says in the very beginning of the movie, he's like, magic works because you want to believe it. He's like, I'm going to tell you the honest to God truth. All this is bullshit. I'm going to tell you how it works all the way through, but you're not going to believe it because you don't want to believe it, right? This is the same thing. Like you should totally lean in. Look, I'm talking strategy here. Look, I'm talking about the magic being made here, but it's all bullshit. Like I would lean into that. I would like talk to Cenk every day on the air about how you're fielding job offers and how your days are numbered here. It would be so much fun. It would be so much fun. And just tell them straight up, look, I'm staying here. I'm not going anywhere. Just keep them guessing. And the numbers would be they would be in the stratospheric, not catastrophic.
We'll see. I mean, look, I've gotten more comfortable pushing back because now that I know that we have members and we have people watching who are either moderates or they're like center right, whatever. I don't want them to be smeared. And so if I feel like they're being smeared, I'll try to push back. And I've been doing that more and more. I just think we should be fair, right? And we should, again, try to understand what the real arguments being made are. And I think that there is truth in that in both parties, in both bases, there are people doing and saying horrible things. But those individuals are not representative of the entire electorate on each side. It is a tiny group of people who I think are being utilized to paint a picture of all the voters on one side or the other. And so I want him to be cognizant of that because it's so easy. Like the Trump rally interviews, right? Like where you have a reporter, we have a reporter who would go to the Trump rally interviews and like interview a bunch of people, and some of them say unhinged things. And I feel like there's a very real effort to like take those few people and paint a picture of like all Trump voters. But I think most people in this country who vote Democrat have Trump supporters in their family. And I don't know, are those family members like crazy, unhinged, like insurrectionists? My guess is they're not. Yeah. So I would take a good hard look at like people in your own personal life who happen to vote differently from you. Would you paint them in that picture or in that way? I certainly wouldn't. And that kind of woke me up. The other thing that woke me up is you look at a state like Florida, that's the state that voted to elect Obama, not just the first time, but also the second time. And now you're going to turn around and tell me that all those people who voted for this nation's first Black president are now like deeply racist and hateful? Really? Come on.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. I heard you bring that one up with Cenk too.
Yeah, I mean, just
it kind of stopped him for a second. He was like, let me think.
Yeah, like we have to meet people we have to give people some grace. I think we all have made some mistakes in recent
Obama.
years.
Jeez.
I mean, I loved Obama's speech. Whatever. I thought it was a great speech. I
God, I miss Obama.
How much honestly, like I think about the crap I would complain about like during the Obama administration, and I would kill to go back to those years. Like, right?
The neoliberal fascist confirmed wants to go back to the porter-in-chief Obama.
A lot of the right wingers spin Obama as being divisive, and I don't see it at all. Yeah.
They always cite that he said that Trayvon Martin looks like he could have been his son.
I know.
And
it's like the one thing he said. Yes.
But I don't see why that's, first of all, it's literally the one thing that people cite, but I don't really see how that was like the most offensive thing in the world. Like, if he had a son, he probably would look like Trayvon Martin. Like, why is that a big deal? Anyway.
Right. Yeah. Look, you've been very generous with your time. I want to give you an out if you want to mosey along, but yeah, it's obviously
read you some positive comments too if you want to stick around for a little bit. But
you can give me negative ones too. You don't have to just give me positive ones.
I think they're mostly positive. Well, okay. I'm gonna ban anyone that gives a negative comment. So
no, don't do that.
You guys are super good about not banning anyone too. Cenk always responds. Like he gets the comments that are like very critical of him, and he totally responds. I mean, I think that's good. So
yeah, I do too. I think, you should foster, if I'm saying that I want to foster the kind of environment where people are free to speak their minds, then I'm not going to ban people for disagreeing with me. But I don't want to be smeared either. So like, just, be fair.
He always takes the mantle of, what is it? The most honest man in America, or the most honest show in America and stuff like that. And I'm always thinking, Anna's like 10 times better than you, Cenk. Jeez.
Yeah, he said something about how he's the fairest man in America.
Yeah, the fairest. That's it. Yeah. I'm like, what are you talking about? You use the stereotype fair, all the time.
Snow White, like attractive. Who's the fair man in America?
He uses the stereotype all the time. You got to take that mantle away from him, Anna. He's stealing your mantle from you.
I'll let the people decide.
Okay. It's a good answer. Eagle Shit Ox for $5 says, as a man with conservative convictions, I'd rather listen to Anna Kasparian than a mediocre rage-baiting right-wing content creator. Keep on growing.
Yeah, look at that. Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
See, some other people do get bored by the same talking points as well on the right. They're like, look, I've heard this a million times. Let's move along.
Phil, that remains. Hey, Phil for $20. Thank you so much. Phil says, I find Anna charismatic and I like her, but it's super frustrating to hear her say things that others have been saying and have been called the worst names for it. I know she's going through it now, but that's not a consolation. It's not a consolation.
No, I totally get that. And there's a lot of truth to that. So, I mean, that's why I say over and over again, I can't be too upset at the backlash I'm getting, because it's what I've fostered, among left-wing voters and my own audience. So I was wrong about a lot of things. And it's because I had a certain, group of sources that I trusted, and they weren't giving me the full story. And I'm not just placing the blame on anyone else other than me. I should have done my due diligence.
Based. Spider-Man for 8 months says Anna Kasparian truth pill arc. Look at that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, here's the real hard question right here. Lucifer Doberman for 20 Canadian. Thank you, Lucifer says,
I saw that.
Is Anna A team or S class?
Answer carefully here.
All right, I have a lot of love for both of you, but I got to go with A team. I got to go with A team, and I'll tell you why.
My goodness.
I'll tell you why.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, heartbreaking.
I thought she was going to give the political answer. Anna, you didn't have to do this.
No.
Thank you.
I'm going to tell you why, though, because before I had ever come on your show, I came across a stream that you guys had done about me, and it was after like I got all this backlash from other left-wing streamers, and you guys were trying to figure out what was going on with me. And Adam, who I had never like spoken to before, just knew exactly what I was going through internally. Like it was so perceptive and so correct, and I was like amazed by that. So yeah.
I think I probably remember what it was too. It was when I was talking about how like you had thought that you got into this business to make change in the world, and somehow that change never materialized for you.
Yeah, you even said, Anna's like Sisyphus. And I was like, yes. Like, it was insane. So I was really impressed by that. And I'm like, this guy is super intuitive and smart. And like, so are you, Sitch. But that really left a big impression.
Sitch is smart in like an autistic way. That is like weaponized autism for us all.
Wow. I mean, it's true, but wow. Okay.
Yeah.
What I commend you for, Sitch, is your fairness. Because like even in situations where fairness is not something that most people can even engage in, like you're able and willing to do that. Adam, when you decide that someone has wronged you,
oh yes.
Oh my God.
Oh yes. Yeah. I'm not taking any guff. That's for sure.
T Quez Graham for $20 says, tell Anna to be careful. She doesn't want to become a fascist. There you go.
I'll do my best.
Yeah. I think we can all avoid the fascism.
There you go. Phil remains for another $20. Thank you, Phil. Says, being fair is all the right has wanted for over a decade.
True.
Fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, look, listen. Well, I guess you say over a decade. I mean, obviously, I don't think the right was fair to Obama for most of his presidency. And, the whole, again, if I feel like if it was just about fairness, you'd have this acknowledgement about some of the things that Trump has done that were incorrect, that were wrong. The withholding aid to prevent, to try to get Ukraine to investigate Joe Biden was super fucked up. Obviously the elector scheme was super fucked up. So
denying Obama Supreme Court justice was super fucked up.
That's another good example, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
that didn't seem very fair, but
right. I don't agree that it's like a one-sided, like just about fairness.
A lot of times when you're out of power, what you really want is fairness. But then as soon as you're in power, you're like, your perspective changes a bit. But anyway, look.
We got to get back to a place where, regardless of political identity, we have a shared identity as Americans. I think that we've totally lost that. And there's just a lack of, there's a lack of respect for one another that I think has been super toxic. And I'm trying to do better with that. But I don't know if you guys have kind of been experiencing this. I've definitely noticed it about myself as I've gotten older. And it started with a story we covered about these Polish LARPers who were LARPing Americans from like rural parts of the country. They like would dress and act like whatever rednecks and what so we covered the story and I was like super triggered by it. And I was like, F these people, who do they think they are? These are our people. They're trashing them. Like I got really upset. And then I noticed the same thing with a story we did this week about, Xi Jinping had visited San Francisco for some sort of like economic summit, and Newsom had like cleaned up the areas of San Francisco where he was going to be in and everything. It was like a big story. But the update to the story was that it turns out through this like lengthy Washington Post investigation that China had basically paid for and orchestrated like counter protesters, like literal Chinese diaspora, people who came here from China, now live here. He organized them and paid for them to basically show up and fight the American protesters who were protesting Xi Jinping's visit.
No way. Wow.
And I got so mad because I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. You guys came here from China and you're supportive of the current government of China. Like, you think that the current government of China is better, to the point where you're like willing to carry out physical violence against American citizens for simply protesting his visit. Why are you here? Like, why are you here? I want to understand. Like, if you think that country is better than the country you're currently in, why did you decide to come here? It's like the weirdest thing ever.
Well, they may be getting support from back home. Like, we don't necessarily know the situation. Like, China could be setting people up long term to immigrate to America, but still keeping ties back in China. We don't know that that's not happening. So,
yeah, I have no idea, but it just like bothered me that they were violent with the protesters. Like, one of the there was like a group of elderly protesters, like in their 70s and stuff, and they were like beaten up.
Wow.
It was crazy. Yeah.
Look, it's your best friend, Actual Justice Warrior, for $10.
What's up, Sean?
He says, I wasn't going to super chat, but for some reason watching this, I just hear a voice in my head saying, give me the money. You give me the money. Okay. Also, they won't be building more houses. So
look,
there you go.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Right.
I caught Sean strawmanning Kamala Harris on Twitter, and I called him out for it. He's still, I think, a little angry about it, but
okay.
We had some back and forth about it. Look, I think Sean and I agree on a lot of economics, so.
Hippo-sized cat for $10 says, I don't have a shred of respect for any of you. Respect isn't a strong enough word. No, I love you all.
Oh,
and to keep up the good work. A-Team reigns supreme. Also, when's Sitch doing his face reveal?
Yeah, when's that happening?
Good question.
Anyways. I asked Sitch if I could send a... I asked Sitch about sending a photo of him to you, Anna, just so you would know what he looks like, and he wouldn't let me do it. I was like...
Well, I thought it was weird. I was like, why?
It's not weird.
For this or something? And he's like, no, I just want her to know you're not a weirdo. I was
Anna,
like, okay,
I don't think you're a weirdo.
You have a relation.
By the way, I totally get it. Like, I mean, once you enjoy that,
don't indulge him. Come on,
indulge me.
Anna.
Yes.
There's a certain comfort in that anonymity, right? Like, I don't even know what your name is, Sitch. Like, your real name.
It's beautiful. It's wonderful. Yeah.
I'm a little jealous.
I could be like a 300-pound, like sweaty, guy in a dress, completely unwashed, and no one would even know. It's totally fine.
His real name is Boaz.
Well, the word on the street is that you were working on those gains, right?
Oh, oh god. See, now I can't do the face reveal until I worked on the gains appropriately. There you go.
Look, it's an internet friendship or whatever, but you have a relationship. It's nice to know what someone actually looks like, so you can at least imagine a face in your head when you're talking to them.
Just imagine my smiling avatar with his horrible teeth.
Nobody wants to imagine that.
Okay.
But anyway, someday I'll talk him into it, Anna.
Someday. Dash the Simple for $10 says, what would have been Anna's specific plan to the prison issue before Gavin Newsom let people out? It seems like you got what you wanted, but did not like the results.
Well, first of all, there is one silver lining in what's happening in California that I did do a story on. So they did open up a state prison that focuses more on like the reforms that I thought the left generally wanted, right? Like, okay, how do we help these people reform and, more importantly, be ready to be productive members of society once they're out? Like, how do we not only try to rehabilitate them and put them in an environment that doesn't just simply punish them, right? That doesn't just treat them like crap, but helps them reform, rehabilitate, and then transition them into gainful employment. So they aren't really tempted to reoffend once their sentence is up. So that's a good example of something that I think has, by the way, shown some results already. And I would like to see that on a more on a wider scale, I guess. But what I don't agree with is what we did during COVID, which was just oh, let's just release everybody and then shut the prisons down at a time when we have all the businesses closed because we're in the middle of a global pandemic, when housing is unaffordable and they're going to have a difficult time finding a place to live. And a lot of these people who were released were prosecuted and convicted of really serious crimes, okay, including homicide, including murder, including rape. Like the idea of just like releasing them and saying like, be on your way, good luck. That's not fair to the people living in the state, number one. And that's not a reform. That's not really doing anything other than releasing a bunch of people and then giving yourself a pat on the back for de-incarceration.
I think people often simplify the problem too much, especially with the like criminal justice stuff. For me, there's like two populations. There's the person that gets in trouble with the law, they get some sort of punishment, and they're straight as an arrow for the rest of their life. And then there's the people who don't give a fuck about the law, right? They're completely going to be repeat offenders for the rest of their lives. So they need to be incarcerated until they're old enough that it's not going to be a problem. It just seems intuitively like we could take this understanding of the situation into effect and make a prison that is for first-time offenders and a prison that is for repeat offenders, right? Like everybody goes into the first-time offender prison, and that place, you can literally focus on reform because you don't know which type of person the person is, whether or not they're going to end up in the repeat offender prison or whether or not they're going to go on the straight and narrow. So the problem is so many people, they get shuttled into the prison system, and I think they might be on the line. They might be more inclined to go the straight and narrow path, but they go so far down the criminal path that they just end up in the repeat offender like path forever.
Yeah, I do agree that the issue is way more complicated than people make it out to be. My favorite was trying to decipher what prison abolitionists really meant and like whether they're genuinely in favor of just abolishing prisons so they don't exist. Yeah. Because, you know, there's a lot of examples internationally speaking of that happening and working out, except there are zero. So
yeah,
like,
I was going to say where.
Yeah, so it was just like, okay, why are we engaging in ridiculous magical thinking? Like this is a genuine issue that we need to find genuine solutions for. And it's just, I think that whole debate ended up getting hijacked by, I don't even know what the motive is. Like, I don't know why they're preaching about prison abolition. It's just such a nonsensical solution to a very real issue. But since it kind of went from, you know, possible common sense reforms to like crazy extreme things being proposed, I think that issue got hijacked and we started implementing things that just have not worked out. They just haven't. And so we've abandoned, by the way, we need to reform our prisons overall too. Like, I don't think that people should have to be placed in like these torture chambers where like they're going to get raped and they're going to get abused. Like that's not going to rehabilitate anybody. So if there are people in prison right now who stand a chance of rehabilitation, if we actually had like a decent prison system, well, then that's not happening because we have spent like very little time, very little energy, very little resources in reforming the prison systems overall.
Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah.
Angry Bellsprout for $20 says, Anna did a video about rape as a weapon of war against men in Africa. She admitted that only women victims get access to resources. Great take. Before I saw years of Anna defending commie BS. Glad she's on a redemption arc. Heart emojis.
I don't even remember that story. I wonder when we did that. All right.
Sly Goose 77 for $2 says Anna Kasparian most attractive clavicles on YouTube. Well, there you go.
Oh, thank you.
Clavicle game is top tier.
Thanks.
Sammy G for $10. Hey, Sammy says, I wish we could swap Kamala out for Anna. I would gladly vote and fund Anna presidency. She's such a breath of fresh air, fresh air to listen to. Wonderful stream treat today.
Thank you, Sammy. I appreciate that. Sammy's a hottie, by the way. Like, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but.
Oh, really? You've seen the pictures?
I have.
Would you be running for the microphone to do an interview? Would you be? I mean, it's so hard to say because you're not experiencing the stakes at this moment. So
I know, but I'm a conversationalist. Like I love conversation. So I feel like I would lean into that as much as I could because it's fun. Like I'm not afraid of questions. And I think people get worked up in the anticipation because they're worried that they're going to be challenged on something where maybe they got something wrong in the past. And I think you are able to like build confidence in being able to admit when you've gotten something wrong. You know, I get that it's a little different when you're running for president because you're supposed to pretend like you're perfect and you've never gotten anything wrong. But I actually think people would find it refreshing if Kamala, for instance, did an interview and they asked her about the whole border czar thing. And she acknowledges that she was named the border czar under Biden. Like, why are we pretending like that wasn't a thing? It was definitely a thing. And if I were in her shoes, I would say, look, as vice president, I do not have the power to unilaterally fix our broken immigration system. This is something that needs to be done through legislation, through Congress. And by the way, I mean, when it comes to Biden's executive order, it stands today, but the ACLU is already suing to reverse that executive order.
Really?
Yeah, because it's not legislation. When it's not legislation, it's an executive order. It's way easier for that executive order to be reversed in the courts.
Wow. Why do you think Kamala hasn't brought up that they've done the executive order at all?
I think that she is in her mind, walking a fine line, because while to some extent she's been willing to kind of like brush off progressives and like the far left, I think the immigration issue is where she feels some hesitation and discomfort, right? Because I don't think the far left of the Democratic Party or even the progressives are in favor of that executive order. To be clear, I am, because there was a problem, okay? When you have 500,000 people coming in just 1 month, and we already have this insane backlog of people who need to have their asylum case heard before the courts, we need to do something. So I didn't think that the executive order was a bad thing, but I think she's worried about what that messaging might do to, you know, her poll numbers.
I mean, she had some ads that were pretty hard hitting on immigration, but I guess those ads she can target in certain places. And if she comes out and just makes a statement, then who knows where it goes. Which, I mean, there's some evidence they're doing that, obviously. So
yeah. And look, honestly, I think every Democratic voter, everyone who identifies as a Democrat is going to show up and vote for her. So I don't think she needs to be as anxious or terrified about saying something that appears to be more moderate when it comes to issues like immigration.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. But she did that catastrophic 60-minute ad or 60-minute interview where they did talk about immigration and the border and whatnot. So maybe she would totally blow it. It's hard to say.
Spencer Harmon for $20. Thank you, Spencer. Says, I've had a 180 on Anna from 3 to 4 years ago, particularly you guys and Sean and Actual Justice Warrior to thank for that. We don't agree, but I appreciate the difference in perspective. So
thank you.
Yeah, you guys got to watch TYT more too, because Anna's like, it's just a matter of time before she really takes off the gloves with Jank and puts him in the Brianna Greyjoy chair.
No.
Gives him a real scolding.
Oh my
That's
God.
what he needs, Anna. Come on. You know you want to do it.
No.
It's funny. You see some of these videos and people are like, oh, Anna's employment is on the line here. She's talking to her boss.
I know that, by the way, that is also kind of an uncomfortable dynamic because he is my boss. But
are you worried that he would look? I would push it. I'd be like, fire me. Do it. Do it. Fire me.
No, I'm not worried about that.
Oh, you gonna fire me?
I do think sometimes I got to keep my cool, right? I don't like when we start yelling at each other.
Sure.
But yeah, anyway.
Look, I used to feel that way too, but I just, fuck it. It's more fun when you just let go, when you just lean into it. And look, there is real
I'm thinking about firing you and replacing
there is real no downside to leaning into it. So I know, look, the YouTube rewards that kind of stuff. It really does. Everybody loves it. They do love it. But
people love drama and they like conflict. So
they do.
I can see how that would do better in terms of numbers and stuff. But I still got to do a show with him, and we like each other a lot, and I want to keep it that way. But at the same time, we do have some disagreements, and I'm gonna lean into those disagreements. Just got to maybe be a little more tactful. I don't know.
Do you think about it later? Because I've read that this is a difference between men and women, that like women often can't let go of interpersonal conflict. Like it bothers them for like weeks on end, where guys, they're raised, well, I don't know if it's probably more genetic, but they engage with one another in conflict constantly, and they are able to shake it off faster, just let it go and be like, okay, well, it's over.
Yeah, I don't really hold grudges, to be honest with you. Like, more than anything, if someone has like really wronged me, I'll just learn my lesson and I just won't trust them again. But the kind of people who hold on to grudges tend to be pretty miserable. So I try to just let it go. I mean, I'll be upset for a little while and then I'll let it go.
Sometimes you seem stronger on that kind of stuff than me. Like sometimes I'm like, I don't want to create conflict, but.
Who was the guy you guys had on recently? I caught you midstream, and he was very upset with you, Adam, for not being clear. He wanted you to be clear about like what your views are, and I was just like, I feel like he is. I don't know why he felt like you were hiding something. Yeah. It
was Connor. Yeah, Connor. I messed up in that stream because I really should have. Well, I didn't want to get. Sitch was completely right. Like him demanding to know my point of view when I talk about my point of view, like all day long, every day, and just him wanting me to condense it for him just seemed like I was giving him a win that he didn't deserve. So I didn't want to do it. But in hindsight, I probably should have just summarized my position, because a lot of people saw that as evasive, but whatever.
I didn't see it that way. I saw it as you being frustrated that he misrepresented you and you didn't want to like play his game.
Totally.
Yeah,
totally.
By the way, I have to say something before I forget. You guys really did me dirty with something. Yeah. So you guys did a stream, I don't know, months and months ago about some law tuber named Nick Rekieta. And I thought it was like such a juicy story that I started like reading about it myself and watching some videos about it. And now I'm like, it's like my guilty pleasure drama. I've been following very closely. And I like know who Aaron Imholt is from Steel Toe Morning Show. Who, by the way, like did
he was just indicted, for revenge porn.
He did revenge porn on his stream, and he like ended up getting indicted for it. That story is like the gift that keeps on giving. It is
How
amazing.
did he do revenge porn on his stream? What are you talking? How do you do that?
Okay, so this is what happened. Finally, we talk about the issues that matter.
Yeah,
so,
of course.
So Nick Rekieta was this, or is this, like law tuber who became more and more prominent as he was covering high profile cases like the Amber Heard Johnny Depp one. I think the Kyle Rittenhouse one as well. I didn't know about him until you guys covered that whole thing that happened recently. But so he and his wife end up swinging with Aaron Imholt and his wife. Aaron Imholt is the host of that Steel Toe Morning Show thing in Minnesota. So they all live in Minnesota. They start swinging. What appears to have happened is they seem to have like kicked Aaron Imholt out of the polycule or whatever.
Oh my God.
But they were sharing messages with each other on Signal. And I guess Nick Rekieta's wife had shared some racy images of herself in that Signal chat. Aaron Imholt saved it, and then after,
he showed those on stream.
He didn't show them, but he sent one of the photos to another person that was on his stream, and like they were talking about the image, and he said something along the lines of like, your boy didn't do too bad, did he? Or something like that.
Oh,
and
wow.
so, and by the way, this entire time he's been like really running his mouth about the Recadas and about his now ex-wife. And so I was like, man, you are playing with fire because you have done some stuff on your stream that I'm sure they can use against you. And guess what? They did. And so he ended up getting it. I mean, they don't know how to stop. It's amazing. Like, it's the train wreck that you can't look away from. I even started reading Kiwi Farms about it. Like, I've
oh my God,
you've gone down a dark path. Like,
I know.
It's so funny because like after we covered it, kind of the original drama, I haven't like really bothered to keep up on any of these updates.
What,
so
Sitch? How dare you?
It's funny that you've
so
become
good.
like so engrossed in this.
Everyone needs a distraction. It's like the perfect distraction after like a long day of, producing and hosting TYT. I get to come home and it's like, oh, what's the latest?
It's a juicy drama. Yeah, I see Nate the Lawyer talking about it all the time. I'll have to catch up on it. But, okay, that's hilarious.
We'll see if Ricada gets out of it. So I'm not sure.
Yeah,
we've had Ricada on the show before. Sitch argued with Ricada over the elector stuff, right? The Trump elector stuff.
The electors and the Rumble Fuentes stuff.
We did one stream with him that got so frustrating because he kept getting drunker and drunker and drunker.
Yeah, that was an insane conversation. But,
well, look, I'm not sure you saw that stream because it went over to Rumble and like we never reposted
it was on our side. So. Oh no, wait, we didn't.
No, yeah,
oh, you're right.
We just went on his stream, but
that's right.
Someone's asking if I've subbed to I haven't subbed to any of this stuff. I just know about the channels and I keep up with them. But Potentially Criminal, yes, I am familiar with that channel.
He's been on our show too.
Yeah,
he's a good guy.
Yeah. Stuck for $5 says, Anna, I have an idea. When you say things you think your audience will dislike, just say it sarcastically so they think you're joking.
Well,
no, I want to be clear. I want to be clear
in their little faces, make them cry. Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thank you. Says, Anna, I'd sub to your show. I appreciate your honest approach and reasonable takes. I was not a fan before, but my opinion of you has drastically changed over the last year. Plus, the internet wants an honest actor on the left.
They do. Yes. Look.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing and then we'll see what happens.
Are you wouldn't say you suffer from TDS, right?
I don't think I do. I think I see Trump for who and what he really is. And I think that I understand what his supporters find appealing about him, but I also see his flaws, and his flaws are real. Okay. And I don't think that it's right to minimize those flaws. I think that there are wonderful things about our country, including our democratic process. Even our democratic process is flawed, but it's still a beautiful thing that we should want to protect, right? And so for me, his unwillingness to respect, our institutions, our democratic process, all of that, like, really bothers me. And I do see those as his flaws. But I do think there's also a lot of like hyperbolic garbage out there about him, including, associating him with Project 2025 when the Heritage Foundation, like, this is the thing that drives me crazy. Okay. Heritage Foundation has been putting out similar documents every presidential election cycle dating back, I don't even know, dating back many, many years. And Democrats have never taken what this think tank has put out and attached it to the Republican candidate. But they did it this time around, and I think they did it dishonestly, and that really bothers me because I think there's enough factual information about Trump that you can talk about and attack him on. Making things up makes me lose complete trust and respect, right? And so Project 2025, they were working on that before Trump even said that he was going to run in the Republican primaries. But they're acting as if like Trump sat down and wrote it himself. And it doesn't matter how many times he has condemned it and said that he wants nothing to do with it. They'll either say, oh, he hasn't condemned it. He hasn't distanced himself from it. And then,
what do you mean? He's running from it.
But then when he does, oh, we don't believe him. He's lying. And it's like, okay, well,
what's the point? Yeah,
exactly. That's hilarious.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, thanks so much for the $20. Says the Sitch and Adam audience is the best audience. Some say better than most, or so I'm told. I don't say this, but some have. They have a big, beautiful audience, and it really is something, let me tell you. Well, thank you, J-Mac.
Yeah, that's great.
Drew Diamond for $2 says, regarding the Obama thing, wrong, we hate Barack's divisive socialism.
Socialism?
Well, even that is...
I don't know what that means, but...
He was a big proponent of neoliberal economic policies. I wouldn't say he was a socialist.
Right.
He didn't exactly implement Medicare
socialism
for
was
all.
Obamacare. What do you mean? Making
By the way,
people buy private
Obamacare.
health insurance
that
is
was
socialism.
Okay, Obamacare was first implemented in Massachusetts
Yes.
under Mitt Romney, and it was written by the Heritage Foundation, the same
by Project 2020.
right-wing.
That's
It's
hilarious.
amazing.
Yep. Thal for $20 says, thank you. Says, Adam, this makes Anna Kasparian the hottest woman on the internet forever. Anna is greater than AOC. Sorry, Adam.
The Ricada stuff? Like the fact
No,
that
the
I follow
A-team
it?
stuff,
I think
obviously.
the A-team support.
Oh, got it.
I think
got
the
it.
A-team
Nice.
support.
All right, guys, it's my brother's birthday, and I'm about to meet my
Look,
family for
you've
dinner.
been great
Happy
for
birthday,
yeah.
yes.
Thanks for
Thank you,
coming
thank you.
on. You're always welcome on the show. Just punch Jank a little harder this week for us because we love seeing it. So
There you go.
Thank you, guys. It was fun talking with you all. Have a good show.
take care.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Later. Well, that was fun.
That was fun.
Yes. Okay, let me read the rest of the 20 and up, and then we'll get back to the video. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. That one guy Toad for $50. Thanks so much. Has got over a huge life hurdle recently as I just sent my little brother to college. And I have to say thank you to both of you for your sanity and perspective on topics I would have thought small-minded of. Here's a half a decade of Sitch and Adam. Well, thank you so much. And I'm glad to hear that you were able to send your brother to college. That's fantastic.
That is.
That's great.
Very
Congratulations. And we're glad that we could provide you a little bit of sanity and perspective. And thank you so much for another 20 gifted memberships they just gave us. Thank you.
Nice.
JMac for $20. Thank you so much, Circuit Father. Says, kids add wonderment too. My kids keep me young because now people don't look at me weird for playing on the playground.
Well, look, so different people have different temperament for kids, obviously. So I have a feeling that I gave my mom a lot of gray hairs probably in her early 30s because I was such a terror, but yeah.
I think the most interesting thing that came out of us talking to Anna was finding out that she's deeply following the Ricada drama. That is
I know.
That's hilarious. They should do a segment on TYT.
They should look. I think her going back and forth with Brianna Joy Gray could be some awesome content, to be honest with you.
Oh my God. That would be hilarious. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it'd get to a screaming match pretty quick.
I do think she pulls her punches a little bit because of the bossing. And I mean, she's admitted that. So, I mean, that's a tough situation to navigate.
For over a decade, years. So
yeah.
Grendel Vat, thank you so much, Grendel, for the 50 gifted memberships. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you. Ken Tompkins for $20 says, I live in Aurora. The police has not had control of that area of town in years. I'm not sure the police can really comment honestly about what is happening there. Wow, really? So I guess I wonder, has it just been an ongoing, I mean, I guess that would make sense. You have an area of the city that's like an ongoing problem with crime that they've, for whatever reason, basically just let go. And then it kind of makes it ripe for if a gang comes in to just take over, the area or parts of the area. So
look, if the police department succeeds and drives all the criminals out of town and their staffing numbers get lower and lower and lower, they're not prepared to deal with an influx of a bunch of criminals. So,
right.
I mean, that's a horrible situation to be in. Like, you're used to policing an area with 100 cops, and then all of a sudden you need 300 cops. That's terrifying as a resident and as a police force. This is a problem with immigration.
John says that Brianna Greyjoy treated Anna poorly.
Look, I don't doubt it. That's why, bring her on and
hash it out. Fight it to death.
Of course she treated her poorly. We covered all that stuff.
She's the Greyjoy. So
when she came on our show the first time, Robbie and Brianna did a segment on it, and we covered the segment. And she was, look, she was totally bad faith.
That's true.
She, Brianna responded to one of my tweets with a super caustic tweet. And I, do you remember this? And I screen capped it.
Yes.
But she like immediately deleted the tweet.
Yes. Yeah. Did we ever bring that up? I don't know if
no, this is the first look, this is the first I've ever even mentioned it. So
yeah, I don't remember what the tweet
I did share it with Anna because it was so funny. Like it was funny as hell.
What was it? What was she responding to? Was it the Anna drama?
It was like the birthing person thing. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yes. It's just it's just so crazy to me. So, but look, people get in their silos, and a lot of these political beliefs, they just become articles of faith.
Right.
And they're very pissed off that you're even questioning their articles of faith. So I get it. I totally get it.
That nobody guy for $20, thanks so much, says there were approximately over 1 million abortions versus just over 3.5 million births in 2023. Abortions flew past the classical, safe, legal, and rare years ago. Abortion has absolutely been abused as run birth control. Well, I don't think pointing to the numbers as alone is really indicative of whatever the concept is. Because I mean, I agree people should, not use abortion as birth control. And I'm fine with having sex education that's kind of centered around the fact that abortion should be thought of as like the measure of last resort, because I think that is the way abortion should be taught. And unfortunately, as we get more and more polarized by, kind of the hyperbolic rhetoric, it makes it so like you can't have the conversation normally. One side says that this is the most evil thing ever and, preaches from an extreme position of like abstinence only. And the other side basically just reactively becomes, let people do whatever the fuck they want, get abortions, whenever, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I don't know what those numbers are because obviously, just intuitively, you can think if a woman can buy the morning after pill, she doesn't have to go into the doctor's office and have some procedure. Like she just takes a pill and the pregnancy is terminated. Like, are they counting that in those million abortions? Because obviously the technology will make it so people will effectively use it as birth control, after the fact birth control. So I don't know as a society if it's good to be calling those abortions, right?
I think it does because I'm reading an article about it. It says, well, actually, wait. It says medication abortions rose to 63% of all abortions.
Of course that's going to happen.
63% of that number of people that took like some kind of morning after. Well, I mean, there's other pills you can take besides just the morning after pill. But
look, and who knows? Maybe they're not even pregnant. Maybe it's not really an abortion. Maybe they're just being careful, right?
Well, I don't know how it's measured. I mean, I'm assuming people. I don't know what they're taking, right? Because some of them. Like some of it is things that you take when you know you're pregnant and it's been like, I think a couple weeks.
Right.
And there's pills you can take that will basically give you an abortion at that point. So
really?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are the two ones that
as soon as you lower the barriers to having an abortion, obviously the abortion numbers are going to go up.
Right. Well, those two medicines that they won, they get rid of in Prague 2025. One of them, I don't remember. Yeah, one of them, I think, basically, I forget the time span that it works, but it can basically induce an abortion, like on your own, essentially. So
you're whispering.
Oh, I moved away from the mic. Anyway, don't worry about it. Doesn't matter. Okay. Where was it? I read that one.
5 gifted subs from M8566.
Thank you so much, M8566. 5 gifted message. Got 5 gifted subs. Recovery mode for $20 says, Anna, thanks for coming on. My brain is taking in so many high-level important ideas right now. Well, there you go. Look at that. Thank you. Thaw for $20 says, Anna, I'll spoil it for you. Sitch is a 7-foot-tall Asian red-headed Jewish man. We decided this like 2 years ago because he won't do a face reveal. That's all true. That's all completely true. Actual Justice Warrior for $110 says, I didn't strawman Kamala. I just have never seen a California Democrat build anything, so I don't buy it. Also, will Anna and Adam vote for the Prop 47 repeal? Gavin really doesn't want you to for his legacy.
I don't know what the Prop 47 repeal is, but I'll check into it.
Okay, there you go. I don't know what it is either because I don't live in your shitty state.
So just to be fair, to Sean, Sean was so Sean recognizes that Kamala has pledged to build 3 million new homes, but doesn't think that she'll actually build those homes. So that's his position.
That's the position. Yeah.
Right.
Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, I'm super proud of Anna Kasparian and Brianna Wu's come up this year. Come to the America side. We will give you $500,000 a month just out of spite. Based.
Nice.
Afro Fry Cook for $20 says, obviously Anna, an actual Justice Warrior, should do a modern Hannity and Combs talk show. Best part is Anna could literally say, give me the money line live. 1010. Great idea. It's true. I like that.
Yeah, that'd be cool. They might like each other too much, so.
That's true. Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, I'm sorry, $500,000 a month. My mind can't fully wrap around how much Dim Tool and David Dubinson were getting paid to pump out dog shit $500,000 a month in all American super chats, baby. I wish, but thank you. It is pretty insane. It is pretty insane. So.
Yeah, that's a crazy amount of money, but.
Yeah. Okay.
Look at this. Are we all caught up? Look, and we have here is that immigration ad.
Right.
Where Kamala comes out hard. Kamala supports increasing the number of Border Patrol agents.
Right.
She wants it up to 50. 50 border agents. That'll get them.
Terrible.
3,000 miles of border.
No, obviously Kamala wants to get like the Sentinel robots from the X-Men that like fly around the borders and just start blasting people that like cross the boundary.
Nice. I like it.
Yeah.
Well, we just filled up the Rio Grande with piranha.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay.
Seems happy to continue these policies. Now, across the board, Democrats haven't hesitated to co-opt right-wing rhetoric in their bid to be seen as tough on immigration. And of course, this isn't exclusive to America. Anti-immigration
See, that's the bad thing right there, right? Mm-hmm. They said the right-wing words.
Well, it's very fascinating because, you know, when Anna was talking, you know, she was kind of reminding me of how like so much of the way people define themselves and their political movement is really just a reflexive reaction of like the opposite of the other side. And so, yeah, it's like, okay, so, you know, Republicans are saying that they want to be tough on the border. So Democrats say like, oh, well, that makes you like horrible and racist. And then, you know, before that, it was like, you know, the Republicans are like, we need to be tough on Russia. And then when the Democrats are like, oh, no, we need to be tough on Russia, they're like, oh, you know, fuck you, Democrats, right? Like when Obama was president. So it's just like so many people just kind of define each other by their opposite. That's what's kind of fascinating to me, that Kamala has done this like, oh, if Trump says some position that is like a good position, like no tax on tips, she's just going to like take it. She's going to absorb it as opposed to just reflexively doing the opposite, which is it's just an unusual thing to see in our current political climate. And part of it, I guess, is because you have dipshits like this guy here, who's like, oh, you know, any sort of speaking about needing border control when we have, you know, historic number of people, you know, basically showing up and abusing the asylum process. That's fascism.
You sound like a Republican.
Okay.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Can't you talk about border security without sounding like a Republican?
Well, it's interesting because at no point in this video does he ever explain like why the quote Republican position is a bad
wrong,
position. Right, or is wrong. It's just like assumed that it's fascist, and that if you're on the left and you're supporting it, then you must be fascist too.
All Republican positions are bad.
Right.
Period. Why are you talking?
Exactly.
policy has been a central pillar of far-right politics for over a century, with many high-profile far-right and neo-fascist movements in both America and Europe organizing around a rejection of globalization and the supposed floods of immigrants that it might bring. You know, immigrants, they say, threaten the very foundations of the state. British neo-fascist groups like the English Defence League and Britain First opposed the so-called Islamification and forced multiculturalism generated by mass migration.
He's just totally dead in his eyes. When I went back and listened to those Obama speeches, all of them have lines that are against globalization. It's so funny that now the left is just perceived as the globalists and the right are the anti-globalists.
Mm-hmm.
When Obama was so much against globalism.
Well, it's interesting.
American jobs going overseas and whatnot.
Right. I mean, it used to be the right, the economic right, which had controlled the party until, Trump was very pro-globalization. Like just vehemently pro-globalization.
Yeah. Cheap labor, cheap goods.
Right. And so you'd have Obama and the Democrats to be, pushing back against that.
Right.
But now it's kind of flip-flopped.
Do you see that he's reading off a script and he's completely dead in his eyes?
As he just says a bunch of neo-fascist buzzwords. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
This music is awful too.
Yeah. What is this? Back when I used to make videos, I would literally spend hours and hours and hours just trying to sort through like the mountains of trash of copyright-free music to find like the one gem that like fit the scene or I thought felt the tone of the video. This feels like really just phoning it in here.
Yeah, look, he grabbed the worst thing he could find immediately.
Mm-hmm.
It's awful.
Supposedly co-signed by liberal elites. Such groups view immigrants and non-migrant Muslim folks, for that matter, as a threat. Imagining.
See, like, okay, wisecrack. Listen, let me give you some tips here. Okay, you're talking about like how the left is becoming fascist. The music should be like scary, like dum 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 dum.
Oh yeah, totally.
Like a lot of industrial heavy beats and like the sort of like metal, like wavering sounds and like something you expect to hear in a horror movie, right? Instead of this like mid 80s power ballad, like what the fuck is happening? It's so weird.
Yeah, it should be very depressing, like scary music.
Right.
Yeah. Not this.
This makes me feel I'm like on a hold when you like call your car insurance company.
Yeah,
trying to tell me about fascism.
This is like Nickelodeon or Disney.
Right.
Very weird. It's funny that he is in like the Small World set. I feel like his set is like.
I do hate the set design. Yeah.
Mass migration, supposedly co-signed by liberal elites. Such groups view immigrants and non-migrant Muslim folks, for that matter, as a threat. Imagining a perpetual standoff between the white civilized British and some barbarian other. For the far right, these.
So, okay, this is annoying too because I mean, obviously I don't agree with the sort of like white nationalist perspective, obviously, about, oh my God, only white people can be civilized. It could exist in our country, all that dumb shit. But, and I've said this before, and I'll say it a million times, countries, and it's like really weird. And I don't know if these people would even accept this concept, but each country seems to have a distinctive culture, right? Like there's kind of a British culture. And obviously, British culture can be then narrowed down into like specific areas of the UK have different cultures. Same thing with France, Germany, Russia, America, Japan, Australia. Like every country has a distinct cultural identity to it. And I believe that countries have a right to protect their cultural identities and their cultural practices, assuming they're not like harming people or something crazy like female genital mutilation or something crazy like that.
Right. Okay.
I think countries have a complete right to protect their cultural identities and their cultural practices and these sorts of ideas and these different flavors of existence.
As long as they're individualist.
Well, even if they're even if like Japan is a very non-individualist, culture.
Right. Yeah.
Community-based culture.
I was
I
just
think
kidding when
Japan,
I said
yeah,
that
I know,
anyway. So,
but I think Japan has a total right to protect its culture.
right.
And one of the ways that a country protects its culture is to say, okay, well, if we can like allow immigration in, but it has to be in some amount that is, low enough so that people
Assimilatable.
assimilate into the
Yeah.
culture, as opposed to essentially just changing the culture or creating like little pocket areas where it's like, little inserts country of,
Right,
right, you
yeah.
have a bunch of immigrants and things of that
Little
nature.
Havana.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Something to that effect. And it's weird because I never hear people like wisecrack anything. They don't seem to acknowledge any of this. Like, do countries have unique cultures? Do countries have a right to protect a culture whatsoever? Like, they don't even have this conversation at all.
Yeah, they exist in a weird space because they're advocating for a culture that doesn't exist. Their whole culture is like communism, right?
Right.
Socialism, like a culture, a revolutionary culture that will exist one day in the future, but does not exist now. So are they really even trying to maintain their own personal culture? No, not really.
I don't know. Yeah, like if all these like very far left people lived in, Washington State or
Reality.
California or Oregon or someplace, right? They live in some place, or even they say they'll live in like a country, and the country's like very far left, and they start to get a bunch of immigrants coming in from some country, and they're very like more conservative leaning. Like,
Oh, I
you're
know.
obviously
Look at
gonna have a
that.
problem with that, right?
You're ruining your communist utopia, Portland. What are you doing?
Exactly. So, and then the problem is that since they are refusing to talk about this in some way that makes sense, it's like, oh, only like the hyper racist white nationalists are the ones talking about it. And so
Right.
it's like completely ceding the issue of to them. So,
yeah.
Sacred ideal of the nation is paramount, and threats to its national character demand an extreme, even violent response. But they're not alone in their scaremongering.
He flashed a picture of like the Walmart shooter when he said that. So.
I know.
Yeah, it was terrible.
I don't know what the Walmart shooter is though. That's like he was the openly racist guy, right?
Yeah, I think it was 2019. That was a while ago. It was a guy
like
just
some white guy going after black people.
No. It was going after Latino people.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
The sacred ideal of the nation is paramount, and threats to its national character.
Here it is.
No, I don't know if he shot. I don't know if he shot just people of like that he thought were Latin descent, or if he shot a bunch of random people. But like, he had some like weird racist manifesto online that was very anti, immigration and stuff. So
ugly.
Yep.
Terrible. Can't we just assimilate people?
Well, that's another problem too, is that when these far left people like Wisecrack complain about, wanting open borders, they're also completely against assimilation as well. So it's like, well, they're literally setting it up for like the worst case scenario.
Yeah. Failure. They want America to fail anyway.
Right.
They hate America's success.
Yep.
Character demand an extreme, even violent response. But they're not alone in their scaremongering. The European Union, too, has for a long time, purposely fostered a hostile environment for immigrants and asylum seekers, dubbed Fortress Europe. It's a collection of state and EU policies, including building physical walls along Europe's borders, making asylum crossings more difficult and dangerous, and funding the proliferation of migrant camps in places like Calais, France. Now, in the UK,
So it's weird because like they pretend like, it's so weird in these conversations. This guy, he's pretending like there isn't a process at which you are supposed to do. The process you're supposed to do is you're supposed to apply for asylum in your country. You're supposed to apply for, to be a citizen in your country. You're only supposed to like show up at the border if it's like, oh my God, someone's trying to murder me, right? Like if it's some sort of dire situation. But obviously that's not going on with like the overwhelming majority of people, unless like they're in the middle of like a war country situation, which isn't, at least in America, that's not what's going on, So they know that they want to just show up at the border because they know they'll be able to sort of essentially cut in line, or potentially cut in line faster, or just kind of like merge into society and get lost in the system. So
it is dire. They're like, I need a job.
Okay, but like that's sorry. I mean, I don't tell you, we don't have infinite, resources, space to just say, well, everyone who wants a job gets to come in.
Right.
So
yeah. Very sad.
A cartoonishly villainous plan by the conservatives to fly asylum seekers to Rwanda for processing was delayed long enough by courts and, solidarity activists to be scrapped by the new Labor government. But the new administration's stance on immigration isn't that different. In the days following their victory, the Labor Party announced that it was...
So it's funny. So there was this plan, this quote Rwanda plan, because I was like, what is this? Right. I was kind of interested in this.
No, you're like, Sitch is like, this is a great idea.
Right. So no, I just didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. So there was this plan for like certain people. I don't know what all the requirements were, but there were like certain requirements for if people seeking asylum met, they could be, the UK government was going to pay Rwanda essentially to accept asylum seekers.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because he's like talking about it being cartoonishly evil, but it's like, why is that cartoonishly evil? Like, what's inherently wrong about that? Unless you're a big racist and you think Africa is a bad place to live or something.
Yeah.
Wisecrack.
He's like, oh, how dare they?
But so when this plan, I was looking into this, when this plan was like implemented, it was immediately hit with all this, the courts in the UK trying to stop it and everything. And so this like stupid situation happened where they basically paid the Rwanda government for a few years the money they were supposed to pay them, but didn't actually send anyone to there. So they so they ended up paying the Rwanda government, the UK ended up paying the Rwanda government £290 million.
Wow.
But they didn't actually, well, actually, no, I'm sorry. They sent 4 people there. 4 people volunteered to be relocated.
What?
So $290 million for 4 people to relocate to Rwanda. So it was a total
That's not a good deal.
Yeah. Total.
So why did they stop them?
I don't know.
Why not just let them do it?
Because they said it was terrible and racist and bad or something.
They got in trouble.
And then this story is even, like, the way he's framing the story is even more dishonest. If you're just listening, it says Rwanda scheme charter flight used to deport migrants to Vietnam and Timor. And so essentially, and they're trying to say like, oh, see, like the Labour government is just as fascist as the evil conservatives in the UK. And so if you actually look in the story, what they say in the story was that they had 46 people who were deemed criminals and immigration offenders, and they were deporting them back to their home country.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with that?
Deporting them back to their home country? Well, what if they don't want to go home?
Okay. Well, apparently that's horribly fascistic, is to take 46 people that have been deemed either criminals or immigration offenders and deport them back to their home country. Apparently that is cartoonishly evil, according to the wisecrack people, for some reason. That's unclear, right?
Terrible. They should be allowed to do whatever they want.
Of course.
Repurposing
the ramifications ever.
The flights originally scheduled for the Rwanda scheme to return 46 failed asylum claimants to Vietnam and Timor-Leste. Meanwhile,
see, he just says failed asylum claimants. Like, oh, these are just people that just showed up and were like, can you give us asylum? And they're like, no, we're sending you to these random countries. That's the way he makes it sound when he doesn't like read the actual story. So.
Failed asylum claimants.
Right.
While Labor's manifesto includes things like launching a dedicated border force. Moreover, several undocumented food delivery drivers recently reported a massive police crackdown, which was confirmed to be the result of a direct order from the new Labor government. Sadly, it seems like the UK and the US share more than just a love of loggers and fried foods. There is currently a
So, and again, the hypocrisy and tying out of both mouths. Because on one hand, they're going to say, oh, we think workers should get paid more. On the other hand, they're against stopping illegal immigrants basically being able to take jobs in America and drive down the price of wages substantially.
Well, supply and demand, that sounds like capitalism, Sitch. How dare you?
It's horrible.
How dare you frame things in that evil ideology?
They're like, well, this guy's a total fucking retard because he's like, oh, we should have total open borders to let everyone in the world come in. And also, the government should be enforcing, I'm guessing, the government should be enforcing like very strict minimum wage requirements for even illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
It's just a completely preposterous, situation.
Ugh.
Oh, here he's going to go into the labor shortage here too.
Labor shortage hitting the U.S., with the manufacturing sector alone down roughly 1.4 million workers since the pandemic started. And both the U.S. and
he's like, we need those immigrants. God damn it, we need them bad. We need those workers.
What, was he like a big business show? What the fuck? Like
now he is.
This is why it's so like this is so First of all, it's mind-numbing retarded because number one, it's dishonest. This fucking guy doesn't give a shit about like this economic.
Oh, of course not.
He doesn't even care about that. But number two, he's literally taking the big business perspective here. Like he should be, if he actually gave a fuck about lower income workers or middle income workers, he should be jumping for joy that there's a
shortage, yeah.
Because that's what
they got to raise wages.
Right. They have to raise wages to compete for labor. That's what this fucking guy should want. And yet he's trying to use this as an excuse, as a reason to allow like to have an open borders policy. That's absurd. It's retarded.
Yeah, there's a shortage because they're not paying them enough. Right. Raise the wage. He doesn't care.
In Europe are experiencing labor shortages in agriculture. Now, some scholars have argued that the solution to these problems is opening borders and improving labor protections. But
Okay.
Wait, how the solution is to open borders and then also to improve labor protections. What is so? Oh
yeah.
My God, it's so retarded.
Make sure that there's 10 applicants for every job.
Right. That's how you fix it.
Yeah.
The liberal policy wonks don't find such evidence-based policy compelling. Instead, across the mainstream political spectrum, hostility to immigration rages on. So why do parties...
And it's so weird, too, because he frames this as like a neoliberal thing. Generally, I mean, he's going to go into some that were against it, but generally, if you take a completely strict ideological neoliberal framework, you're totally fine with open borders and illegal immigrants doing jobs and having the government be completely hands off about that stuff.
Right. Yeah.
So like it's so interesting.
That's not neoliberal. Yeah.
It's so interesting to me that he's framing this like because they use neoliberalism as like the boogeyman. He has to frame neoliberalism as like the bad guy in the situation. I think because so many people, and I guess this is indicative of wisecracks dumb audience. Like so many people, they just hear the word neoliberal and they think, oh, that's the word liberal with the word neo in it. This must mean that he's talking about liberals today, neoliberals.
Right.
That's all, like, as opposed to like, no, like neoliberal is literally a right-wing economic policy that came about in like didn't come about, but was popularized in the 80s. And so he just uses it for his audience of communists who don't like the current, liberal Democrats.
Well, they don't really like libertarianism either, which is kind of neoliberal. Yeah.
Right.
They don't like anything.
No.
Giant haters.
Diametrically opposed political views both treat immigration as an imminent threat to the national security of the state. Why is this the one thing they all seem to agree on? Not
almost be racist.
Because I don't know, maybe because like a bunch of people like this overwhelming the system of asylum claims, and people are like, oh my God, this is like a huge problem. We need to do something to stop this. Maybe that's why, and people actually care about it. And if you look at the polls, overwhelmingly people go, oh, this is a problem on both sides. Maybe because we live in democracy, and you actually have to take in people who votes consideration. I know that as a communist, you'd be very against such things, and you kind of want the government to dictate, up or down on everything.
Crime, jobs, the economy. Why do people care so much?
Couldn't tell you.
Not too long ago, passports weren't even required to cross national borders. It wasn't until the wake of World War I that the short-lived League of Nations even introduced standardized passport control.
That's not that long ago. World War I? World War I is not that long ago?
Well, listen, when he said not that long ago, he meant on like the evolutionary scale. Okay.
1906?
Right. It's not that long ago in the terms of like when the first, fish crawled out of the ocean and could breathe.
That's 100 fucking years ago. 100 years ago, not that long.
I know. It's so silly.
Oh my God. What conservative doesn't want to take us back 100 years?
Obviously this guy.
And now, he's literally advocating we should go back 100 years and all burn our passports.
Well, and it was interesting too, because I was curious about this, because I was like, okay, like when did passports become a thing? Like, how did like, obviously, how did identification come into play? People had to know if they were have some papers that prove that they were citizens of the country or whatever.
No, they don't.
Well, no. So I actually looked into this because I was curious about this.
Really?
So apparently, yeah. So ever since the 1790s, they did have. Now, I think this was only for people that became American citizens. They did give people that become American citizens certificates of naturalization. Okay, so they did give you some form of naturalization papers, but there was an issue with that. Like, none of this was standardized by the federal government, so it'd just be like completely random for each state. And then it was the same thing with passports, where technically, even before this period, you could get passports, sort of, if you really wanted to. But even then, it wasn't like by the federal government; it was by the state government, so they were all kind of like stupid. But after World War I, obviously European countries, because a lot of immigration or a lot of travel, I should say, between North America and Europe was going on, was after World War I, because the European nations were fighting each other. They wanted to like have more control or more knowledge of who was crossing the borders and when and what was going on, and that's sort of when they started pushing for passports. And in America, passports actually became like a really trendy thing for everyone to go get their passports.
Oh, wow.
And sort of do this. And it really started to take off in the 1920s, because I was very curious about this. In the 1920s is when in America they passed the very strict quota system, where they started putting quotas on immigrants in terms of like what country like they would allow people to come from. Essentially what they would do is they would take a census of America. I think it was in like the 1890s census or the 1900 census. They said, okay, like whatever the dynamic, whatever the ratio is of people from like England or Germany or Italy or whatever country, like they want to maintain that proportion of the population.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. The status quo.
Right. And it's funny because all the white nationalists want to go back to that, even though that immigration system was literally put in place primarily to limit white Europeans from coming to America, because it basically would allow like a mass amount of immigration from England, but it would like limit immigration from like South Europe or Eastern Europe or something like that. So, but when that system was in place, I was like, okay, well, obviously people had to have some type of identification to get in the country because they were doing a quota system. And I looked it up, and the way it worked was apparently you had to go, before you even showed up to America in the 1920s, you had to go to the American embassy in your country or a neighboring country that had an embassy, and you had to apply for a visa, and they would either give you or give you not a visa, depending on, whether they would accept you or not. So to just kind of just be like, oh, there is no passports or whatever, like this is kind of a nonsensical. I mean, obviously it's 100 years ago, but it's also kind of not even really true. So.
Hey,
Yet we barely.
Hard for me to imagine they had open borders 100 years ago, but whatever, dude.
Yeah.
Barely ever stop to question why we need passports or how the world got sorted into distinct territorial states. We kind of just accept it's
wait, hold on. You gotta listen to this.
Oh my God.
Listen to this line again. Okay.
Standardized passport control. Yet we barely ever stop to question why we need passports or how the world got sorted into distinct territorial states.
Yeah, why do we even need borders, Adam? Do we even need borders? Why do we need territorial states? Why can't we all just walk wherever we want to walk? Okay.
It's called jurisdiction.
Oh.
That's why.
Okay.
We got to know who's in control of these people.
Right.
We got to know when they step out of line, which prison we throw them into.
There you go.
We throw them into the Mexican prison, or we throw them into the American prison.
Or the Romanian prison.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I don't want to get a copyright claim for this John Lennon song.
Oh, we'll skip the John Lennon song.
Do you know where it is?
We'll pause it very quickly.
I think we're on the verge of it.
We're getting close, yeah.
He's talking, imagine.
Right.
Look, he's imagining it right now.
He is.
Borders, open borders.
We kind of just accept that states have borders and don't think much about the massive infrastructures of policing and violence needed to enforce them. It's hard to even think.
Stop it. Stop clicking it. I see John Lennon.
it is like ridiculous. Like, and see, but this guy's also like super cowardly and it's obnoxious because he is hiding the ball here. His position is that there should be no borders, and he's too cowardly to just say it like directly, like it's all implicit. So just say, wisecrack, that you are not in favor of any borders. They're totally in favor of open borders, and anyone should be able to live in any fucking country that they want. Okay, with no restrictions. Just say it. I mean, I think it's a fucking stupid position, but if it's your position, at least argue it.
I thought borders were designed to keep the violence out. So when he's saying, look, we're using all this violence to enforce the border, it's like, yeah, that's to keep all the violent people out.
No. Borders are to keep the brown people out.
No.
Yeah.
To keep the violence out.
Oh, well, okay.
Yes.
Well, you must be racist if you think that, there's any reason any country would not want to have open borders.
The reason that you develop a state or a city or a county or any kind of jurisdiction is so that you understand, look, we're setting down a rule set here. Anyone that breaks that rule set, we're incarcerating your ass.
Right.
That's the reason for them, right? But those rules are usually don't assault people, don't kill other people, don't rape women, don't steal their property, don't vandalize their property, right? But his argument is, we have to use so much violence to enforce these laws that keep other people from being violent. What a moron. Why is he doing this, Sitch?
Because
it's not our fault these people are violent.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you have to be careful, because if you just frame it like that, he's gonna be like, no, it's not.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the brown people. No, I'm not. I'm talking about the violent people who are violent.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Why? It's so simplistic. Why do they have to do that? He's literally enforcing the stereotype that I hate.
Because he's racist is the thing. He hates America. He hates Western liberalism because he's a communist and he's racist. And so since he's racist, he thinks, all the white people are racist. Any system a white person creates is racist. And the only way to solve that problem is to have a radical tearing down of the evil white liberal capitalism. And, you have to let everyone from everywhere in the world, come into your country and be socialists and all hug each other.
Look, I guarantee you black people want to keep the criminals out of their neighborhoods too. I guarantee you they do. I guarantee you. Nobody likes criminals.
No.
Except for wisecrack.
Hey, read a super chat. I'll be right back.
Again?
Again?
You know how I feel about reading super chats. Jeez. Sitch. I don't even know where we're at in the super chats. Here, I'll just start at the bottom. Lives in Dev's walls. Oh, it's cut off. I can't read it all. Lives in Dev's new something or other. So for $5 says, also Sitch, but you were right. Ball Tarot is super fun. Oh, what is Ball Tarot? Must be a game or something. Not Alpharanus. Not Alpharanus for $10 says, is it just me, or does the wisecrack guy have basically the same voice as Hassan? Like his vocal mannerisms and everything. I straight up thought it was a Hassan video when you started playing it. I'm not sure. He kind of looks dead in the eyes to me. It looks like he's reading a script. And I've been drawing for the past few days, and I'm totally in drawing mode. So I keep looking at his face and thinking, wow, this guy's bilateral symmetry is really off. Like he has an eye that is like way too close in that I keep wanting to like nudge out a little bit, fix it in my drawing mind. But
I'm back. Did you fix it?
Not yet, but I'm gonna. I mean, if I was drawing his face, I would fix it.
Okay.
Back to the video.
Back to the video.
I read 2 super chats, so we don't have to hear. I'll heart them, so you don't have to read them again. There we go.
Balatro is super fun. Yeah, I don't know why it's called Balatro. That's the only problem with it. It's a very weird name. So.
Yeah.
There you go.
Balatro.
The state management of populations has become so embedded into the organization of social life that
The state management of populations.
I know, it's ridiculous.
Does he understand that the state is supposed to manage one very specific population? The criminal population. Well, everyone else is superfluous.
I don't agree with that. I mean, because again, we talked about this. Tax policies are supposed to incentivize, pro-social behaviors and disincentivize antisocial behavior.
No, you're wrong.
Theory. Okay. I'm wrong, huh? Okay.
No, look, anything, and whenever the state is stepping in, they are stepping in because somebody's broken the rules. Someone's
I understand that
drifted into the criminal behavior that we're trying to curb. Yeah.
When he says managing, he's also implying to it sounds like he's implying it to just even the passage of laws and regulations, even if you're following them.
This guy is all about taxing the millionaires and billionaires. What's he talking about?
Right.
How do you do that if you don't have any borders or just everything he wants to do depends upon the system that he's completely tearing down.
Right.
Cameroonian philosopher Achille Mbembe was able to sardonically imitate European policymakers. He says, "We must close the borders, filter those who make it across them, process them, choose who we want to remain, deport the rest." Mbembe's son.
Yeah,
okay,
that's a good idea.
Yeah, wait. Why is that a bad thing? Wait.
Cross them, process them, choose who we want to remain, deport the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that bad?
Yeah. Sending the criminals back where they came from is perfect.
Well, it's like you don't even have to just hyperfixate on the criminality aspect.
No, I want to.
No, because it's just like it's just very simple. Okay. If you live in a country and a country has a right, unless you're a dirty socialist, has a right to maintain its borders, has a right to maintain its culture, has a right to maintain its own economy. And the people who live in that country, if you live in a Western liberal democracy, they have this thing and it's called voting. And they get to vote on how many people they want to enter their country, or yes or no. Do they want open borders? They do not want open borders. And if those people say, hey, we live in this country, we want to vote on basically allowing, top tier, we want all the smart people and all the hot people to enter our country and fuck everyone else. Well, guess what? That's that country's right to do that. Say, we only want the smart and hot people to come here. Yeah, that's democracy, baby.
Yeah. Wisecrack wants to end democracy.
Essentially.
It's terrible.
Mbembe sums up what he calls the necro-political border regime. Now, necropolitics is Mbembe's expansion on Foucault's concept of biopolitics.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, and I know it's good
because the Foucault.
Based off Foucault, so it's going to be top tier, right?
He's like, what pedo philosopher will I quote in this video? Let me figure it out here. Which one?
Yeah. It is weird, this sort of, I guess it is the sort of appeal to authority fallacy here, because he just randomly, he's like, well, this philosopher said this. He doesn't explain why that philosopher is right or anything. He just says, oh, this philosopher said this. So I guess you should just accept it because there's some famous philosopher.
Yeah, it's all appeal to authority, obviously. The only authority we appeal to is the evidence.
Yeah.
We're empiricists. He's a postmodernist. He doesn't care. It's all about power dynamics. He doesn't care about actual truth or evidence or any of that stuff. He cares about necropolitics, which I can't wait. I can't wait. What do you think necropolitics is, Sitch?
It's not that exciting. I looked it up.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, but it sounds like, it sounds cool. It sounds like it's like you're going to have your president is going to raise a bunch of zombies and they're going to stack the courts and they're going to stack Congress with a bunch of zombies. We're just going to pass whatever legislation that, the necromancer wants.
Have you seen the first episode of Rings of Power? Remember the orcs?
There you go.
This is necropolitics.
Right.
Yeah. Biopolitics is where you actually have human beings that were born and are biological organisms.
Right. Necros when you just have the zombies. Listen, it makes sense, right? Nobody really wants to, or how about this? Because, we were talking about Beetlejuice the other day. If you remember in the first Beetlejuice movie, they say if you kill yourself in the afterlife, you have to be a civil servant. right? So maybe the solution is we just have zombies man all the civil servant jobs that no one else wants to man.
Oh, that'd be a good idea.
That's the necropolitics.
I hope we can automate some of that shit quick.
But then the question is, do the zombies get a right to vote? I say no. I think you should have to have a brain to vote.
You have to be at least alive, right?
Right, right.
Oh, this guy.
Alive enough to work, alive enough to vote. That'll be the chant.
Politics, which in the most simple terms possible is the idea that politics is largely about the management of bodies. I'm not sure if this is true, but I think we did.
Yeah. I like how so much of this like leftist nonsense is to take a concept that's just like a very obvious concept that you just, and you slap a label on it to make it sound smart.
Yeah.
Did you know that politics is about managing
the management
people?
of bodies?
Yeah, it's management of people. Oh my God. Genius.
Strange.
Did a video for Christmas a few years ago on Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer that was about Foucault and biopolitics. So if you want to know more, watch the video on Rudolph. For Mbembe, necropolitics includes another government responsibility, excluding certain populations and consigning them to conditions closer to death. His description of
basically killing people.
Yeah.
This is comedy.
Yeah.
The governments that keep you outside of their borders are killing you.
Well, it's like
genocide by not letting you in.
I know. It's so ridiculous. Like, oh my God. It's so ridiculous too. It's like, oh, it's acting like that we're in this like Mad Max dystopian future.
Right.
Like in America is where you have everything good and we've built these walls because there's a nuclear wasteland and everywhere else in the fucking world.
Aren't they free of our capitalist system though? They should be loving life.
Yeah, fuck you, wisecrack. If America is the horrible white supremacist, racist, capitalist, greedy, warmonger, shithole country that's made of the evil empire, why would it? Why are so many people want to come here?
We're doing them a favor.
Right.
Europe could be an ad for Fortress Europe. Or take the United States' own border, a violent security infrastructure which filters in specific migrant populations who may be useful to the global north while excluding those deemed surplus, resigning them to places where death is maybe waiting for them. Just think about the cages and prisons holding immigrants on the U.S. southern border, or the estimated 47,000 migrants being held in camps around Europe as of 2019. For Mbembe, this process makes the border a central tool for recreating racial divisions in the global north. Several scholars, including David Harvey, Wendy Brown, and Wolfgang Streck, have argued that racial logic within neoliberal states is not a necessary feature of neoliberal logic, but a vestige of older racist regimes. They argue
race, like it's so, and these people are so racist, okay? Because they just assume automatically, like, oh, well, the reason that they don't want, you know, like to have completely open borders must be because you're racist, right? Even though, as we all know, and as I even talked about, literally the quota system was in place to keep out white people. Was literally to keep out white people. And then so then they have to kind of do this ridiculous, retarded song and dance about how like, well, you know, whiteness has always shifted. Whiteness is a different blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, it doesn't matter. It's not a race issue. It's that people just generally on average don't want to have a flood of new people like enter into their space completely uncontrolled. That's the real answer. That's the real issue that's going on here.
Yeah, they want to know that they have the resources necessary to accommodate this population, this new population influx.
Right. And why should, you know, if people, again, Wisecrack doesn't believe in democracy. People vote, you know, for elected representatives. Elected representatives pass laws. These laws say how the immigration system works. The immigration system says you're supposed to apply for immigration in an immigrant status in your country. And that's the system. And if you get in, you get in. If you don't, you don't. Period. You don't get to do this skipping, cutting line bullshit that apparently he's totally in favor of.
Yeah.
That hostility to immigration and the persistence of racist border politics, camps, and prisons is counter to the neoliberal drive to open borders and allow the flow of free labor for ready exploitation. Viewed this way, the irrational shadow of long-standing racism is preventing the UK and Europe from, maybe solving their labor shortages. However, scholar Arun
maybe solving the problem of not having the ability to depress wages further, right? It's a good leftist right here wants to keep everyone's wages nice and low.
Yeah.
Kunani points out that while neoliberalism is obsessed with a kind of economic rationality, it also contains other multitudes, like racism. For example, early theorist of neoliberalism, Friedrich Hayek, insisted that market logic isn't just the best way to organize society, but is the direct product of the Anglo-Saxon West's superior cultural evolution. If that was true.
Okay. So I don't know how much you know about Hayek. I think we've talked about Friedrich Hayek a little bit on the channel.
Yeah.
He's the spontaneous order guy.
Okay.
Right. You know about that.
I mean, I've heard people talk about Hayek. I haven't really dipped into Hayek as an economist.
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of people on the right like him because he was pretty anti, or a lot of people use him as like the Keynesian economic system.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
I'm a lot of Keynesian all the way. So
right. But a lot of his economic theories were sort of a lot of the foundational stuff with like the neoliberal movement in the right in the 80s going forward. And so I don't know, like his attitude, I agree with some of the things Hayek has said, and I disagree with some of the things. I agree that generally the thought process for government should be that you have a light touch, as light a touch as possible when you're, my position is the government should have as light a touch as possible when regulating businesses. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you still, where I disagree with Hayek is that Hayek kind of has this like idea that if you just let the markets, do whatever, that they'll fix all their problems. I completely disagree with this. I think if you look at the Pareto distribution, Jordan Peterson used to talk about, like, if you just let markets run wild, you'll get a situation where
you get
have
monopolies.
A handful. Yeah, you have a handful of monopolies will just absorb all the power, and there won't be a market solution to solve all that. And I think that Hayek was a little too idealistic in sort of dealing with that issue, and that's where the government should kind of come in and break up monopolies and regulate things and try to keep competition fierce, because that's really what you want. You want to have fierce competition to breed innovation and
drive down prices. Yeah,
drive
exactly.
down prices, right?
Yeah.
So that's where I kind of disagree with Hayek. But Hayek's kind of point, he had two interesting points that kind of come up a lot. One is the spontaneous order principle, which is that, and I agree with this, which is that it's very difficult for like a country to just kind of come in and sort of just dictate like the way a system runs. Instead, usually what happens is there's a bunch of different individual people or groups that are sort of doing their own thing. And through a bunch of different groups doing their own thing and sort of cooperating with each other, a spontaneous order sort of like manifests when all these like little interlocking pieces sort of come together. So like an example, that would be, the supply chain and how like, and all the things that go into I'm sure you've seen the video. It's like, how all the things that go into making a pencil, and how you need wood from one place and the lead from another place, the metal from another place and the rubber from another place. And all these things get kind of like shipped together, and then they go to like the factories and blah, 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 blah. Like that's all spontaneous order, all these different systems sort of interacting to produce something, right?
Yeah, the invisible hand.
Right. And I agree with all that. So I agree with all that. And then also the thing, now this is really kind of gross what he just said here. And I want to back it up a bit, because this is like, I think this is a complete fucking lie. Okay. Because I couldn't find Hayek saying anything fucking close to this whatsoever. So
invisible hand is Adam Smith though.
So. No, I know, but it's sort of somewhat related to the spontaneous order.
Well, it sounds like he stole it from Adam Smith. So.
Well, no, it's not. It's a little different. It's a little more involved than just the invisible hand.
This Hayek guy seems like a heister.
Okay.
A huckster.
A huckster.
Functionality, it also contains other multitudes, like racism. For example,
look, he got to his favorite part of the video here. Yes, he's like, oh my God, I've been waiting 13 minutes to talk about racism.
Early theorist of neoliberalism, Friedrich Hayek, insisted that market logic isn't just the best way to organize society, but is the direct product of the Anglo-Saxon West's superior cultural evolution.
Okay, so I could not find that direct quote anywhere. I think he just made it up.
Oh,
He just
really?
completely made this up. Yes, I couldn't
Interesting.
find anything like this. Okay. I don't know where the fuck. Well, I can kind of guess where this comes from. I don't know where this comes from. I was even reading the paper that this guy that he's citing, who's calling him racist, and even he doesn't say this phrase, like he doesn't use this phrase. So I think that whoever wrote this episode for Wisecrack just made it up. And as you know, when we've covered other Wisecrack videos, it's pretty par for the course for them to attack someone that they view as like a right-wing academic and just make up fucking statements, you know, or just completely misrepresent, you know, their work. So Hayek had a concept that I think we both would agree with, this concept of cultural evolution.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, which was that essentially it's very similar to things that we've actually talked about, which is kind of funny because I don't know if you know the people we've listened to got from him or if Hayek got from someone else, but kind of talking about a similar idea where like things that are not embedded, behaviors that are not embedded in biological evolution can be offloaded to like a culture. And essentially, and you'd probably
well, now I like him. This is Hayek?
This is Hayek. You would like it because he basically says something that you always say, which is that the
culture serves biology. Yes.
Well, no, yes, but he kind of talks about it in the objective morality conversation that we had the other day with Peter.
Really?
Boghossian. Yeah, he's kind of saying that like the cultures that emphasize, you know, cooperation and teamwork end up becoming the most successful cultures and the most dominant cultures. And so then other people essentially have to assimilate or transform to those cultures in order to succeed in that society. And that's what cultural evolution is. It's kind of like these cooperative dominant market cultures just spreading and spreading and spreading. And that's kind of why Western liberal democracies have been so effective at like basically taking over the entire world.
It's true. Yeah.
Right.
People are wondering, why are those people so happy and successful?
Right. And so when Hayek talks about this, he talks about it in like the way that he frames it in the way that I just said. He doesn't say anything about race. He doesn't say anything about like Anglo-Saxon white people. He says nothing about this, right? So in order for Wisecrack, who is racist, and for the guy who's quoting who is racist, to sort of do this like racist voodoo, they have to start inferring all sorts of wacky shit into Hayek's views. Like, well, if you look at it through a specific angle, since he talks about like culture, like this cultural evolution being effective, and we know that Western liberalism is the dominant culture, he therefore must be saying that like, quote, white culture is the most dominant, effective, correct culture, when he never says anything like that. He's literally just talking about it from like a completely, you know, like a non-racial perspective whatsoever.
Wow. He's using the whiteness lens.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, and if Wisecrack or these people want to do this, you can make the argument, but don't lie about it. Like the way he frames it. Okay, listen, because the way he frames it, he makes it sound like he's saying a direct quote from this guy, and he's
totally
not.
does.
He just fucking fabricated it.
He makes it sound like the guy came out and basically was saying Anglo-Saxons are the best because we came up with capitalism and everyone
He doesn't
else
say
sucks.
that.
Yeah.
He never says that. He never says that. He never says. I could not find any evidence of him saying anything remotely even close to this. So.
It also contains other multitudes, like racism. For example, early theorist of neoliberalism, Friedrich Hayek, insisted that market logic isn't just the best way to organize society, but is the direct product of the Anglo-Saxon West's superior cultural evolution.
See, he says Hayek insisted this, like he said it. Hayek never said anything like that at all that I could find. I have no fucking clue what the fuck he's talking about.
One of these other philosophers probably misquoted Hayek or
because I literally found the paper that I'm assuming he's citing.
He's reading from? Oh,
yeah, from this guy. It's from the Kuhnati guy,
right?
And it's called the racial constitution of neoliberalism. Okay, and I was reading through it, and like he does make that kind of wacky argument I said about like, well, if you kind of look at it in this way, obviously he's saying it in a more like definitive way because he's a socialist racist piece of shit. But, you know, he's kind of making this sort of like secondary argument about Hayek. But then Wisecrack just sort of repeats it, but he makes it sound like Hayek himself was making it, which is just a very dishonest way of framing the entire situation. So,
right.
They just hate the West.
Why be dishonest?
They just hate the West.
Why has he got to be dishonest? Like if he has truth justice and the American way on his side. Why does he have to be dishonest?
Well, I mean, I don't. He obviously the guy who's doing the host of it. He didn't write the episode, so he probably just read what some asshole wrote. He doesn't know anything.
Oh, okay.
Whatever. So
he doesn't write this stuff. He's just the face of the lies.
Well, I don't know. I think he writes some of them. He didn't write this one. It says in the credits who wrote it. Some other, fuckwit.
What's wrong with this eye over here? Why is this eye?
I don't know. So, but here, let me read you something from this paper so you can kind of get a grasp of like how obnoxious the paper is that he's citing. So the subsection here, this is a 31-page paper, is Hayekian neo-racism. Okay.
That's the paper?
Well, no, this is the subsection. So.
Okay, so that's from the paper.
Well, actually, let me actually
neo-racism.
Yeah, but let me actually go ahead of that. I'm going to read you the part where this is sort of how this Hayek is racist thing kind of, I believe, comes from. Okay. So he kind of explains.
An academic paper from some journal or something?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it was ever printed somewhere, but it's some supposedly academic paper. So he says, at the center of the intellectual system that Hayek developed from the late 1950s to the early 1980s is the idea of market systems as self-organizing structures. They have not been designed in order to achieve particular outcomes, but have emerged through a process of cultural evolution in which better rules replace worse ones through a gradual process of trial and error.
True, just like evolution.
Right, yeah, nothing wrong with that so far. The success of the market as a system of general rules of private ownership and interpersonal exchange rests upon its purported creation of a space of individual autonomy called property.
Oh yeah, property rights.
Right. And its ability to coordinate the actions of a large number of actors. Exactly how the general rules will produce specific outcomes when all elements begin to play the game of a complex market system is unknowable. Only a market system is able to extract the dispersed knowledge that each participant has about their values and desires and integrate those into a single system.
True.
Okay, so that's a completely fair characterization of kind of the spontaneous order and cultural evolution that I think Hayek is talking about.
Right. Where's the part about the brown people being lessers?
Right. Well, okay. So how we get there is, let's see. Do I have to read this paragraph? Deliberate efforts can be made to enhance the general rules of the market order, but only in a piecemeal fashion and without imposing an external design or plan. Questions of social justice cannot be meaningfully asked of self-generating order. To impose any kind of broad redesign of the rules or to intervene in a specific outcome they generate is bound to result in totalitarianism. That's his Hayek's position. When a government seeks to impose its plans on the spontaneous order of the market, it squashes the knowledge the market produces and is forced instead to use its own ideas of what people need. Okay. So you can kind of see sort of why, people on the left would have some issue with this theory.
Yeah, they're like, look, we got to manipulate the market and get rid of all these evil hierarchies.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, this guy, Hayek, was very, very anti-communism. So
against that, yeah.
Right. He said, quote, all endeavors to secure a just distribution must thus be directed towards turning the spontaneous order of the market into a ... totalitarian order. For Hayek, the NHS, I don't know what he means that in that
National Health Service?
Maybe. I don't know if that's what he means. Leads inexorably to these SS, the Nazis. While these arguments are well known, less attention has been paid to Hayek's work on the process of cultural evolution that brings the market order into existence. The market order is inseparable, he writes, from the common cultural tradition that undergirds it. True. Free markets require a tacit propensity among a people to obey certain general rules of conduct upon which the market depends. The cultural foundation is a matter of, quote, the whole cultural inheritance, which is passed on by learning and imitation. Okay, nothing wrong with that, right?
Pretty innocuous.
Hayek draws on a conventional Plato to NATO history of Western civilization. The rules enabling a market order to emerge were first glimpsed in ancient Greece, then revived in the Renaissance, before consciously articulated for the first time by Whig thinkers like Edmund Burke, Adam Ferguson, and Adam Smith. The resulting open society lifted Western culture beyond a tribal level of group belonging to an abstract universalism that was generally emulable. Okay. As the scope of human interaction increased with new communication technologies, the West's values were imitated elsewhere because they were only possibly means of coordinating modernity's complex systems. In this narrative, the genius of the West and its values form the universal principles of the world system. As John Gray points out for Hayek, the laws of liberty are discovered, not invented. This discovery is only available, quote, in the traditions of some, but not all peoples. Okay, so this is where they're sort of inferring some kind of racist dogmas or something. For Hayek, market freedom emerges organically in the West out of a cultural tradition of liberty, but its implementation in the non-West through emulation. So you can already see where they're starting to say, like, oh, he's a big racist, when really all that sentence says is just observing history. You know, you had Western liberal capitalism emerged out of Europe, you know, the West, what we call the West, out of Europe, and then other countries emulated it because it was successful. That's just the facts of history. That's just the order of operations.
That's not unheard of. Like,
No.
that's not even unheard of at the tribal level.
No. For Hayek, the universal market order paradoxically attains legitimacy through its embedding. Well, this fucking God, I hate this academic writing. Embedding in the particular cultural framework produced by the intellectual legacies of Western civilization. Okay. The values of civilization emerge historically among a particular people, but are also universally applicable. That seems to be so. Isn't that anti-racist? Is to say that the values of civilization emerge historically, but are universally applicable? Isn't that like completely anti-racist?
Well, they're saying they can work with any people, right?
Right. Yeah, that's completely that's an anti-racist perspective. That's an anti-white nationalist perspective.
Well, they would flip it, though. They would say, listen, some tribe somewhere has its own ideas about these things, and you're forcing those other ideas on them just because they're efficient or successful.
Right.
How do you determine what successful is?
Mm-hmm.
They like to run around and eat people. That's how they quantify success.
I know.
How many enemies did they eat this week?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, and it just kind of goes on. And it seems like basically the argument is essentially, it is like this very weird moral relativism that because the West, you know, quote, discovered or created this, you know, rule system originally, like, therefore he must be racist because, you know, anything that white people produce, I guess, is bad.
Right. It's just
But
weird.
anyway, but even in this paper, he doesn't, that line about him saying, you know, Anglo-Saxon, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, he never says, that's not even in this paper that he's quoting. He just literally pulled it out of his ass.
Of course.
So
he wants to pen racism on neoliberal policies. I think neoliberalism is great if you've got a overbearing government that's stifling innovation, right? But if you're in a situation where all the companies have been gobbled up and you've got like 2 monopolies running every industry,
right,
that's not a good situation either, right?
No. Okay, here's where I think that the wisecrack people sort of, how they inferred this insane position. It says, given Hayek's account of the Western cultural underpinnings of market systems, a necessary element in the task of reinvigorating freedom is the project of, preserving Western civilization. Dun, dun, dun. That's the racism right there. How dare you want to preserve Western civilization in a Western country, right? Though he does not use the term very often, like that, though he does not use the term very often, it is clear that at the core of his argument is a belief that the Western civilization is threatened from within and without. Oh my God, it's threatened. What did he say? Did he say the brown people are coming to destroy us? What did he say? This is what he said. From within, the West's market order is threatened by the desire for social justice, what he calls the, quote, savage in us, a, quote, releasing rapidly into the conceptions of the tribal society. This can take the form of socialism or new left radicalism, whose advocates are the non-domesticated, uncivilized, who have never learned the rules of conduct on which the open society is based, but want to impose upon it their instinct of, quote, natural conceptions derived from the tribal society.
Wow.
Wow, what a racist.
He's like, they just want to let their elephants run wild.
Right.
They want to disrespect everyone.
And it's funny, and I'm going to go back to this for a second. Well, we'll go back to it when the wisecrack people go back to it, because he completely he hears this tribal thing, and And instead of looking at it from like a tribalism, he thinks wrongly that Hayek is talking about like Ooga Booga black people tribes or something. Like, I'm not even joking. You're like, what? That's not what are you retarded? That's not what he's talking about at all.
Right.
So there's a recurring
I thought that might be going on.
I know. There is a reoccurring association in Hayek's writing between the demand for distributive justice and earlier stages of cultural evolution that are presumed un-Western or anti-Western. From without, Western markets' freedoms are threatened in two ways. First, calls for the redistribution of wealth from the West to poorer parts of the world are attempts to apply to humanity as a whole obligations which were, quote, appropriate only to the fellow members of a tribal group. Second, Hayek believes Western civilizations need to be protected from migration to the West. He argues that limitations on the free movement of men across frontiers are necessary because liberal principles can only be consistently applied only to those who themselves obey liberal principles and cannot always be extended to those who do not. What a racist. Oh my God. That's the most, is that the most racist thing you've ever heard?
It's not racist at all.
Oh, okay.
Obviously.
It's not really. Wow. Okay. Hayek advocates what has become the standard argument for racist immigration policies in Europe. Western values need to be defended from being overwhelmed by others with a different culture. So there's this really obnoxious thing that these leftist people do specifically, where even though they all hate liberalism and they all hate capitalism, they all hate liberal capitalist culture, they pretend like there's no such thing as culture, and that if you have a bunch of people from a different country with a different culture all come into your country and not assimilate, that's not going to have some impact on the country. They just like pretend it's not a thing.
Right. Culture is not a thing. Interesting perspective, but untrue.
Okay, let's get back.
Obviously, cultures live and die based on their cultural behavior.
Right.
Look, and obviously property rights, I do think, are the foundation of Western civilization. So, and a thriving economy.
Like if Wisecrack or any of these people lived in some sort of super crunchy, far left community, and they had like a wave of immigration. So they'll say the population doubles overnight, and it's a group of people from some country where, say, they're like super religious conservative, women are all treated like second-class citizens and all this stuff. How do you think that it's gonna have any impact on the area that he's living in?
Of course. Wisecrack is going to start beating his wife and making her wear a burqa.
There you go. It's funny. I remember years and years ago, I went to this writing camp thing that was hosted by the guy, I'm trying to remember, Orson Scott Card, who's the guy who wrote Ender's Game. Now, obviously, I was pretty young at the time. I didn't know. It's funny, Orson Scott Card has some kind of weird political views since then, but this is before any of that ever came out. And so I really like Ender's Game. It's one of my favorite books. And so I just go to like this guy's like writing conference, and he's really funny, affable guy. And it's at a college. And I was like, and he said, "Oh, there's no coffee or caffeinated drinks on the college campus." And I thought, oh, that's weird. But this was before I drank coffee. So I just like, oh, okay, that's weird, I guess. And one of the assignments was, and this was I think we're in North Carolina. And the assignment was, yeah, you said Mormon. Exactly. I didn't know anything about Mormonism back then. And one of the assignments he gave us, which was interesting, he said he wanted us to go into groups and to just like find random people on the street and like ask them questions about their lives. Okay. And like kind of made a writing assignment out of it. It was interesting because when we like started to talk to some people on the street, and we're like, oh, they're like, why are you asking us questions? Like, oh, well, we're doing this like writing assignment from this college. And some of them would become very defensive and angry. And they'd be like, oh, you go to that college? And I'm like, no, I don't go to this college. I'm just for like some like temporary conference. And they're like, oh, so you're not Mormon? And I was like, what are you talking about? And they're like, oh, it's a Mormon college. I'm like, is it? I'm like, I'm Jewish. I don't even know. Like, I don't know anything about Mormonism. And it's funny because when you talk to the people, they would get really mad because apparently like a bunch of Mormons moved into this city in North Carolina or something.
Wow.
And when they did, they started to try to like, or according to some of the residents we talked to, they were accusing that when these Mormons moved in, they then tried to start changing rules in the town about selling liquor, about like, speed limits, about like obscenity laws, like wanting stores to close. Like they're trying to change all these rules and everything. And I just thought it was so funny because I was like, oh, wow, this is crazy. I didn't know anything about like any of this stuff. And so I thought it was really interesting. And so obviously right there you have a situation where you have white people on white people. You have two different cultures like kind of coming to clash each other. A bunch of Mormons move into some area and then are trying to change the cultural values that existed before that area, in that area before, and it's causing conflict. So
yeah, they want everyone to live under their cultural aesthetic, right?
right.
Seeing people drink on Sunday, ooh, so disgusting.
Right. So
to curb that behavior.
If that was true, wouldn't the food be better? Hayek argues that this advanced European culture must be protected from barbarian outside forces, which would undermine its superiority. Like Mbembe, Kunani argues that under neoliberalism, race is a tool used to selectively include and exclude populations depending on how exploitable they are. It's a means of organizing the division of labor between the global north and global south, allowing powerful northern capital to selectively filter cheapened, precarious, super exploitable laborers. Like U.S. agriculture, which allows precarious employment to a select group of immigrants under punishing conditions with little ability to collectively organize, lest they risk deportation. So rather than being in...
So it was so weird because like, well, okay, so then just make it so people can't hire illegal labor and don't allow illegal people into the country, and then that wouldn't happen, right?
Yeah, they wouldn't be exploited, right?
Right, yeah.
Didn't he just say that we should let everyone in?
So what he wants is that everyone should be able to come in the country and then be immediately granted citizenship rights so that they can't be exploited. They
Right,
completely devalue the labor market to like all hell.
Gotcha, but they haven't been assimilated, right? And assimilating them would be racist.
I would guess so, right? I mean, if these people that were so open border were very pro-America and very pro-assimilation, we'd have a little bit of a different conversation, but they're not. They generally hate America and they generally don't want anyone to assimilate, or at least act like they don't want anyone to assimilate. So they're all cultural relativists. So
contradiction with neoliberalism, hard borders, anti-immigrant policies, and inflammatory rhetoric can be essential features. Now, this system protects the integrity of the Anglo-Saxon market society from non-Western outsiders and allows local capital to cut labor costs thanks to racialized immigration status. Now, if border control was loosened and migrants were suddenly able to claim rights and protections, then both features would be compromised. Racializing borders is essential to organizing exploitable labor, which is necessary for the construction of the neoliberal state. Neoliberal state just meaning places like the United States, England, France, Germany, all those type places where our culture involves a lot of, global businesses, Starbucks, Burger King, capitalism, things of that nature. We also love war, so that's there too. Now, for Kerry...
So, see, that's another element too. Like this piece of shit here, he fucking is so brain rot that he hates America. He hates the West. He hates everything that he associates with Western culture. He hates. So obviously he has no problem with those cultures, being destroyed or changed or whatever, because he hates them all. And he thinks that like he just describes them all as like, oh, those cultures are just brands, right? That's all it's just Starbucks and Walmart. That's what American culture is. Starbucks, Walmart, and like going to war.
Yeah, it's so weird that he throws the war thing in. Like who loves war? Who's like, oh my God, I can't wait to have a war. Can't wait for America to get embroiled in a preemptive war.
I think all these socialists who fucking hate America and American culture should just be forced to spend a year living in, I don't know, some country that doesn't have a drop of Western culture.
Yeah,
right?
Totally.
Yeah, just to see,
pack them off to Sierra Leone for a year.
Right, just to see, like, oh, okay, you go live in some anti-Western culture country for a year, and you come back to us. Let us know what you think. How you think
with one of these feckless governments that can't do anything.
Right. Yeah.
Basically, you're just pushed around by the local warlord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See how you feel about law enforcement then.
It's funny. I even went to ChatGPT, and I was asking them if they could like summarize Hayek's tribal morality.
Okay.
Because he sort of interpreted it as like barbarians and a race thing. And actually, it did give a good answer. And yes, I did check this answer to make sure it was an accurate answer. Right. Yes. I was checking it against other sources, but it did summarize it in a way that I thought was easy to digest. It said, Friedrich Hayek, in his writings, particularly in The Fatal Conceit in 1988, discusses the concept of tribal/group morals and in contrast to the evolved abstract system of norms found in modern open society. Hayek believes that early human societies operated on a set of tribal morals, which were more collectivist in nature and based on a strong personal bonds and direct reciprocal relationships. These tribal morals focus on solidarity, sharing, and loyalty within the group, which were essential for survival of all small communities. However, Hayek argued that these same morals became less functional as societies grew larger and more complex. In larger modern societies, where individuals often interacted with strangers and rely on extended systems of exchange, tribal instincts can become counterproductive. He argued that modern societies require impersonal rules such as private property, contracts, and the rule of law, which allow for large-scale cooperation and specialization. These abstract rules enable the market economy and complex social orders to flourish, but they often conflict with our instinctual tribal morals. In
So
essence,
true.
yeah, right. Everything sounds so right on the money here.
Yeah.
In essence, Hayek suggested that a tension exists between our inherited tribal moral instincts and the demands of living in a modern complex society. He believed that adhering too closely to tribal morals in a modern setting could lead to collectivism or socialism, which he viewed as harmful to a functioning free market society. Instead, he advocated for embracing the abstract and personal norms that have evolved in market economies, which he saw as an essential for progress and prosperity.
Yes, this is offloading the cultural pressure to other individuals, social pressure, instead of basically our biological intuitions keeping us in line. Our biological intuitions often push us into very social, antisocial, uncooperative directions.
Right.
And we need that social pressure to rein ourselves in.
Right. And so, and I'm not gonna read the whole answer, but I even asked, like, how does tribal morals connect to socialism? And it kind of goes in this whole thing, which I kind of comment a little bit about how, he views that socialism is essentially this kind of older form of tribal morality kind of manifesting through the government in a wide scale, is how he views socialism. And so when he talks about the tribal moralities and the quote barbarians, he's literally talking about socialism. He doesn't say, he's not talking about non-white people, sort of the way that Wisecrack is very dishonestly framing it like he's some kind of racist.
Right. He's talking about moral intuitions.
And it's funny because I even asked ChatGPT, did Hayek say anything about race? And it says, Hayek did not focus extensively on race in his work, as his primary concern was, economics, blah, blah, blah. His views on individualism and universal abstract principles can be seen as opposing the ideas of collectivism based on race or ethnicity, which is true. He believed strongly in individualism and rule of law, arguing that people should be judged and treated as individuals rather than as members of a group. In sense, Hayek would likely reject any system that assigns values or rights based on race, as it conflicts with his belief in abstract and personal rules that apply equally to all individuals.
Right.
So
racism is just another form of collectivism.
Right.
Collectivism based on race.
Yep.
Did he say specifically, like, what are the moral intuitions that will lead us to more collectivism? Obviously, there's lots of intuitions around property that I think can be counterproductive. Like, a lot of tribal intuitions is that, like, property is collectively owned by the group. But then you run into the problem of, no one ever pays to wash a rental car, right?
Yeah, well, he's kind of basically saying that, like, in this kind of pre-civilization tribal setting, there was the moral sense was highly about, like, resources would be shared equally between, like, among the tribe.
Right.
And, like, and that would work because, first of all, A, there were little resources. B, it was a small tribe. C, you knew everyone. Like, everyone knew everyone that was part of the tribe, essentially, and everyone was contributing. And there was, like, in one of those situations, in like a small tribal group situation of like 100 people or less, 100 would be like a lot, but like normally the tribes would probably be less. You couldn't really have someone slack, like someone that was like a slacker. Like, everyone would know who was the slacker, right? And there'd be massive social and probably physical pressure to prevent people from like literally pulling their weight. Cause like, you know, you're trying to survive, you're basically gathering food and resources so that you can survive. And so, but when society kind of transforms, once farming enters the equation and society kind of transforms into like these massive large scale societies, it's incredibly easy like for people to hide in the realms of like just the masses of people, right? There's not the watchful eye of the chieftain or your neighbor, like looking over your shoulder all the times to make sure keeping everyone in line.
Yeah.
And so he's basically saying that like a lot of these instincts about, you know, equal sharing of resources, central control, redistribution of resources,
They
only
enable
kind
slackers.
of right, like not really caring about rule of law, kind of the in-group, out-group preferences. He's kind of saying like these are the things that he would consider like socialism and like leading down that pathway. So
Okay.
which I think is a very interesting argument. I think there's a lot of elements that I agree with that are true. So
Various immigration doesn't only recreate racial divisions, it also maintains patriarchy. Scholars David McNally and
I know, it's just like buzzword salad here.
oh God, you gotta throw patriarchy in here too. You know?
Yeah.
Ferguson point out that U.S. immigration policy since NAFTA has simultaneously criminalized border crossings while hiring ever more illegal immigrant labor.
And if passed, the Senate bill, as currently written and is hitting the floor, would put in place the toughest border enforcement plan that America has ever seen.
A core drive of
fascist. Oh, sorry.
Capitalism is to reduce the cost of labor by lowering the cost of its reproduction. One way to do that is through unwaged care work in the household, you know, stuff like cooking, cleaning, and childcare. Widely known to be feminized, this work is devalued and disproportionately shouldered by women. But crucially, as neoliberalism has become entrenched around the world, the global north has increasingly used the racializing border system to exploit migrant women into providing cheap reproductive labor. As women in the global north...
First of all, this is so like insanely sexist and racist, right? Because like for all the, you know, okay, first of all, the argument is retarded. It's a completely retarded argument.
Yes,
the market, right? Like the market is very much based around paying, you know, if you're doing a low wage job, it generally means it's because there's a lot of people that can do that job.
Yep.
That's generally the process. It's not like there's not this weird moral consideration where it's like, oh, are you cleaning something? That's a woman's job, so it's the value. First of all, by the way, there's tons of male janitors. I don't know, like, okay, I'm glad you got a bunch of B-roll of female janitors. There's tons of male janitors everywhere. So this idea it's like a female job is ridiculous in the first place.
Look, it's completely stupid because healthcare is dominated by women and healthcare makes bank because of the aging population. Like it's simple supply and demand, dude.
Yes, healthcare is completely dominated by women. We even see more and more, especially more and more doctors are graduating or being women, more lawyers are graduating and becoming women. Like it's just totally like this conspiracy to intentionally pay women incorrect like lower wages is retarded.
Ridiculous.
But on top of it,
yes.
But then on top of it, it's like super disgusting and sexist because like, okay, well, there's tons of quote, you know, there's tons of like non-female jobs or even male jobs that like male, you know, migrants are working that are very hard labor that they're not getting paid a lot, you know, roofing, yard work, all this construction work, you know, a lot of, you know, the agriculture work and all this stuff.
Are those feminized jobs there?
Yeah.
Lawn care?
Is the patriarchy trying to intentionally make sure that, you know, all the, you know, migrant men are getting paid less? Like it's just so disgustingly sexist and retarded. This like framing of it's so retarded. It's just so stupid.
Yeah. He didn't think this one through.
No.
North are expected both to work and be carers in the home. They've been encouraged in different ways to outsource household reproductive labor to migrant women. You know, for example, Canada's Live-In Care Worker Program, or LCP, was used to plug the hole in childcare left by insufficient state funding. It relied on women from the global south hired for dirt cheap wages. Now, unsurprisingly,
So he's okay. This is why I fucking hate some of these people on the far left. They're like the brain rot here. He's complaining that we don't have open borders, number one. So he wants open borders. And then he also is complaining that the people aren't getting paid enough, even though if you have a lot of migration, That's obviously going to depress the wages in the first place. And then he's complaining that people are giving them jobs by having them be, you know, housekeepers or maids or caretakers of children. He's like complaining that that job even exists in the first place.
Yeah, at every level of analysis, he's complaining. This is all wrong.
Yes. It's complete, like, it is the most illogical, insane, backwards way to, like, every level of the system that's something that he should be advocating for, it's all backwards. It's all completely backwards.
Yeah. He could probably get what he wanted if he just focused for 5 minutes.
No, he's too ideologically possessed by socialism to ever, I think, have an accurate picture of reality.
Right. All of his analysis is really just designed to say Republicans are evil, or capitalism are evil, or border patrol policy is evil.
Right. Now
like,
Democrats
that's all he really
are racist
cares
and
about.
evil, yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't really care about solving issues. It's just how other people are doing it is wrong. The state is evil. The state is wrong.
The West is evil, yeah.
Yeah.
Unprotected
VPNs
worker.
are okay. As long as you got a good VPN ad in your video, you're cool.
There you go. There you go.
Unprotected workers have experienced immense exploitation and some abuse, with some forced to work 12-hour days without breaks. From the UK to Spain to Sweden, there's been a sharp increase in migrant women providing cheap domestic labor disproportionately for white women. Now,
look, if we were sending caravans to round them up and force them back here to work, I mean, maybe you got a point, but I don't understand. They have certain economic opportunities in the place where they live, and they have certain economic opportunities that exist here. And they're like, okay, I like those opportunities better. I'm going to go for that. Like, what is wrong with that? Why is that a bad thing?
But it's just a complete, like, not acknowledgement of why everything is the way it is. Okay. So if you have people that are immigrating to this country from poor countries, right? So like what they're used to living in a standard of living that's much lower than the average American is living.
Well, I'm pretty sure they don't have, physical safety. That's the problem. It's probably
that's part of
areas,
right.
like, and they don't have secure property rights, so they can work forever and make money, and then the state comes along and is like, "Hey, I like that. Let me take all your stuff."
Yes, you have lower living standards, which includes, not secure property rights, not safe areas, blah, 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 all these things, right?
All the things he's advocating for.
Right. All these things. So that when that person migrates to America, because that's what they're used to, that's where they're coming from, they're willing to take a job at a much lower rate than someone who's American and has been in America for some time and is used to a higher standard of living. So therefore, they're depressing down the wages by accepting this lower amount.
Well, that's like a different point altogether. I'm just focusing on these people are being exploited.
No, but that's what, it's all connected, because then that's why you get this situation, because you have people immigrating to your country from poorer countries that have this, are used to, or willing to accept a lower wage because of what they're used to or the country they're coming from. That drives the wages down. Then these idiots like Wisecrack then turn around and say, oh, all these people are being exploited by the white people who are hiring them to be maids, nannies, janitors, whatever, because they're making less money. It's like, okay, but you understand, like, by having this permissive immigration system that you're in favor of, you've created this situation in the first place just through the natural order of events.
Yes. Yeah.
We see the same in the US. This labor is precarious. Workers lack access to healthcare and bargaining power. Here, the very presence of the border makes the task of reproducing and raising lots of little future workers cheaper. You ever think about?
So he has like this insane conspiracy theory. He hasn't labeled it conspiracy because he knows, like, well, it's only the evil right-wing people that have conspiracy theories. He has this insane conspiracy theory that in our country, in America, we intentionally have a border and say, you can't cross it or you're illegal. But then we also allow people to cross it and be deemed illegal so that they'll provide cheap labor. And he thinks this is some like conspiracy of intentionality. Like this was the intentional process that occurred, as opposed to, no, this was the spontaneous order that occurred because of sort of the, allowing the border to be weak and to people to cross into it and to not go after people that were hiring illegal immigrants and to not deport people. And if you don't do that, you're going to create this exact situation that he's now complaining about.
Yeah, there's multiple players at the table that all have different conflicting goals. Obviously, the people who are against the weak immigration policy are worried about sustaining the culture. Different business factions want the cheap labor. Like there's all sorts of things at play here. So, but it's him framing it as exploitation bugs the shit out of me. That's the part that really bugs the shit out of me.
Well,
because people are choosing of their own volition. They're like, look, I'm getting a 10 times better deal here, even though I am getting paid less. Like my money's secure. I'm able to send money back to my family. Like it's a good deal for them.
Right. And it's also, he's conflating it with actual exploitation because there are actual stories of like people who essentially are migrant labor that get kidnapped.
Oh,
and
yeah,
you get like, forced to work on some farm or some crazy situation, And
well, that definitely needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, that's a completely different situation. So to conflate that with just, the situation, and I agree. I don't think, and I've said this before, I said this a million times, and it's funny because I get into, whenever someone on the left brings up this like argument about immigration, say, oh, you want to pay, 10 times the amount for your produce? I say, yes. Yes.
Do you really? Oh,
yes.
Sitch.
If our markets function only the way they do and prices are set only based on illegal labor, that means that the price point in the market of the product are completely fucked up. And that needs to be addressed. Whatever you can't sit here, whether you're on the left or the right, you can't sit here and say you actually believe in free market capitalism if your products depend on illegal labor in your own country. Okay, you can't actually make that statement. So when I hear people on the left bring up this point, it's like so fucking retarded. It's like, yes, people should have to either people should not be allowed to hire illegal immigrants and then pay them like not whatever the legal amount is. That should not be done. That should not be allowed in our country.
What if produce just becomes we're not able to produce it because we can't get the labor costs down enough?
Then they'll have to figure out. Then they'll have to change the law for the price point of the wages. They'll have to figure out some way around it. That's just the way it is.
Right.
You don't get to just you don't get to just say, oh well, we have laws that apply to every other industry, but this magic industry, they just we're not going to talk about it. Hush, hush. Like it just gets its own magical exception.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't believe in that shit.
Right.
People, this is why people and the voters end up being not responsible or stupid. Is because they just like. You have to force people to be adults in the room to make responsible decisions.
Yeah. I mean, I'm mindful of the culture. Obviously, that's the aspect that I worry about. But at the same time, if migrant labor is going to be a boon to the economy and also a better situation for them, it just kind of seems like a win-win to me.
And we'll have to, if that's what people want, then we just have to address. Again, I think if it's up to me, all the people that hire illegal immigrants should be thrown in jail. Like all the companies that are doing this and knowingly do it. Every single one of those people, the CEOs of those companies shall be thrown in fucking jail. If you want to stop this, this is the only way to stop it. Okay. You cannot allow people to hire illegal immigrants, period.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the economics of that. Because I do admit, like obviously if the cheap labor is producing cheaper products, it's driving down inflation.
Right, but but my point is you have to allow the system to actually function so that if we do this and we say, okay, we're making it illegal to hire illegal labor, right? And then some product, the price of it goes up to be untenable, then you have to either A, change the law, or B, the market has to figure out a way to make it tenable.
Well, it might just be a wash. I mean, those products are cheap and everyone's not making very much money. But as soon as they start making more money and the products go up, then they can afford the more expensive products because they're making more money. So
right.
About that, like all the stuff in our culture, right? It's like, oh, have children. Having kids is so important. You don't want to be a childless cat lady. Have kids. Well, why do they want you to have kids so much, you know? To create a workforce.
I laugh my ass off at this point because, you know, I'm always talking about how human labor is going to become superfluous at some point. Like it's just, we're going to reach a point. And look, you could make an argument that this is going to happen with customer service people on the phone first. Like their days are numbered. Like with what GPT is being able to do and with, you know, voice, interactive algorithms, like you're just going to get better customer service from a robot than you are from a human being.
Right.
So like the idea that there's some, you know, mustache twirling capitalism somewhere is like, we gotta crank out some babies. Like all these Silicon Valley people are like, we need to get UBI because we're going to have a bunch of unemployed people soon.
Well, it's twofold because from like the robot's perspective, like it completely changes the equation. Like if you have robots and AI and all that stuff, you know, that could completely change everything, right? But taking that out of the equation for like a second, like this weird socialist prescription is so weird. This is again, every position he has is like fucked up and backwards. Like the way I mean, I guess it makes sense because he hates capitalism. The way the economy is structured is that you want it to keep growing. You want the economy to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And the only way for that to really happen, not the only way, but one of the best ways for that to happen is to just have the population keep increasing. And so like, okay, obviously you want the economy to keep doing well. You want the American idea, the American spirit, the American culture to propagate into the future. People have a biological desire to spread their seed and have children, blah, 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 all this other shit. Like there's all these reasons for why they're like this advocacy for people to have kids, especially when the replacement rate is, you know, dropping in this country. And yet he just simplifies it to this incredibly, you know, dark, fucked up, pessimistic view of they just want children to work in the mines. That's all they want. It's so like people, their brain is so ruined by ideology that they adhere to some single fucking ideology that some dead dumb fuck German came up with, who's the biggest fucking loser, and they can't like exceed outside the bounds of that to look at anything else through any other lens whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't see how they can't see. They're I guess they're just incapable of taking in new information without like distorting it completely through this lens.
That's the danger of these like highly universal lens, is that there is no new information. All the new information is filtered through the lens and then crumpled up and regurgitated out through socialist gobbledygook.
Right.
That's it. They don't care about T-ball, art class, anything else. They just want you to make a little worker with their little hands for the mines and all the factory equipment or the computer. Sometimes my dog.
It's so funny. He just totally laid it out. He's like, he's given us his playbook. He's like, art class, important. Working on the computer, unimportant.
Right. Well, it's funny because like with AI, programming might be very unimportant.
Oh, of course.
Like the next 20 years. It's so funny because like, remember like programming used to be like, oh, everyone's got to get into programming. That's like the surefire way to like make a ton of money.
Oh, yeah. Now the computers do the programming better than anyone.
They might, that might be pretty.
Well, a lot of people are able to use those tools to help them, but obviously.
Well, it's kind of, he's like way behind the times too, because I guess, I mean, he is talking about like neoliberal shit, but most of the times when I hear people on the right, they're like advocating for starting families and having children. None of it's from like this economic perspective. It's all from like this sort of like, quote, moral perspective of like, you know, the idea that, you know, having a family makes you more moral or more mentally well or more conservative or something to that effect.
So I looked it up. Like about three, there's different contested numbers, but about 3 million people work in these call centers. Oh my God. That's like 3 million jobs, probably just toast in the next 5 years.
Well, no, it's going to be crazy. You're going to have those jobs are going to be gone. All the driving jobs are going to be gone.
And look, good riddance. Every time I talk to these customer service people, it's rare that you get one that actually knows what they're doing, right? They basically just let them loose on the website. They're like, look, all the information is here on the website. You just give that information to the person that calls. Easy, right?
Like usually it's like a mixed bag, I find. Sometimes you get really awful people, sometimes you get great people.
Oh no, I agree. I agree. But if every single call is to the best person ever because it's an AI that just hits,
they know all
is
the
batting
rules
1,000. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
That's gonna not only that, there's gonna be no more waiting on the phone because they just throw as much computer power as needed to get every call answered in, a minute, 30 seconds.
Well, yeah, they'll be waiting in terms of the RAM is only able to hold, 100 calls simultaneously or something.
No, I
right?
disagree. So, I think they'll be able to do like thousands of calls at once.
Well, it might not be. It depends when it's, how efficient, how much the energy cost is, how much the computing cost is.
Of course. But you're talking about going to like a digital workforce versus.
No, it should be less. I agree.
Yeah.
It should significantly be less than humans. I want to imagine. So it will be soon. I don't know how long that'll take, but.
Yeah.
So.
It's crazy. This guy's going to get his wish. Also, too, he's like T-ball. He's like, oh, fuck baseball. We're playing some T-ball here. T-ball. Tee me up. The golf of baseball.
Daughter looks at me when I'm on the laptop, and I'm just like, this is the little work box. One day, everything, you just do this all day. You do this, and you create things. And do they matter? I don't really know, but then sometimes you get to go to the doctor because of it.
Oh, man.
That's dark. It's real dark.
This is dark. This is really dark. Oh, my God.
I've listened to some of the live streams.
A difference?
I listen to some of the live streams, and it's like sometimes he gets into like, I don't know, his personal take on things, and it's usually pretty dark whenever he starts to go on that stuff. Like, oh my God.
He's just like a manic depressive, huh?
I mean, it makes sense. Is there like, I feel like just to be a socialist, you have to be like depressed and pessimistic. It's like a pessimistic world. Like the whole thing is pessimism. There is no optimism in socialism.
It's so weird. I wonder what causes it. I guess maybe it's too much empathy. Like a lot of times I think these people work in some dumb job and they just can never escape it. Even though, obviously they move to a job that they're more comfortable with. They keep imagining the person that's doing that job that they hated. When the truth is, there's probably someone that loves doing that job. So just take a rest. Just sleep at night, okay?
Right.
Whatever dumb job you hated doing, there's somebody that's like, that's my fucking dream job. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I think it's part of it. I mean, part of it, I think there's a lot of reasons for it, but I think if you keep getting deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, it gets down to the sort of, and Peterson's talked about this, the view of the unfairness of nature and the unfairness of the world, and just sort of the rebelling against life itself and God and rebelling against birth. And that kind of is just something that people you just have to cope. You have to deal with it.
It's very sad. Very sad. I've always viewed
life
as...
That's not the thing about it.
Well, look, I think life is an adventure. I think you got to have a positive attitude. So much of life is the attitude that you put forward in the world. Like if you're a sourpuss, dour piece of shit, what do you think? Why do you think your life is falling apart?
That's 100% true. Yeah, that's 100% true. You are. It's weird. Like you are your thoughts. Like to everyone else, to everyone else in the world, you're your actions, but to you, you're your thoughts. So if you have this like very depressed, dark view of the world, then obviously that's going to make you very dark and depressed. You're going to make yourself that. And the only way to get out of that is to change your mindset, change your environment, so you're not in that funk all the time. That's literally the only way to change that.
Yeah, look, a lot of people turn to therapy and I just don't get it. I'm like, you set aside 1, maybe 2 days a week to go in and bring up the most depressing things ever that are happening to you. What the fuck are you thinking? Like, why would you do that? You don't have better things to focus on, better things to think about?
Some types of therapy that I think are very useful, the types of therapy that are like that are combining, like, okay, you find out what the negative process, the negative loop or the negative process in your mind is, and then you sort of condition yourself to find something like a way out of it, or you condition yourself to have a positive thing. I think those work. I think the strict sort of psychoanalysis talk therapy is just dog shit. It doesn't work.
Oh
It just
yeah,
makes
yeah,
everyone
yeah.
miserable. And that's kind of what I think that's what you're
Yeah,
thinking
it's
about.
literally dwelling on it. Yeah, exactly.
Right, right.
It becomes dwelling on it. Look, like if bad things happen to you, obviously, you know, I'm not Pollyanna about it. Bad things happen to people all the time. But distance from those things happening always makes things better. So I don't look jumping into those things like immediately and setting up some cycle of dwelling on them, I don't think is healthy. Putting them out of your mind, getting some distance from them, and then looking at them more objectively when you're not emotionally overwhelmed by them is probably a better strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But anyway, speaking of which, I was going to say this guy needs therapy, but look, I mean, you know, just kind of in a general way, he needs to restructure his mind, not to dwell on these things that are outside of his control so much.
Mm-hmm.
Exciting times. That such labor is both feminized and racialized further cements both patriarchal and racial divisions in Western societies. When middle class...
This guy's fucked, okay? I think he probably has some like philosophy degree or gender study degree or sociology degree. He probably has some completely fucking useless degree, a completely fucking useless field. What can he do but, you know, produce this sort of like vomit this leftist dog shit content on YouTube?
Look at him. He said it all. Like, am I doing good in the world? No, dude, you're not doing good in the world. You're doing awful things in the world.
You're spreading poison in the world. That's why you're miserable. You're spreading poison in the world. And some part of you intuitively realizes it.
Yes. So true. So true. Look, this maid in the video here that you're categorizing as exploited probably has a better life than you. It's like she's probably happy at the end of the day, feels like she's got a good day of work in, and goes home and has fun with her kids and family. It's like work is not torture for all people.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so silly. A lot of people are happy to have a job. A lot of people are happy to have a place in society. They're not worried about playing the status game.
Mm. Well, this is classic elite overproduction. So.
Oh yeah, look, you like that term, huh?
I mean, I think it's definitely the case in a lot of these leftist circles.
It is, totally. He's a counter-revolutionary. He's a counter-elite now. He's like, I would have been an amazing academic if only they hadn't turned out 3,500 graduate students at one time.
Then suddenly he understands like market forces for producing too much,
of course,
workers for a specific job, right?
Do we really need 40,000 philosophy teachers in America? I'm not certain that we do. So
terrible.
Can you imagine how many? Look, I just looked up how many customer service people there are. Close to 3 million.
Right.
How many philosophy teachers do you think America needs?
I don't know.
It's not in the 3 millions, that's for sure.
It's difficult because one of those things where like I'm 100% on board with philosophy being taught in colleges and things like that. I think this is completely beneficial. But yeah, I mean, you have to grapple with the reality of like, okay, if you're gonna major in philosophy, you know, you're kind of limiting your job prospects afterwards pretty substantially. So at least based on your degree anyway.
Yeah. I mean, there's certain aspects of philosophy that are just completely essential, like epistemology, so important. Obviously, you know, science is based around philosophy.
Well, I think, so I think a better example of philosophy is something like the gender studies, the race studies, you know, which is generally not in the philosophy field. It's generally
like
in the sociology field.
Yeah.
All that shit, 1000% useless. Every one of those, you know, in my opinion, teaching those classes is an inherent, you know, bad thing for society. You know, it's just a massive waste of resources. It's just producing a bunch of people with degrees that are completely, their only job is to spread toxic ideology.
True.
And
Yeah.
it.
To foment dissent. But then that's why they got into that business. They're like, I want to foment dissent and revolution.
Well, it's like,
is it going to tear down society? Probably not.
No.
That's why they're all depressed.
It's like a vicious cycle of college kids. Kids go to college, they take on these classes, they feel like it's like they have like a revelatory experience where they feel like they've been able to see some true secret aspect of the world by giving them the simplistic lens that everything's racism, everything's sexism, everything's capitalism, blah, 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 blah. Right. That kind of energizes them and motivates them. Then they study it, they major in it, they get a degree in it, they leave college and they realize, oh, my only job is to either teach this slop to other people or to, run one of these horrific DEI programs at a company somewhere or HR department or something. So make the world essentially a worse place going forward.
I mean, they never teach them the good things about capitalism. It's so sick. Like capitalism really does help a lot of different countries, like raise their economic status.
Yeah. Standard of living.
Yeah. So crazy.
Export reproductive labor to underpaid migrant women, it then devalues that labor. And it reinforces the idea that the responsibility for such labor ought to lie with women and people of color, upholding both oppressive hierarchies. So when neoliberal politicians pursue anti-immigration policy and rhetoric, it's not necessarily an irrational contradiction. Rather, it's an expression of an underlying goal: to separate populations to protect the cultural superiority of market states while selectively allowing the flow of racialized, low-cost labor. You put it this
Okay. Let me give you a trick. Let me give you a very easy trick. If anyone left or right, they have to explain why there's a large-scale system that exists this way. And obviously, like when I say large-scale system, like immigration is a massive, large-scale system that has a billion moving parts in this country. There's a bunch of and it's existed for decades. And people say, why is immigration kind of fucked up, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, there's always like a million reasons. And if anyone's ever been entangled in a system, a large-scale system, whether it be working in a large corporation, working in the public sphere or something, okay, you kind of maybe have experienced this firsthand and seeing there's always like million moving parts kind of churning things out. These systems all arise completely from the Hayekian perspective of spontaneous order. There's a bunch of things that kind of happen and interlock in a way that people don't necessarily expect that create outcomes. And then it becomes very difficult to change the outcomes because there's a bunch of other things that are going on. Right.
Yeah.
There's some politician somewhere that advocated for something and they don't want to admit that they ever made a mistake. And so, blah, 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 whatever. Right.
Cultural inertia kind of takes over. People often, they just think, oh, we do this way because it's the way we've always done it. Right.
Right. And so, like, let's look at the immigration situation he's talking about. Like, the reason that the situation he's talking about occurs is because you have people, you have one faction in the country that's like, we should close the borders, deport all the illegal immigrants. And then you have another faction that's like, no, we should, have some level of immigration and we should be kind to people, even the illegal immigrants that are in the country. Right. So you have two different ideologies that are kind of clashing. And and because of that, you kind of have this problem where like, okay, if you want to solve the actual problem he's talking about, what you would do is twofold. If a company is hiring someone who's a legal immigrant, you throw that person in jail or fine them up the wazoo to make it just completely untenable for them not to do. And you deport the illegal immigrant because they're depressing wages for the American citizen. Right. But why does that not happen? Well, it doesn't happen because generally people on the left don't want to deport the illegal migrant because they have, an empathy for their plight. And then generally until recently, people on the right, which are more pro-business, didn't want to essentially harm the economy and started to go after business owners. Okay. And so because you have these like contradictions or because you have these moral things kind of at play, it creates a system where you have illegal labor able to kind of get into the country and then end up depressing wages, right? Because you have like all these little moving parts and blah, 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 blah. And it's very difficult to change legislation. We've talked about this a million times. Politicians don't want to ever like take responsibility because they have to, they don't want to get in trouble for bad decisions, blah, 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 blah. You've all heard this a million times. But then stupid people like Wisecrack or other people on the right do this too. And instead of like acknowledging that all these systems kind of create all these circumstances, they just say, oh no, it's all a conspiracy. There's all a conspiracy. If a system is producing a result, it must mean that that's the intended result, that there's some kind of massive big brain Democrats and big brain Republicans that are meeting in a shadowy room somewhere, smoking cigars, laughing about how, oh, we just want to criminalize crossing the border so that we can create a system where we get cheap migrant labor. Like that's like the intention from the beginning. And it's the most retarded, brain rot, detached from reality fucking view ever. And if you ever hear anyone on the left and right give these like conspiratorial takes where you have massive systems are all because a bunch of shadowy people just figured it all out. They all 10D chess moved the whole situation, on a fucking whiteboard like 50 years ago. That person's an idiot, has no fucking clue what the fuck they're talking about.
True. They're dipshits.
Dipshit.
Look, I was thinking more about the economic growth situation, because all economic growth does come down to population growth. And not necessarily, I mean, we're in a situation now where the population is both labor and consumer. But we could, once the robots take over, the population could only be consumer. But that consumer growth would determine what the robots make, obviously, right?
Right.
The robots are making products and services for the population. And if nobody wants a certain product or service, there's no point in making it. So there still is some kind of feedback there. So the population can only grow at the level of the native population's reproduction without immigration, right? So, but immigration kind of subverts this. And I don't know. Like my instinct is, why wouldn't we want like as much immigration as we could get, as long as those people could be assimilated? Like assimilation becomes the bottleneck for me.
It is. Well, that is, I think the correct way to look at immigration is that assimilation is the bottom line bottleneck.
Okay.
Well, there's two. It is assimilation and, you're talking about in the future. Like the two factors in my mind currently are assimilation and depressing of wages.
Yeah, wage.
Of people, right.
You want wage stability.
Yeah, you want people to be able to get high wages, and you want assimilation.
Look, I don't know. It is unfair to depress the native population's wages.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right.
When a bunch of colonialists come in and take over.
There you go.
A bunch of colonists, rather.
Right. Right.
And lower all the wages for the native population.
But
which is us.
When when we have this situation 10 years from now, maybe, I'm always cautious because I feel like we always underestimate the amount of time it takes for like these massive technology.
Bring up the robot video.
I know. I've seen the robot video, but if it's like 10 years from now where everything's robots and AI, it's very hard to kind of predict where the economy, what the economy is going to look
ball
like.
Game then.
Yeah, everything's going to be, all the rules are going to be very different at that point. So, and they're going to have to be. But
yeah.
This way, neoliberalism begins to look, a little bit authoritarian. Okay. I might even say if I was pushed, a little bit fascist, just a little fascist. But so fascism.
Yeah, if you believe a conspiracy where all the politicians are intentionally making it illegal across the border, but allowing illegal people into the country to use as slave labor, yeah, that's a pretty crazy worldview, and that would make it seem kind of crazy if you believed such a retarded conspiracy theory. Yeah, that's true.
Is notoriously difficult to define. For political scientist Anthony R. DiMaggio, features of fascism crucially include authoritarian state practices, white supremacy and nationalism, and patriarchal authoritarian politics. Now,
it's like the worst definition of fascism ever. But okay. I just like the idea that he's got like Kamala Harris speaking on a stage and he's like, look at this white supremacist nationalist fascist. We have a non-white woman is supposed to be the fascist who represents the white supremacy, patriarchal, authoritarian politics, according to Wisecrack. So,
patriarchal, authoritarian politics. Now let's go in order to see if the neoliberal border regime qualifies. If you want to play a game, let me know in the comments before we do this if you think it's going to qualify or not, with a yes, a no, or an of course. Okay, firstly, the neoliberalism.
I mean, I think we all know what direction this is going in.
I'm back, so
yeah. Okay,
just
he's going to explain
time for the racism, fascism talk.
And explain how the border is fascist. Okay.
Okay, good.
And it's funny. He's going to show a bunch of pictures of non-male, non-white border patrol people to represent the white.
These are the fascists.
Patriarchal fascists.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, this woman looks Latino, but whatever.
Yep.
Liberal border regime demands authoritarian control. They require huge policing infrastructure to maintain, including prisons on the southern border, or the investment in an MI5-style border force planned by the Labor government. What's more, the increased outsourcing of such infrastructure.
Do you like that? Even for the B-roll that he got for the border agents, he couldn't even get a bunch of white people, a bunch of white males. He had a bunch of.
He tried. He gave up.
Yeah, I know. It's hilarious.
He tried in vain. He's like, oh my goodness.
To private corporations.
What are these like when they complain about like the facilities and all this stuff? It's like what? Okay, you have a border. People show up to the border and they say, "I request asylum," and we say, "Okay." Well, we don't know if we actually should let whether there's a legitimate request or not, right? And so I guess his worldview is that either I guess is that just people should just be let into the country, and you just hope they show up 6 months down the road whenever they finally get to it. What happens when they don't? Like Wisecrack, what happens when you do that strategy and then you have 80% of the people don't show up? What do you do then?
Yeah.
Do you end up creating these facilities on the border where, obviously the conditions aren't going to be the best because you've got tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people all trying to surge, into the country?
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy because the situation outside is probably 10 times worse. I mean, you've seen these videos about the Darien Gap and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, it's horrific.
The stuff that they've endured already. This is thank God. This is a cakewalk by comparison.
Yep.
So, we get a safe place for us to hang out. He's like, we got to give them rooms at the Hilton, otherwise they're being oppressed.
Right.
Since the 80s, which has especially escalated since COVID, means this infrastructure is frequently distanced from direct democratic oversight. It also means some select private companies are raking in a fortune worth of tax dollars for the work of imprisoning migrants seeking asylum.
It's funny because he talked earlier about how he was complaining I spend all my time punching into the computer box, right?
Right.
To work. And it's okay, well, imagine that you spend all your time doing that and, 90% of your paycheck goes to building hotels for migrants on the border, right?
Buying them new homes in California.
Right. Now his response would probably be well, if you just took all the money away from the billionaires, they pay for it. It's okay, well, we're going to start that domino chain of, yeah, okay. So now we not have businesses anymore because, no one can own businesses. So.
Wished you had not done work for ICE.
Absolutely. Completely.
You wish you'd never done it.
No. You asked, is there ever a time?
Now, for scholar Ian Bruff, the increased separation of state activities from democratic oversight is essential to what he calls authoritarian neoliberalism. He cites neoliberal thinkers' long-standing suspicion of...
Well, if some dipshit philosopher said,
Oh, of course.
That gives it away.
You got to believe it, Sitch.
Yeah, okay.
That means it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously.
You have a dipshit philosopher saying something to smooth jazz. So, that's that's the key, right?
Yeah. He did his little premises and his logic train. So it's got to be all factually correct.
Suspicion of the masses as the reason state responsibilities have increasingly been outsourced to unelected technocrats and private corporations. Now, border politics may be a wedge through which further authoritarian transformations of the state occur, edging us closer and closer to overt fascism. That's right, edging is fascist. Now, second...
So basically any form of border control where any form, he's just literally making the argument, any form of border control is just fascism, right? There's no That's not like a
Yeah,
bad
if you
faith
don't accept
interpretation.
illegal immigration,
Right.
then you're a fascist. Yeah.
Okay.
If you don't let people walk all over you, if you don't let people walk up to you and just kick you in the nuts as hard as they want, you're a fascist.
Okay, gotcha.
On our features of fascist politics is white supremacy and extreme nationalism. As we've seen, both neoliberal politicians and the far right have peddled extreme anti-immigrant rhetoric. Dividing and managing populations through the racializing structure of the border reinforces the...
Why the fuck is the border a racializing structure? Makes absolutely no sense at all.
It's just a coincidence. Like we could very easily imagine a scenario where, you have all of Central and South America populated by the whitest fucking white people who ever.
I know. Look, Canada.
Okay, right.
Bunch of whiteys up there. What the fuck? What is racialized about that border?
Like let's just hypothetically, let's imagine that like the Vikings became a dominant global force and they colonized all of Central and South America. Okay.
Right.
And so like it's just super fucking.
Oh yeah. Okay. There you go.
Right. But it's still like they have all the so you're just changing the race of the people, or the skin color really of the people, to be like whiter. But all the same problems exist, all the same, economic problems, all the same government instability problems. So you still have all this immigration trying to come from south of the border into America, right? Like all this, you're not going to have some magical situation where everyone's opinion on immigration changes because they're like, well, because their skin color is white. Like just open up the border, let everyone just stream in.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I hate that he's making immigration a race thing.
Right.
It's just so sad.
The integrity of the sacred national entity in the white imaginary. As Mbembe...
Oh my God.
Imagine.
The white imaginary.
Right.
The sacred nation in the white people's minds.
Mm.
I hate that.
Points out, migrants in the imagination of Western states are merely a kind of hollowed out entity, walking vaults concealed by a multitude of organs, empty yet menacing forms in which we seek to bury the fantasies of an age terrified of itself and of its own excess. The global north.
What is the point of putting that fucking nonsense in your video?
Who the fuck?
Merely a kind of hollowed out entity, walking vaults concealed by. What does this have to do with anything?
It's all just fancy word talk to say white people racist because they don't have open borders.
What?
That's all it is. Huh?
What French philosopher said this nonsense?
This Cameroonian guy, he said it. So because apparently you're a racist if you don't have open borders, because you must. If you don't have open borders, it's because you're dehumanizing every immigrant to be an hollowed out entity. So.
What is this, a person? What is this statement about? Merely a kind of hollowed out entity walking vaults concealed by a multitude of organs. Is that, what are the organs?
No,
Empty
he's
yet
saying
menacing forms in which we seek to bury the fantasies of an age terrified of itself and its own excesses.
Yeah,
Whose age? His age?
I don't. Well, the age thing, I don't know what that. I guess capitalism, the age of capitalism. I don't know what that's supposed
merely
to
a kind. What is this a human being? That's
yes, they're saying that this is
entity?
how. This is saying how this is how Americans
this person
view immigrants. That immigrants are a kind of hollowed out entity.
Oh, so he's saying this in he's saying immigrants are this thing that he's describing.
Are this walking zombie shambling to the border?
What? Okay. This is some bullshit.
I know.
So he's basically saying the clear way to say this is they see immigrants as cheap labor so that they can make inexpensive products that they can consume. But
here's
this
a question,
is like the flowery way of saying it.
Yes. Here's a question I'd like to ask these people. Maybe this would be a good question if you're talking to someone about immigration. Say, okay, let me pose you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine, hypothetically, say that 90% of the people that show up from south on the border are all super far-right conservatives who will vote for Donald Trump.
Right.
Okay. Does that change your position on immigration if you're on the left? Someone's talking about being like open border. Like, does that change your position at all?
Oh, yeah. Of course it would.
Just curious, right?
Well, I mean, most of South America is Catholic, so they're probably more conservative just in the fact that they're religious. I mean, I would argue,
right,
like facing that Darien Gap is a pretty good way to find religion pretty quick.
Right, right.
If you didn't start off religious, you'd probably be pretty religious by the time you got here.
Yep, maybe.
Yeah, I think their values contrast a lot. It is a signaling function for him to say, look at what a moral person I am, what a high empathy person I am.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going on.
Well,
here.
it's
a
like
way for him to boast his own ego.
Sure. I mean, and listen, I have empathy for people that want to come to America 100%. America is the greatest country on the planet. And I understand why everyone wants to be part of it. But
I just want to see the assimilation numbers.
Right. But there's a practical reality of the amount of people that can be allowed into the country. There's a practical reality of the systems of which we should allow people in the country. And I don't believe that means that people should get to just cut and jump to the head of the line, even if they face, horrible circumstances and situations in terms of like getting here.
But look, you can't even have this conversation with people like this wisecrack guy, because the first opening offer you're going to make, you're going to say, listen, I am going to grant you as much immigration as we can take, as long as it can be assimilated. Like, what is the number? We need to find out.
Racist.
We need to find, yeah, exactly. That's why you can't have this conversation, because you're going to say, look, here's my offer. How many do you want? 1 million a year, 2 million a year, 5 million a year. What can we take? How many people can we assimilate? And let's find a way to empirically figure that out. So we're not dealing with just our emotions here. We know the facts. And they're going to say, how dare you try to assimilate these people coming into your country, you authoritarian fascist.
Right.
So then you're back to square one. You're like, okay, 0 then. Fuck you. We're closing the border. Right?
Well, that's the problem. Yeah.
It's like the
problem with these people, with wisecrack people and the leftists. Yeah.
Look, you can't even, it's so infuriating. Don't you realize the reason they want to come here is because they want some semblance of the culture that we've created?
Mm-hmm. Of course. No, the racist culture, the white supremacist culture, the patriarchal culture.
Look, that culture doesn't exist. And every single person, every single immigrant that you talk to laughs in your face when you try to pull that on. They're like, ha, the place I came from is far more racist than this place.
Right.
You're insane. I'm from China. China's racist as can be.
Right.
Or I'm from Mexico. Everyone is racist in Mexico, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm from France. They're racist as fuck in France. Everywhere they come from, they always say this. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
Back home is always more racist than America. It's only the Americans that believe, oh, we're the racist ones.
I know. It's terrible.
Yeah. It's insane.
The global North's history of white supremacy is cemented.
Oh my God.
See, look, there we go. The global North.
Global
Like that. The
North.
global North.
Yeah. The Great North.
Those north of the wall.
The wall. That's right.
We need a big wall to keep the North out. Yes.
Yes.
Border regimes. When Rishi Sunak or Keir Starmer invoke the supposed threat of immigration, they're functionally using the same political framework as the fascist who set fire to a hotel containing migrant families. When it comes to immigration,
oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
I know. That's so crazy.
This psychopath racist piece of shit is like, okay, if you're in favor of having a border, that's the same as lighting on fire a building that has immigrants in it and trying to kill them.
Yeah. Look, if you're just saying, look, I don't know if we have enough resources to accommodate all this people. No, now you're an arsonist murderer.
Well, listen, there's only 2 buttons. You say open borders or burn them all. Okay. Those are your only options.
It's so insane.
I know.
Why do people like this shit? This video probably has hundreds of thousands of views.
It actually doesn't, which is kind of
good.
Hilarious.
Maybe we've reached the tipping point here. Everyone's done with this.
Maybe.
They're like, look, we've got an election going on here and we're losing it on immigration.
Right.
It's funny because a lot of the moderate Republicans are like, okay, abortion is not really a good issue for us. And a lot of the moderate liberals are like, immigration is really kind of killing us here.
Mm-hmm.
They're ready to do a backroom deal.
Right.
And the line between fascist and neoliberal politics starts to look awfully blurry.
They're not going to come in and just immediately go and collect welfare.
A border security bill that would have put 1,500 more agents on the border.
Now, finally, we get DiMaggio.
What? Oh my God. He doesn't even let her get a full sentence out.
I know.
What's up with this video? At least Trump made a point. He's like, they can't come in and go straight on welfare. She's like, 1,500 border agents.
That's all you need. All you need is the brown female face of white patriarchy.
Listen to this line.
They're not going to come in and just immediately go and collect welfare.
A border security bill that would have put 1,500 more agents on the border.
Now, finally, we get...
And it's weird, too, because those are like not even, like, he's saying them like they're both saying the same thing when they're not.
Not at all. Yeah. Not remotely. 1,500 border agents. 1,500 additional border agents is not the same as immigrants coming in and going straight on welfare. Not even close. It's interesting that to him it's the same.
Right.
At DiMaggio's last criteria, fascism invokes authoritarian patriarchy, the reinforcement of traditional social roles for women, especially reproductive caring labor. Feminist scholars like Wendy Brown and
It's funny that he shows pictures of Vance when he's talking about the fascists, but he doesn't even let Vance say anything.
I know.
He's like, this is a depiction of fascism right here. J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance.
Linda Cooper point out that the reinscription of traditional gender roles for women is an essential aspect of neoliberal thought. A good example is America's welfare system.
How is
that's
that?
Not even,
yeah, that's
it's literally the
ass
opposite.
backwards.
It's literally the opposite because the strictly neoliberal philosophy wants as many women working as possible.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You got that one wrong. We're docking
As it has been transformed to ensure that social reproductive duties are shouldered by women within a patriarchal household. As we've seen at the border, neoliberal policies reproduce these exact same ideas along both racial and gendered lines. So we can see that border policies are both produced by a deeply patriarchal...
He just says things and then there's like very little explanations. Like, well, a person said this thing, so I guess it's true. You live in a racist,
just asserts
society.
Yeah. He just asserts it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's weird because, I mean, obviously the stereotype is the left always wants some peer-reviewed paper to prove that this is some empirical fact, but he's not providing any of that stuff. He's like, some dead philosopher said this, and I looked it up in a book, so therefore,
okay,
fact. So now we've learned.
Right. Yes.
Here's what we've learned.
Yeah.
Neoliberalism and are essential in perpetuating it. And these immigration policies may be reinforcing the racial and patriarchal conditions in which fascism can thrive.
Look at this. Border policy is basically propagating fascism.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one solution, Sitch. We got to ditch these border policies. These border policies are scary and dangerous.
Yep.
As he's accusing everyone else of fear-mongering over immigration.
Now, the choice facing us may not be between fascism and no fascism, but between fully or only partly realizing it. You know, in other words, it's like, do you want fascism? There's like diet fascism, you know, like angry military fascism, or like cool girl boss fascism, you know, like I have a gun and I'm at your house fascism, and like, oh my God, Coldplay did this cool new song fascism. And somehow
my God. That's so hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
He's totally calling Kamala Harris a fascist, a diet fascist.
Girl boss fascism, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
How about solving the problem? Is that fascism? Oh, I guess it
all
is.
Because she said, listen,
1,500 border agents.
Border agents, yeah. Fascist. Okay.
Yeah. Anyone investigating the open back door. Fascist. How dare you don't let a family of 4 move into your spare bedroom?
Fascist.
It only gets worse because the proliferating border security apparatus is increasingly going to be used against the massive populations who will be displaced by global warming. Now, this is already happening.
I love it.
Oh, of course.
I love, look, everything. He's got to hit all those notes. He's like, wait a second here. 23 minutes and I haven't talked about climate change yet. Oh my God. Please look at all these people running.
They're running from the climate change. It's coming. The
our
day after
fault.
tomorrow. It's running. It's coming towards them. Yeah.
Happening as the changing climate is causing living conditions to become more difficult, especially for populations in the global south. But increasingly, folks desperately fleeing to the global north won't be seeking economic opportunity or asylum from oppressive regimes. They'll be climate refugees simply trying to survive a warming planet. Despite the fact that the vast majority of historic emissions and the entire mode of production cooking us alive all came from the global north. And it's all too easy to imagine that our governments will react to this inevitable displacement by intensifying the cruelty and severity of an already horrific border regime.
At least there's a chain of causality here. Like at least there's an argument that I can grab onto here.
There's some logical argument. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Sure. That's true. This is the
Points
bare
for
minimum.
that. Yeah.
Right.
Points for that. It still sucks, but whatever.
As Dakshaini Surakumaran and Brahmi Yagan argue, echoing Mbembe and Kunani, as the climate emergency worsens, the border, as a tool of social sorting, will be used by governments and corporations to categorize populations into those who can be sacrificed and those who must be protected as economies start to fail and resources become scarce. Now, viewed this way,
why does he think that everyone in the entire world is not deserving? Why does he think every single person in the entire world is obligated to get to come to America?
Well, obviously, we're the ones that caused the climate crisis.
No, but even before we even get to the climate stuff, right? Because we're literally in the last, 2 minutes of the video, right? Why is every single, so is it only climate change? That's the only reason, right? If it wasn't for climate change, then he'd be like, oh, listen, we need to close the border down right now. I don't buy for a second that if he didn't believe in climate change, I don't buy for a second he would change his position on any of this immigration stuff.
Yeah, all this stuff is just rationalization for why he has the position.
Right.
Why is scarcity inevitable? Why do they always assume scarcity is inevitable? Every time somebody trots out the scarcity is inevitable argument, they always lose.
Mm-hmm.
We always find some way to beat back scarcity.
Right. I just don't understand this concept where it's like every single person has a right to be every single person in the entire world has a right to be an American citizen, according to these people. It's so weird.
Right.
It's so strange. It's like, I'm sorry, that's not the way it works.
Well, there's several arguments that they'll use. I mean, I've heard the climate change one. There's also the colonialism one, right? These were originally native lands by certain indigenous people that we chased off the land, so therefore it is not our land. So therefore anybody can come in and inhabit it. That's one that they like to use.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess you're looking for something more political.
I don't know. It's just like philosophically, they just have this weird concept that every single person on the face of the earth has a right to live wherever the fuck they want, regardless of what the people that already live there is position. And it's so weird because these people are so against Israel because they're like, oh, all these people moved in and they stole their country and blah 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 blah. And it's like, on the same token, it's like, well, why? Okay, so you agree that not everyone has a right to move in and live wherever the fuck they want, right? You agree with that, except when it comes to America, because America is the great evil. So,
yeah, it's in conflict with the whole Palestinian conflict, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting. I just think this is like their faith. This is like their belief. Right wingers are bad, and right wingers want to close the border, and therefore, you got to make arguments against them.
The false dichotomy of right-wing versus left authoritarianism versus liberalism all start to feel like two sides of the same coin.
The uniparty, the duopoly.
Oh yeah, hitting all the bingo, the buzzword bingo hits. Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. If only we could have socialism. If only Bernie could have had one. If we could have got Bernie, we had our chance.
The bird landed on the podium. It was a sign.
God, I love that bird. I could watch that video all day.
You know, what then of the upcoming election between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris here in America? You know, if both are advocating for immigration and border policies that exemplify this inherently racist logic, is a slow slide into fascism a little bit inevitable? Okay.
See, he just asserts it. The border policy is inherently racist, fascist logic.
Yeah.
How can he just do that? How can you just assert that?
He just did.
I'm marking that with my red pen.
Oh, are
assertion.
You? Okay. Right.
Look, I was in school once.
Right.
You can't just make assertions in your paper without linking it to some kind of evidence. What the fuck? Assertion. Red mark.
Okay, on that happy note, let me know what you all think. I want to give a huge shout out to this video's writer, John Duncan. It's his first script with us. He also has his own very, very good YouTube channel. We'll drop a link in the description. So
no wonder it was like 10 times more well, maybe not 10.
Unhinged.
3 times more unhinged than the normal video. They should have really been like, I don't know about this John guy. It kind of seems psychotic.
So they're just reading off scripts. They basically pay John minimum wage, exploitation level wages to pump out some unhinged script. And they're like, look, the less we pay him, the more unhinged it is.
The better.
This is a great business model right here.
It is, yeah, I like it.
Pay people no money, get super unhinged anti-capitalist content out of them, and rake in the ad revenue.
We don't know that they paid him no money. Maybe they paid him $100,000 a video. You don't know.
Well, this one definitely Putin would pay for.
Yeah,
I guarantee you he would pay
Why
for
the
this.
fuck is Russia? Russia should 100% be funding Wisecrack. Like
Yeah,
100%. Come on.
John the Duncan should definitely get paid.
So please do go subscribe and check that out. Huge thanks to all of our patrons as well.
Okay.
Do you think he even like reads a script ahead of time? He's so dead in his eyes. I don't know. I think this guy's name is Michael Burns or something.
Mm-hmm. You're right. He does seem very dead in his eyes. So
yeah.
Maybe it's because he knows he's reading his trash. He knows this is just like garbage. I don't know. Maybe he's like, oh, this is all awful stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe he does know what he's doing is evil. Evil.
I don't know. I said when I've heard him in the live streams, he's very socialisty. So him and the other guy that shows up on stream. So
does he have any videos on Palestine?
Yeah, they do. They do.
All right, let's go to super chats. Oh no, what do you want?
A live stream that they did. I'll have to find it. Like again, they were basically just asserting that like capitalism is the root of all problems and everyone on the right is like a fascist racist.
More assertions, huh?
Yep.
God, I hate that.
Raymond Sandmuthri, thank you so much for the 20 SGDs in the first time ever super chat. Says a case for open borders is freedom of movement is good, like freedom of religion, trade, and speech. Not sure the state should control the composition of migrants into a nation like it should not control people adopting religion. I couldn't disagree with that super chat even more, even though it was your first. Thank you for the 20 SGs. That is I completely wildly disagree with that. If you believe in a democracy, first of all, number one, it's not just the state. And this, I feel like this is kind of like a bad way of framing it. It's not the state. It's the people that vote for the state to do certain things. Right. It's us. And the people overwhelmingly, even the Democrats, none of those people are in favor of just having open borders. None of them. Or there's like, 5% of the population. Some minuscule amount of population is in favor of this shit. They say, no. we believe that there should be some level of legal immigration, and we believe there should be some kind of sorting mechanism to sort the process of who to allow in the country and what specifications of to allow people, period. And you know what? If you believe in democracy, it's fucking people's goddamn right, if they live in an area, to adjudicate and judge who gets to move in that area and who doesn't.
Yeah.
If you believe in, democracy and rights and everything like that. So, no. Open borders is dog shit. 100%. And I don't even, it has really nothing to do with freedom of religion at all. I don't even really see the comparison whatsoever in that. So,
if immigration, though, had no impact on your life at all, or even just positive impact on your life, I mean, we'd be having a much different conversation, obviously.
Right. Like the religious argument is you're free to celebrate any religion you want as long as it's not impacting on other people in some negative way.
Yeah. Yes,
So,
totally.
like if your religion said that you had to go around sacrificing virgins, or ripping people's heart out because you're, so you worship some Aztec god or something, right? Like we wouldn't allow that in America because freedom of religion. It's like, well, no, your religious views are fucking over someone else. So that's why it's not really a valid comparison. But
18 Frostback in the chat says red pens are banned in schools now, Adam. What? Is that real? That can't be real. Red pens?
I know that there was, this was like years ago. I know there's something where they were like, oh my God, when a teacher marks a paper with a red pen, it's like
it triggers people. That's the fucking point.
I know. I don't know if
it is
ever
to trigger you.
Caught on in any sort of widespread way, but the whole
you made an assertion and you need to be smacked for it.
Right.
Insane.
That nobody guy for $20 says Islam is the problem along with mass immigration issues in Europe. Islam is the most oppressive, anti-liberal ideology on the planet. Its followers refuse to moderate. No wonder woke leftists love it. They want to emulate it. I mean, I don't know what the number, I know there's been some pretty sus numbers, but yeah, like I don't have a problem. Like if you had people immigrating who are, follow Islam and they're willing to moderate their religious belief if they have a more fundamentalist, conservative, Islamic belief that's completely anti-Western liberal ideology. If they're willing to moderate it and actually do moderate, then sure. If they're not, then no, get the fuck out. So it's pretty easy.
Yeah, this is a problem. Obviously, comparing immigration in Europe and immigration in America, because a lot of the immigrants we have in America are from South America and they're Catholic, which I do think is more in line. I mean, the predominant religion in America is Christian, so they're basically Christians. So we're not talking about some sort of ideology that's so dissimilar from the ideology most people have already adopted. So
yeah, right. And that's what we've always said. I think it is, when we talk to people who are European and they're kind of talking about like the immigration stuff, it shouldn't really be, even if America does have immigration issues, which it does, it's not really comparable to
not
the
at
European
all.
situation in terms of the assimilation issue. So
yeah, and obviously if you're having a serious conversation about assimilation, that kind of stuff would come in. If you and look, this political environment is so crazy because you can't have any kind of serious conversation. But you would look at things like, what is the religion of the dominant population? Like, what is the core of the ideology of the immigrant population? Like, you'd look at those things and you judge some kind of score on how easily these people assimilate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if everything about them is 180 degrees in the opposite direction of the native population, the assimilation process is going to be difficult, lengthy, if not impossible. And you'd have to take that into consideration.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But these dumbasses, they're like, we don't need to worry about, just let them come in. Shut up. Give them a democratic ballot.
Even if you had people, obviously there's lots of moderate, followers of Islam out there. But even if you had like very extreme people that believe the very extreme form of Islam, if they come to your country in low numbers so that there's not like an enclave of people like that. And they're surrounded by Western liberal democracy. The assimilation process is just going to naturally affect them and their children.
Yeah,
right?
it's going to
Their
be
children.
faster. Yeah.
Right,
Totally.
right. The issue is when you get sort of like there's too many people, so you get the kind of enclave scenario, so people don't really have to interact with, or exist in the broader world outside. So
Yep.
Asa Yar for 20 Aussie bucks. Thanks so much. Says, oh, I missed Anna. Is she still trying to set up Sitch with a nice Jewish girl? Anna is Sitch's mom. No, thankfully. No, thank you.
It didn't come up, but
didn't come up.
Maybe next time. Yeah, no, that was a great talk. And
it was.
Obviously, thanks for Anna for joining in. So
J-Mac or Circuit Fire, thanks so much. Daddy J-Mac for the $100. Oh my God. Thank you. Says, I had to deal with the IRS last week and the agent helping me literally couldn't speak clear English. Oh,
no,
God. That's insane. For the IRS? Jesus.
See, look, that's the customer service bullshit.
Right. Like, it shouldn't be considered racist to want people we have to talk to be understandable to the general population, especially with things like taxes. Yeah, 100%. I know this obviously is in Florida. I think, I wouldn't be surprised if like 40 to 50% of the immigration like feelings would disappear if there wasn't there's nothing more frustrating in the entire world than having to talk to someone who literally cannot speak English and you're just like want to fucking like end yourself. You're like, this is so frustrating. Okay.
Yeah. I'm ready for the robots to come in.
You know what we should do on stream? Not now, but later. It'd be kind of funny. We should do we should quiz each other on the little tests they give you. If you want to be an American, to see if we could pass the American
Oh
test.
yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm down.
Adam Unfriended for $20 says, have you seen the new Steam woke curator list that has not safe for work games labeled as woke, along with older games from before woke is a thing? The earliest game I've seen called woke is Fallout 2. I don't know if it's a troll, though. I have not seen that list at all, so no. That sounds silly, though. But I don't really follow the Steam curator is it woke list. And I've never even played Fallout 2, so I don't even know what that even be in reference to. But
I should have said this earlier on, but the comic is, pretty much done. I'm getting ready to get it printed, and I'm not going to print a bunch of extra copies. I'm just going to print enough to fulfill the campaign that's people have ordered. So if you want to get the comic, this is the time. And I put together like a thank you. I'm recognizing obviously a lot of the names in chat, a lot of the names on the super chat. So I put together a section in the book to thank you guys, because obviously the comic wouldn't have been possible without the Sitch and Adam community. So,
right.
Yeah. But, yeah, I don't want, if you want to get a copy, this is the time to do it. 'Cause I'm just going to put in maybe like a little bit extra for spoilage, but I'm not going to order like 500 extra books or anything like that. So.
Right.
Sitch, are you reading something else? Or
I was reading something else.
I could tell. Yeah.
Okay. Let me start over. C.S. Paffy for $5. Thanks so much. Says, how long in a new relationship before you scratch your ass in front of your partner? Like a deep scratch. Ooh.
Where
how long, Adam?
Is that at the top? Are we back
That
at
was
the
at
top?
the top. I went back to the top, dude.
How long in a new relationship before you scratch your ass in front of your partner? Like a really getting up in there?
I think you should do that your wedding night.
New relationship?
Your wedding night, right? You show them what they've signed up for. No, you don't think?
You got to give them a hint that's coming before you actually drop pop the question.
I don't think you should. First of all, is it really
Why do you need to do that?
Yeah, like.
Why is that like a thing?
Yeah, just listen. If you got a little scratch, fine, go for it. But if you got a deep scratch, you could go fucking bathroom, wipe your ass. What's going on there, right? Like, come on. That's a problem. Okay.
Yeah, don't do that.
Go to a doctor.
Have him scratch your ass.
There you go. Find out who's got anal leakage or something, right? Duke Savalox for €2 says in Finnish, Hiva Ilta Talata. I don't know how to say that. Good evening from here, I believe is the translation. So thank you. Good evening. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening.
Oshacy for $10 says, Sitch, the right to abort a baby is entirely based on the personal autonomy of the mother. How in the world can you say it's conceptually the same when the baby is no longer in the woman's body? No, I'm saying is, if the argument is, that would only make sense if you had a situation where you could remove a fetus from the woman's body and put it in a little machine, and then it could just like grow up, right? But that's not real. So why does it make sense to say, oh, at 5 weeks you can have a woman get an abortion as long as it's in her body? But the second it leaves her body, even though it's 5 weeks old and there's literally no scientific way possible ever to make this thing live, you're supposed to somehow do that? You're supposed to somehow like do everything you can to make that 5-week-old fetus live? How does that make any sense? It's literally impossible.
Right.
It's a completely nonsensical position. The entire law is structured in a way to make it so that, to try to create a chilling effect, to make it so no one will want to give abortions to any woman whatsoever. That's the point of the law, because it's nonsensical. It's not like if it said like, oh, at the 22-week mark, at the mark at which it's like literally fucking technologically viable to save the life of a fetus, then okay, then we'd have a conversation, right? But it doesn't say that. So Lou Silver for $2 says, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Afro 5 Cook for $5 says, quote, the word fascism has now no meaning except insofar as it signifies something not desirable. George Orwell. Very true.
Is that really a George Orwell quote? Because that's pretty
on
the money.
It's definitely very true. Fondue for $5 says, do you think this is still a political base election? It feels like Kamala is trying to appeal to moderates of the border and Trump with abortion. It feels like they're trying to do both, but yeah, it definitely seems like she's definitely pivoting towards the center 100%. So it's not I would say it's not a base election. It seemed like with the Tim Walz choice, that might have been the thought process, but maybe it was just going mid, sometimes, and we get into sort of the mistakes of doing this too. Everyone likes to gamify everything. Say, okay, like, you have Kamala Harris. Is she going to choose Tim Walz? Or is she going to choose Josh Shapiro? Well, if she's choosing, Tim Walz, it must be because she's trying to appeal to the base. Josh Shapiro seems too moderate, blah, 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 blah. When in reality, you find out like, no, the reason she did that is because Josh Shapiro seemed like he was too much of a powerful orator and central figure, and he didn't want to play second fiddle maybe to Kamala, and she was worried that she would get upstaged by him. So she chose Tim Walz, who, made sure to bow down and, lick her feet and do all the necessary vice presidential things, right? So she completely chose Tim Walz, theoretically. It seemed like this was the rumors. She could have completely chose Tim Walz purely for personality conflict reasons and nothing to do with like trying to figure out what would be best for her chances necessarily to win the election. So
is Tim Walz going out there and campaigning for her?
Yeah.
Is it working? I never see anything on Tim Walz campaigning. So
I don't think so. I think a lot of the lying stuff kind of exploded in his face. Maybe they're hiding him.
I see the JD Vance all the time, but it's more like the left-wing media trying to spin him as somebody
he's out there
doing
just
nefarious shit.
Well, that's the reason you see JD Vance is because you're right. You see it because the left is trying to attack him. The right, when they attack Walz, they try to attack him over things that don't necessitate video of him going out there doing things, because it's all about like, him lying about the stolen valor stuff. So the accusations of stolen valor, I should say.
Right.
So yeah, no, I think the election is more, at least from the Democrats' perspective, seems to be trying to appeal definitely to moderates.
It's funny that TYT has the same problem that we do. It's like, I would love to stream the debate, but can we? I don't know. Are we going to get in trouble?
Right, yeah. Radically Milquetoast for 10 months says immigration for progressives could parallel to the assisted sewer slide ban. I don't know what that means. If you haven't experienced it, you don't know how bad it could get. Oh, suicide ban. Immigration for progressives could parallel to the assisted suicide ban. Oh, I see. I understand what you're saying. I understand. Yes, I agree completely. 100%. Yeah, you have a bunch of people who have never experienced this issue, who are completely NIMBYism. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and then but that's part of why the people's position on immigration changed. That's why it was a smart thing for some Republicans to do this in Texas, and also just to happen was kind of there is so much of this overflow of people requesting asylum that these people were shuttled all around America to places that normally didn't see massive influx of immigration. Suddenly people are all up in arms, when the public school or the public library is filled with asylum seekers, and then suddenly people care. That is what changed, America's opinion on it. So
they did that whole busing campaign. That
was a genius thing to do. Yeah.
That was like a Ron DeSantis thing, right?
No, I think it was it was either a DeSantis or a Greg Abbott thing, or both of them did it.
Right.
So it was a very smart political maneuver that worked. Damling for 5 months says it's simple. It's simple. Gender's a spectrum, but politically, you're either an open border socialist or a fascist. True.
Yeah.
That is
I've
kind of
complained
funny.
about that many times.
Lethal Training for $5 says thoughts on North Carolina sending out 167,000 absentee ballots in 2 weeks. Was supposed to be yesterday, but the Bob Kennedy lawsuit delayed the date. So it depends on what. I've only been kind of tangentially following this, and I don't know if it's that state or a different state. There's an argument from one of these states where they're like, they don't want to drop his name from the ballot because it would require them to reprint the ballot, and that would take too much time for whatever the date is that they're supposed to send out the ballot. And if that's true, I think that's a legitimate reason. So if that's not true and they just want to hold them on the ballot, obviously for political purposes, and obviously that's dishonest. In terms of like the date now, I mean, I don't know if you get your absentee ballot now versus 2 weeks from now. I mean, I guess it is substantially closer to the election day, right?
Yeah, people can start voting.
Wait, no, it's not. What am I talking about? Wait.
I mean, we're in September.
Wait, yeah, we're in September. Okay, never mind. I don't know. I think, first of all, that seems kind of crazy to me. People getting absentee ballots 2 months before the fucking election.
Yeah, a lot of people are complaining about that. That's why I didn't know.
Okay, never mind.
I didn't know what the super chat's asking. Are you asking about the ballots going out so early? Or are you asking about Kennedy not being on the ballot?
Well, if they're complaining about delaying it and it's this early in the game, I mean, even if it took 2 weeks, say, to reprint the ballots, okay, now maybe you could charge Kennedy if he wants to do this, right? However much that cost, which I'd say, okay, go for it. If they reprint the ballots and you lose 2 weeks, I mean, you're still like over a month before the election. Like, I don't even think they should be sending absentee ballots 2 months before the election. That seems absurd to me.
Why?
So, why do you don't need 2 months to fucking sign an absentee ballot and send it back?
It does make for an interesting election because so many people keep track of how many ballots have already come in. They're like, 20% of the electorate has voted, and it's not even election day.
I know. So, PC for $5 says transnationalism, saying you're a citizen of a country makes you a citizen. Borders restrict my freedom to be any nationality I want. True.
Yeah.
Yeah, how I can identify as any citizen of any country, but I can't identify as black. What's up with that?
I guess. Yeah. Look,
I'm crossing all borders, baby.
We don't make the rules.
Oh, okay. Messy 10-8 for $5 says maybe if the left was taking care of the actual population, they wouldn't have to be removed from power by vote. This was avoidable. Get bent downs. I don't remember what that was in reference to, but there you go. Lethal Strain for $2 says I'm voting for cocaine hippos in the Rio Grande. Wow.
Wow, that would be cool. We need a bunch of coked up hippos down there.
I think that's a terrible idea. So, Fondue for $2 says Adam is not going forth and multiplying. For shame. There you go.
Yeah.
Then you follow the 10 Commandments or the Bible or whatever.
Nope.
Okay. Fondue for another $5 says I'm reminded of that TED Talk with the jar of gumballs. I don't know what that's in reference to. Jar of gumball.
Are they guessing how many gumballs are in the jar? Perhaps. That's wisdom of crowds.
Listen, I told you this. I'll say it again. I was at my friend's house for their kid's birthday.
And you guessed the perfect
They had
number.
a competition. Yeah.
Yeah. And
they
guessed
say, guess the number. And I
perfectly.
guessed the exact fucking, I wasn't 1 off. I wasn't 10 off. I guessed the exact fucking number. And it was some random ass, like 732 or something. Right? I was like, damn.
Feels great, doesn't it?
Oh my God. I fucking was like,
it's like you
people
can
were
see
not
into
as
the
impressed.
future.
People were not as impressed as they should have been. Okay.
They're like, look, you guessed and you got lucky. Get the fuck out of here, kid.
I didn't just randomly guess. I literally, I looked at it and I like counted a section of the jar. And then
Everyone's
I tried to
get the fuck out.
No, like, cause I held the jar and I kind of like a quadrant of it that I could see. And then I kind of extrapolated like each section. And then I was like, okay. And then there's going to be some in the middle. So I added an amount. And then I just kind of like, I was like, okay, give or take like this amount. So I added a little bit extra and I was like,
was the jar round? Did pi come into this equation?
Well, listen, I took out my compass and my protractor and I started measuring, like I held up the jar to like the horizon to measure like how the light was going through it. I held up one of those like little spectrogram things so I could see the atmosphere inside the jar to see if it was like a clear oxygen helium composite.
Was the jar a cylinder?
The jar was in fact a cylinder. Yeah.
So if you could measure how tall it was and the diameter,
that's true.
Would you be able to figure out the volume?
I guess you theoretically should be able to like measure.
What is the equation for that?
The volume of the jar, and then you would measure the volume of the object.
Yeah, you'd determine.
You would be able to make some determine. Now, obviously, you'd have to account for this.
Pretty fucking close.
You'd have to account for the space that exists because obviously it's not like liquid; it's a solid object, so you can't merge together. So I don't know. There's probably some formula to figure that out. Yeah.
But I would use that space. I would include that space with the actual gumball, and then I guess
you're right.
Times that by
right.
Whatever
that would
the
be a close
volume
way
was.
to do it.
Yeah.
Right. That's an interesting idea.
Do you know how to determine that? Let's say the jar is 10 inches tall and 5 inches in diameter. Is it 5? Is it 5 times pi times 10?
I don't remember the formula for volume. It's been a long time.
Damn it. I don't either.
Geometry.
Look, there was a time when I would have just busted that right out. I'd be like, oh yeah, boom, boom, boom. Here you go.
Right. I thought volume
Here's
was just
the volume of your fucking jar.
Multiply pi, or I thought you just multiply it by the
well, look, if it was a square, we'd be able to figure it out easy, right? A cube. You'd be like, if it's 5 inches by 5 inches by 5 inches, you just times it out, right? 5 times 5 times 5.
Right.
That's the volume. So it's got to be the same thing, but I don't know.
Volume is pi times radius squared times height.
Oh, nice. The internet, you looked it up. So it's the radius that we need, half the diameter.
You need the radius, right? Yeah.
But the radius is, if we have the diameter, we have the radius.
Yeah.
If the radius is 10 and the diameter is 5, or if the diameter is 10, reverse.
Radius is 5. Yeah.
But it's squared. Motherfucker. They got to throw a square in.
Yeah, they threw a square in there somewhere.
Who figured this out? Who was like, oh, I'll show you because you know they had cylinders back
Greek
before they knew.
A million years ago, yeah.
Back before they knew pi.
Right.
They're like, motherfucking cylinder.
Yep. There you go.
How much water do I put in this cylinder? Let me figure it out here.
PC for $5.
Go ahead.
PC for $5 says, anyway, can we get the DNC to do another hot swap of Kamala for Anna? True.
Yeah, look, I forgot to ask her about politics. Anna should look.
Running for politics?
Yeah, the Young Turks got AOC in there. Why can't she just?
There you go.
Look, and not only that, Cenk has ran for both Congress and president.
It should have been Anna.
Look, if Anna ran for that congressional seat in Santa Clarita, oh man, she'd be a congresswoman right now. She would have totally got it. Nobody wanted to vote for Cenk, but look.
Right.
Everyone wants Anna to be their congressperson.
True.
I would have voted for her. Twice.
Ostracy for $5 says, quote, "You got to thrive on the hate. Adam friended Sith Lord." I was thinking the exact same thing when you said that. Yes. Like,
Is that
the hate flow
is that like
through
a Sith thing? A Sith thing?
Yeah.
I always think of COMMIE. Because in that book, The Stranger, the main character in the book, The Stranger, by the end of it, he's like, I just want to be fucking hated by everyone.
No. Star Wars. Let the hate flow through you, young Skywalker.
Oh my God. You're giving me flashbacks.
Yes.
That's from which movie is that from?
I kind of combined both the original and the prequel into one line of dialogue. So
okay. Because it's conflicting me because I like the original, but the prequels are just horror show. So
they are. Yeah. Good. Righteous Indifference for 16 months says most people don't want biased news, but those people aren't talking, they're listening. The biased people do all the talking. That is true.
Wow.
Pie for $2 says, "Can't believe a baddie's on the show. How does that happen?" There you go. Only baddies here. Stuck for $5 says, "I just think it's funny that MMT made Adam more of a base neoliberal, and every conservative in chat is too mad at MMT to notice." It is true. Kind of hilarious.
I just saw an article in the what was it, the New Conservative or something. Here, I'll look it up on MMT. That was encouraging conservatives to adopt an MMT perspective, and I was like, holy fucking shit.
Interesting.
Yeah, because, I've only been saying that for 2 fucking years now.
Right.
Right? Haven't I? Where is it? The American Conservative. Modern monetary theory for conservatives, rethinking the conservative approach to government spending. The American Conservative, that's like a big conservative rag. Huh? Here, I'll put a link in the chat. You guys can check it out.
Look, and I just... Kamala finally posted the platform on her website. Oh, wow.
Oh, did she? All right.
Maybe we'll cover that on Tuesday. Well, I guess we're going to do the debate. Maybe we'll cover that on Wednesday.
Yeah, Tuesday is going to be our... we're going to stream late on Tuesday because we're going to watch the debate and stream afterwards. But
yeah, we're not going to stream in the morning. So
if you want to stream Monday on the... No, you don't want to stream?
On what?
On Beetlejuice.
Oh.
Yeah, on the second channel. I'm seeing it
Monday at night.
On the second channel.
I can't stream on...
What time are you going to be done?
I don't know.
Oh, like 6. Yeah, your night is like super late.
Yeah.
No, your night. No, I'm like 3 hours behind you. So
we'll see.
Your 6 is like my 3.
Right. Yeah. So it'd be like a 9.
If you're done at 8,
I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. We could stream at 5. I'm down with that.
I'll let you. I'll text you if I come out of the movie and I'm like just so ready to stream on Beetlejuice.
I saw Beetlejuice and I haven't said anything because I'm waiting for Sitch to see it. So
I haven't really seen people talk about it either. So I am curious. Kind of keeping my mind. I mean, I'll admit I saw a trailer and I was kind of like, I'm not really feeling this. Just watched the original the other day. So
J-Mac wanted us to respond to that. God, I can never remember her name.
That woman who talks.
She
like
talks
this.
like. I saw Beetlejuice and I thought it was kind of weird.
Did she say it was sexist or something?
What is her name? I can't remember, but look, we should respond to that.
Yeah, definitely.
Do it on our second channel. How to Kill a Franchise. The Beetlejuice would be the franchise.
Right. Okay. Grace Randolph. Thank you, Stuff.
That's it. Grace Randolph.
Doll Band for $2 says your right to buy it, don't have right to own it. I don't remember what that was in reference to, but thank you. Fondue for $2 says the normification of politics of everything. Yes, exactly. Lincoln's Town for $5 says, what is your opinion on the neocon warmonger Republicans like the Cheneys and Bush endorsing Kamala? Doesn't seem like the flex they think it is. Well, number one, it's obviously not a flex. It's weird if anyone thinks it's a flex. Number two, I think Cheney's, I mean, obviously, like Cheney's supporting Kamala, and people were like, I think people are just forgetting this. Dick Cheney supporting Kamala has literally nothing to do with her policies. It has to do with the fact that Donald Trump treated his daughter like shit.
Yeah, of course.
And his daughter treated Donald Trump like shit, and they fucking hate each other's guts. So obviously, Dick Cheney is not going to support someone that's like in some sort of massive fight with his daughter. That's probably the primary thing they're going on.
It's very tribal in the extreme.
Right. So yeah, I don't think it really has anything to do with policies. I think that's the meat. And I thought Bush didn't support anyone. I thought he said he wasn't going to say. So
remember, poor George W. Bush was so hated when he left office that nobody even wanted his endorsement. They were like, "Get away! Don't endorse me! Jeez, what are you trying to do? Kill my campaign?"
Right. Yeah, it says former President George W. Bush has no plan to endorse this election. So
he's like, "I'm painting pictures, dude."
You know, it's funny because remember, people kind of also forget this. Remember in like the midterm, Obama's approval rating was down. And so like all the people that were running for Congress, like didn't really know if they wanted Obama to support them.
Oh yeah.
In his, not the midterm, I guess it was the second term election. So let's see. Ostracy for $10 says, if Kamala wins by going to the center, it's going to make everything a lot worse. It'll show the Democrats can govern in any way they want and then virtue signal moderates and win. Well, it depends on how she actually governs. Like if she runs to the center to win the election, and then when she wins, she's like, psych, and she just goes back like super left progressive and then doesn't get penalized for it, then yeah, you'd be completely correct. If she runs to the center, wins, and then actually governs from the center, then it would change things substantially. So I guess we'll have to see how it plays out.
If that,
or if Trump can just win, so then we might not know. So
weren't we thinking that was going to happen with Biden though, and he kind of like ran to the left?
Well, Biden didn't run to the center to win the election. He did run to the left to win the election. So it was actually the opposite. I was like, oh, I kind of thought Biden was running to the left to win, and I thought he was going to kind of run to the left to win and then kind of pivot back to center, but he didn't. So now I think it's kind of the inverse of the situation. But now we've gone so far to the left that it's interesting Kamala's running back to the center, because obviously the far left policies are dog shit and don't work anywhere. So
good. I mean, not good. I wish they did work, but I mean, good that they wised up and are not pushing the policies that don't work.
Obviously, if it's all just a facade and Kamala wins and then she's like, just kidding, gonna be like the most left-wing candidate ever, then that'd be ultra. I don't think that'd be good for the country. I think that'd be ultra detrimental to the country. So.
Of course, it'd be terrible.
I don't know if she would do that, just because I still view Kamala as kind of like the empty vessel. I don't think she cares enough to be like ideologically committed to any of the far left causes anyway. So Lethal Strain for $10 says 4.7 million people signed a petition for the electors to change their vote to Clinton in 2016. Movie stars made ads targeting electors. Trump seems worse because of the riots on January 6th. So no, I don't, and I'm actually kind of surprised. I don't know how you could like listen to, us talk about this forever and to kind of make that point, I guess.
Did 4.7 million people sign some petition? I didn't know about that.
So I do remember there was this talk when Trump won, where this was like the whole faithless electors thing, where people were like, oh, we should try to convince the electors that Donald Trump is an existential threat and that the electors should cast their votes for, Hillary Clinton instead. Right. And some retards, I guess, got a petition signed or whatever. And this basically amounted to absolutely fucking nothing. Okay. No one did this. In a lot of states, it would have been illegal to do this. It didn't really matter. Actually, no, I think like one elector did it or something. I don't know. I think like one elector did it, but it had no effect.
Hilarious.
It had like no substantial effect on literally anything. Hillary Clinton, I don't believe Hillary Clinton at any point whatsoever endorsed this at all. She didn't call. You have to remember, Obama and Biden was president and vice president. Hillary Clinton did not, go up to Joe Biden and be like, I want you to throw out the votes of half the country so that I become the president. And so it's weird to me that you would compare some dumb fuck like petition that had no effect on anything and some celebrities virtue signaling this stupid thing that didn't amount to shit to a situation where the actual sitting president tried to pressure the vice president into throwing out half the country's votes. So I don't even know. Like, that seems so incomparable to me completely.
This is a change.org petition, and you're wrong. Okay. It's 4.8.
Oh, okay,
million.
good. The change.org petitions, those are always like really influential on anything, right?
Well, look, it is interesting, but who knows how many of these are just bots? I mean, this is just an online petition.
That's true.
Like someone could throw a million fucking bots at.
Right.
Just to foment, and this is a perfect opportunity to foment discord in America, right?
How many Russian bots are on the Hillary Clinton change.org petition, right?
Yeah, look, I don't know that this is 4.8 million Americans are like, look, let's cheat.
Yeah. Right. So I don't know. Just comparing that to Trump trying to pressure the vice president is, I don't know. That's not comparable in my mind. So
change.org never pressured anyone. Well, maybe some CEO somewhere.
And I was talking to someone about this today, actually. It's kind of funny because, people say, Sitch.
A lot of people say
to me, they say, Sitch, why did it matter? Why did it matter what if they threw out the votes and Pence threw out the votes and Trump became president, Supreme Court affirmed that? Like, why does it matter? Wouldn't it be a big deal, right? And there's an element to this that I guess I never really thought about until just today, which is, because I've always talked about how obviously it would destroy the country. There'd be no trust and, et cetera, et cetera. There's another element to this too, which should have been more apparent to both of us and neither of us brought up, which is that, part of the reason we always say is that like the Republicans would want to seize power forever after that point is because if theoretically Donald Trump did that, he became president again, Republicans affirmed it, Supreme Court affirmed it, that the literal second, if the next election, the Democrats won and got Congress and got the presidency, they would move heaven and earth to throw Donald Trump and every single Republican that voted for that in jail, right? Like everyone's should be hyper aware of that, including every single Republican that did that action. And so then you get sort of the existential problem of once that occurs, the Republicans basically have to maintain power to protect themselves from being thrown in jail. So
yeah, this is exactly how these places become banana republics. People hold on to power because they know they're going to be incarcerated or killed if they lose power.
Right.
Which gives you a mighty, mighty strong incentive to cheat in order to stay in power, right? Your life is literally on the line.
Right. So.
Yeah.
M8566 for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Larry Bottom for $2. Thank you, Larry Bottoms. M8566 for $5 says, forget the face reveal, wins the feet reveal. Give the people what they want. There you go.
Well, we can do that right now. So just turn your camera on and put your feet up.
Right.
You want to do it?
No. Disgusting. What is this tweet you have up here?
This
was like insane tweet. This tweet's like insane to me.
Is it?
Nikki Haley. Yes. So this tweet is like an unhinged tweet to me. Okay.
This is unhinged?
This is unhinged to me. This tweet is totally fucking unhinged to me. Is it not unhinged to you?
I just look. I think Nikki Haley's right here.
I know. I saw this tweet. I was like, what the fuck? Look, this is wacky. Okay. So you have this situation. So like you have Lauren Chen tweeted, Nikki Haley should move to Ukraine and run for its president, then spare us the American latest neocon talking points.
So look,
right.
Nikki Haley is running in the Republican primary, right?
Yeah.
And she's pro-Ukraine. So
yes,
this is
helping Ukraine. Yes,
right. So this is in the context of that. Lauren Chen tweets at her that you should move to Ukraine and run for their presidency and basically leave us alone. Even though Lauren Chen, fucking Canadian.
I know.
Like, what the fuck?
Stop talking about our politics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but Nikki Haley evidently you bookmarked the tweet or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And waited for the most appropriate time to respond, right? Lauren Chen has basically been accused of taking money from Russia to spew Putin talking points, which just seems like it would be a Putin talking point. And Nikki Haley responds. She retweets her from this old tweet and says, "Karma's a bitch." Lauren.
Let me tell you why this is unhinged. Okay, to me. Right? Nikki Haley is not some random streamer who got into some kind of like pissing match with Lauren Chen and is like, ha 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 ha, Lauren Chen is in trouble, right? This is someone who literally was running to be the fucking president. And they like bookmark some fucking tweet, or someone sent them some tweet from a fucking year ago that Lauren Chen's dumb fuck ass said in June of last year. Like, I don't like, it just seems so petty and unhinged to like bring like this fucking tweet from last year just to rub it in her face. That's like psycho. It's like, what you should be like way above that. Nikki Haley should not even know who the fuck Lauren Chen is.
Nikki Haley should know who Lauren Chen is. She
well now because of all the articles, but I'm saying before, but before shouldn't have known who Lauren Chen is enough to like go back into her fucking Twitter history to see if she ever said something like deriding Nikki Haley.
Look, I'm speculating on how she came across the tweet. For all I know, one of her staff messaged her with a tweet and said, "Oh, look, here's that girl. She's tweeting at you."
Yeah, but it makes it seem like you're correct. That's probably what happened, but it makes it seem like, oh, she saw this a year ago and it always bugged her. So she like bookmarked it in case, something happened that she could always rub it in her face. Like it just seems totally psychotic to me.
Oh man.
It seems so petty and beneath like Nikki Haley or any politician to be doing this to some like tweet that got 2,000 likes a year ago from some random internet niche micro celebrity.
Yeah, Russian foreign agent is the way I would describe it. But anyway.
Okay, you're sure that's true. Some internet micro niche celebrity Russian foreign agent who's Canadian. Yes, I agree with that. Yes.
Look, when you think of Russian foreign agent, does Lauren Chen fit central casting for that? Is she the one that you?
No.
Really? You don't think so?
No.
Oh my God.
Does she? I mean, usually Asian people that look kind of Asian-y aren't like Russian agents, but
they don't necessarily have to be Russian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damien.
Anyway. So you didn't like it?
No, I thought it was stupid. Unhinged.
I just thought it was funny. I was like, we live in an age.
It was ridiculous.
Where politicians are not afraid to get down in the.
I hate it.
Get down in the cheap seats.
Adam. I aspire for a better age. Okay, a better time.
Really? When you were...
Yes. Remember when like Twitter first was becoming popular, and it was interesting because Twitter basically made you realize that every famous person is a fucking retard, because you'd see them get into Twitter fights with people, and they always looked bad. There's no way for them to look good because it's like, why is a famous celebrity interacting with some fucking nobody and getting into a Twitter fight? It always looked bad. And now it's become so commonplace that like, we don't even think about it like that anymore.
You know what tips it for me? The fact that Lauren Chen is Canadian.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that really just tips it for me. It's like, why are you telling some American presidential candidate to like leave the country?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, first of all, obviously, Lauren Canadian shouldn't be super hyper involved in American politics, number one. Number two,
well, look,
fuck
if
you. You're
Putin's
literally
paying her,
taking Russian money and whining about this shit. Like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
So,
did you watch Sean, Actual Justice Warrior's video on it? Because he does say some interesting stuff. I guess, like, Lauren Chen was on Timcast because she came to the Timcast compound to negotiate the deal for this.
oh, really?
Russian money, yeah.
That's hilarious.
So, she rolls in to talk about the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Sean is there, right? Because he was on, that was when he did the Emma Vigeland thing.
Mm-hmm.
Lauren is there, like they all hang out. And then Lauren does the show because they work the deal out. But Tim obviously negotiated it, right? Like,
that
he
makes it even
negotiated in
worse.
person.
I mean, I guess Tim has a little bit more of leeway because it was like a licensing deal is a little bit different, but it's still really irresponsible that they were just like, oh yeah, just pay us this exorbitant amount of money. I'm not gonna like
Well,
look
he
even
makes an
fucking
exorbitant
iota.
amount of money already. So,
I understand that, but
yeah.
but that's so fucking massively irresponsible. These people who look into this say, well, who the fuck is funding this shit? And then there's no fucking curiosity when you see that, this company is not even remotely making the amount of money. Here's the problem. There's two elements to this. Number one, it's super sus when you have a company that's paying you exorbitant amounts of money and just losing money hand over fist by paying you, number one, and obviously not making that money back even fucking remotely. And then once that's occurring, that like, because Tim and all these people said that there was no, they make it sound like there was no sort of control or anything from Tenet Media, which is like, okay, well, if some production company is hiring you to make content for them or even to license your content, you think they're going to be talking about like,
what would be good content, right?
What would be good content, production deadlines, like the amount of views you're supposed to make. Like, there should be all sorts of metrics that they should have been having conversations with these people that they expected them to meet. And if they weren't meeting these metrics in terms of viewership, there should have been all sorts of emergency meetings about like, oh shit, like, Dave Rubin, we're paying you, $500,000 a fucking month and you're getting like 100 views. Like, we need to have a bunch of emergency meetings to figure out how to fix this, right? Like, what kind of fucking, like, Adam, if you're paying someone $500,000 a month and they're making you $1 every month, right? Or $10 every month, are you not going to be trying to turn that around like fucking quick and having like conversations with this person about how to fix this?
Of course. I'm on the phone with him 24/7. I'm like, dude, get your shit together. Why are you giving me content that sucks?
Dave Rubin wasn't
I'm losing my ass here.
Dave Rubin wasn't suspect when that never happened and they didn't give a shit or something. Like, I don't know. Just the whole thing sounds so bizarre. Like, that's
You're
not how any of
flushing
this
all
works.
my Putin spy money down the toilet, asshole.
Yeah, like that should, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they were getting all these meetings and they just said they didn't because it wasn't, quote, editorial. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe there's more to the story that we don't know about. But from the way that they describe it, they make it sound like they just signed some contracts. They just made content for 10 or 10 just licensed content. And then they just never talked to anyone ever again until this all exploded. So, which just seems so fucking unreal.
I thought Tenet was Tim's brand, and I didn't even know, like, I never looked at the channel or anything. And I didn't know that his show even went over to that new channel or whatever. But I would watch the Culture War just because I was subscribed to Tim's channel. But I guess I kind of wondered where it went. I was like, oh, I haven't seen that in a long time. Yeah. Maybe I even watched it on the other channel and thought I was just watching it on Tim's channel. So
I always thought it was his brand too. I don't know why, but I had that notion.
Yeah, I thought.
And I always thought it was weird that it got no views.
Him and Lauren Southern are starting some company together because I saw her sharing it as well. So,
right.
I mean, man, talk about Lauren Southern not being able to catch a break. I always feel sorry for her. Remember, she came on and I was talking about, oh, yeah, you can clean up your Wikipedia page. You just need to talk to the right people.
Right.
She's like, Adam, you're crazy. There's no way this is going to happen. I think she was actually right. I think I did talk to some people after that, and they were telling me, oh, yeah, this is like a very expensive project. So, But yeah, like how can she can't catch a break, right?
No, she can't. Yeah.
She did that huge video about all the people who screwed her over in the conservative sphere, and then
this happens.
Yeah, she ends up getting screwed over again.
Well, see, yeah, like I feel like, because according to the indictment, it said that like was it out of the 8.7 million, like I think 7 whatever point some amount of million went to Tim
Not to
Pool,
her, yeah.
Dave Rubin, and Benny Johnson. Though we don't know how much Benny got paid. We do know how much Dave Rubin and Tim got paid. I don't know if anyone calculated to figure out how much Benny got paid. But so if that's the case, then it's like, okay, it sounds like Lauren Southern and Matt Christensen, and I forget there's some other guy. He got his YouTube channel deleted, which is very weird. I don't know what's up with that.
Yeah, that's super unfair.
That's very strange. And I don't know if there's something more to it, or I don't know if it's just that he had a small channel and everyone's reporting all their channels and it was just like a bot thing. But yeah, no, those people got super fucked because those people probably, I'm imagining they got probably paid like very little, and yet they got the blowback of this reputation damage, where at least Dave Rubin and Tim Pool and maybe Benny, they got paid like buco bucks. So even if they had this reputation damage, at least they got paid out the ass for it. So
yeah, Lauren
and
just
also
seems
like
super sensible and
that's the
like
that's the thing
pragmatic.
Right. Well, that's the thing too, because if you weren't getting paid that much, if you're only getting paid like a little bit to do this, it wouldn't seem that suspect from your end. You'd be like, oh, okay, there's some guy starting a media channel and he's paying me like some little bit to make content for him. You wouldn't be like, oh, I gotta like do some sort of deep investigation into who this guy is.
Oh,
if the
of course
amount was
not.
like just some reasonable amount. So Damian P. Berry, it's premium Gershwin for $5. Says, Anna, is it true that in 2021, Trump tried to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger to fabricate or manufacture 11,780 votes for him?
That would have been a good question.
That would have been.
I would say that I've listened to the entire phone call, and I mean, it's basically like a Rorschach inkblot test. Like you can perceive it as Trump is saying, oh, you got a nice business here. Sure would be terrible if something happened to it, right? Like he's giving him mafia vibes. I just need to find these votes here, You could, like he even says, like, you could be in super legal jeopardy here if you don't, like this, make it right.
Right.
So, but also you could just say, oh, he's trying to find the votes that were misplaced that were actually for him, and he's not pulling any stunts or anything like that. So
I think so. I listened to the call recently again.
Oh, you did? Interesting.
I did.
Yeah.
And I think that he was telling the Georgia governor guy that he should use bleach to clean all the ballots so that they all say Donald Trump was the winner instead of Joe Biden. So he was a little confused about like because he got confused when he heard about like Hillary Clinton like bleach bidding her phone. He thought that had something to do with like actual liquid bleach.
Right.
So he was like, he wanted him to pour bleach on the ballots, and somehow he thought that would make him the winner, which this didn't work that way. But
he said, look, you could solve this whole dilemma right now if you just drank bleach, you bitch.
You just drink the bleach and spit it back out on the ballots, it somehow would like, it would destroy the Biden ballots enough that they couldn't be read by the little scanners. So
yeah,
there you go.
I don't, since that phone call really can be perceived both ways, I don't think it's like a good smoking gun evidence that either party's in the right or the wrong.
Right.
Lives
in Deswall specifically for 16 months. Thank you so much. Says, have you considered Sitch inflatable tube men as a mercy opportunity? There you go. Would you guys want like a big inflatable wacky Sitch that just kind of like flips around, flails around everywhere?
Is that one of those things that you punch in the head and it pops back up?
No. Those are the little boppers. You know, like when you drive past the car place and they have the little guys in the breeze, like the long tube people.
Oh yeah.
That, like flail about.
Oh,
yeah,
those are cool.
Get one of those, but like a Sitch face. Just have like a camera on it.
I should just get one back here behind me. Hell out of those.
Yeah, I like that.
Have one of those going through the whole show.
Michael Struckman for 1 year. Thanks so much, Michael, for being a 1 year free will seeker.
Look at that.
I've been trying to figure out if I'm A team or S class. I can't stay a centrist forever. I have to pick a side. I've decided A team reigns supreme. Boo.
Look at that. Michael, your name
Anna,
should be in the comic too, because anyone who's been a member for I think 6 months I put in. So
right. Anna must have swayed him. Terrible.
Anna has been a member over 6 months. So
right. Red 473 for $2 says, "Is Anna part of the Tukey Taliban?" I don't know what that's in reference to. Teddy Cool for $5 says, "Anna, thanks for coming on the stream. I enjoyed the conversation. TYT is one of my favorite shows."
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Yeah, look. I guess we need to. I'm listening to the live show, and I'm sometimes a lurker. So.
Right.
But maybe I should speak up. Maybe I'll send a super chat next week and
there you
say,
go.
"Anna, are you going to let Cenk get away with that nonsense? Punch him."
There you go.
He's talking shit.
There you go.
He's talking utter nonsense. What is this leftist bullshit?
Lives in Dev's Walls, New Wall, specifically for $5 says, "As long as we're discussing drama, thoughts on the Nick Ocado revelations." I have no thoughts.
I think it's fascinating. I love a good troll
dramatic
like
reveal.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
A good reversal, immediate reversal.
Right. I mean, I'm happy for him. I'm glad he lost a shit ton of weight. That's cool.
So he's like a mukbang content creator that eats on camera and gets big, like turns into a big fat pig, and audiences just love it. They adore it.
Right.
What's going on? I feel like maybe there's some childhood trauma here.
I was yawning. I don't know.
In the people who watch this stuff,
It's
I don't
disgusting.
necessarily. Yeah,
gross, yeah.
I can't watch this stuff, but so evidently he made a bunch of videos and was posting older videos, and then did a video where he's actually skinny. He's been tricking everyone to think he's still on the same routine, but really losing weight behind the scenes.
Wasn't it some like absurd time scale too? It was like 2 years or a year. I don't know, some long period of time, I thought too.
Maybe. Look, I guess
mean,
you could crank out videos. Like you could do 10 videos a day. You're just eating a bunch of shit. That's probably how he got so fat, right?
Exactly.
He's like doing these mukbang videos, 20 of them a day.
Vanessa says he started eating shit ton of food again. He's going to go in for round 2. Oh, it's awful if that's the case.
Oh, is this what it is? It's like a reset? He's like,
That's awful if that's the case. Yeah.
The storyline is I was skinny and I'm going to become fat again?
Oh, I hope not.
Okay. Well, I'm not down for that.
Well, I hope he didn't just go on Ozempic, because I'm pretty sure that stuff's going to be found out to be like bad for your brain and bad for your body, as all this stuff is. So I hope he didn't do that. So,
God.
Grassroots Hegemon for $10. Thank you. Says, "Enjoy Anna before she puts on the Sonic shoe medallion after watching too many Kiwi farmers and ends up stealing an airplane or something. Dick Masterson is next."
But can you imagine? Oh my God, Anna stole an airplane.
Terrible.
Please don't.
Right. Angry Bellsprout for $10 says, "The video was called Rape Common War Crime Against Men 13 years ago. Wow. Should give the clip a rewatch. One of my first experiences with Anna and equality for male victim of raped/DV by feminist West is disgusting." There you go.
Nice.
Aussie ODST for 2 Aussie bucks says, "I forgot Anna isn't part of the show for a second. She's always part of the show in spirit." All right.
Yeah. Well, she's been a great supporter of the show, which is awesome. Yeah.
Right. That Nobody Guy for $5 says, "Left or right, no one can disagree. The 90s cartoon X-Men theme bangs freaking hard." Sure does.
Does
That's
it?
very true.
I don't remember that one, but.
Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na.
Oh, that's pretty good. I like that. That
It's a good
sounds like
song.
a banger.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you could tell from my horrible rendition.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I did.
Did they? I don't think they played it at all in the Deadpool movie.
Reminded me of Weird Al. Do we
Chat,
even do
can
a
we
stream
kick
on the
Adam from
Deadpool?
the can we
We didn't do a
kick Adam
stream
from
on the
stream?
Deadpool movie, did we?
We
Oh,
did
maybe
not.
we did.
No, we didn't.
We didn't? Oh,
not.
interesting. We talked about it, though, I think, on a Sunday show or something.
We talked about it, yeah. Can we kick Adam from the call, everybody?
Because I made the Weird Al joke. Really?
Yeah, just kick him. Kick him.
Come on. That was a solid joke. I don't know what you're complaining about.
Anyway, what is this? You brought
You
up
complain
another
more
tweet.
than Trump. Jeez.
Oh my God! What a bitch. That's a low blow.
You sent me this tweet, and this is like.
Oh yeah. Right.
We should read this. This is another reason why I'm like, okay, I'm not voting for Trump. Fuck this.
It's funny because
fucking insane.
So we were having this conversation about, you know, if Trump wins, would he try to basically lock up a bunch of Democrats, throw a bunch of lawfare at a bunch of Democrats? And we're sort of a back and forth about whether we thought Trump would do this or not. I forget who we're talking to, but and I said I thought 100% Trump was going to try to lock up a bunch of Democrats. He tried to do it in his first term and was basically stopped by his various attorney generals. Obviously, whoever he chooses next time around, should he win, is going to be chosen for that specific purpose. So
I heard somebody telling the story about how his people wanted him to go after his opponents, but Trump was so magnanimous that he completely told them, no, we don't need to do this. But that's not the case, right?
No, this is a complete no, that's true. No,
You always bring up, no, actually he did beg them and they told him no.
Right. That's what the people say that were in those positions. So
right.
So Trump posted this. I don't know if this is on Twitter or on Truth Social. He says, cease and desist. I, together with many attorneys and legal scholars, am watching the sanctity of the 2024 presidential election very closely because I know, better than most, the rampant cheating and skullduggery that has taken place by the Democrats in the 2020 presidential election. He knows, Adam. He knows all the cheating and skullduggery, right?
Why? He's doing this specifically to torture me, I feel.
He is, yeah. It was a disgrace to our nation. Therefore, the 2024 election, where votes have just started being cast, will be under the closest professional scrutiny. And when I win, in all caps, those people that cheated will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences so that this depravity of justice does not happen again.
Oh my God. Why?
So it's
Why,
interesting.
Sitch?
When I heard Scott Adams
making excuses for this,
making excuses for the tweet, he interpreted this as Trump saying he was going to throw anyone who cheated in 2024 election into jail. That's not what it says at all. He's saying anyone that cheated in 2020, he would throw in the jail. So, or that he perceives as cheating. So,
right.
We cannot let our country further devolve into a third world nation, and we won't. Please beware that this legal exposure extends to lawyers, political operatives, donors, illegal voters, and corrupt election officials. Those involved in unscrupulous behavior will be sought out, caught, and prosecuted at levels unfortunately never seen before in our country.
Unfortunately, because they should always be prosecuted.
Can you imagine? I want you to just imagine if Kamala Harris sent out a tweet that basically said that they expected widespread Trump voter fraud, Russian voter fraud, and that when she wins the election in 2024, she's going to make sure to lock up any person that's engaged in any sort of, voting behavior on behalf of illegal voting behavior on behalf of Trump, right? Every single Republican would be screaming that this is massive election interference.
Yeah, and it is. It totally is.
And it would be. So, yeah, I think this tweet is completely fucking unhinged. It is 100% a threat. It should be perceived as a threat. It is basically saying, not only will I go after anyone from 2020, but in 2024, if there's any sort of question in a district about anything, if you don't do what I want, I will go after you if I win the election, essentially. So.
Scary.
Pretty unhinged. Pretty fucking unhinged. So. How you feeling on the possibility of voting for Trump.
I know these definitely send me kind of reeling. Yeah, I don't look. I don't think I can vote for Trump over a lot of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm not going to have TDS if Trump wins the election.
Mm-hmm.
God, I hope this isn't a reality. I hope he's like so excited that he's become a 2-term president that and
he's not
some sort of practitioner's veto going on where people's, with cooler heads step in and say, listen, let's focus on our agenda. Let's not focus on going after our political enemies. But he might be thinking, well, look, I was out of office last time and they came after me. But he can't think that though, because, well, maybe, I mean, look, even though he will be out of office and never be able to be elected president again, they probably still will go after him because they're just like, they're so driven insane by hatred for the guy that I don't think he can ever be sure that he's going to be safe from legal entanglements.
I mean, he'll probably be safe from federal legal if he wins. Even if he didn't win, I think he'd be safe from federal.
Only when he's in office, though.
But no. Hold on. I was gonna say I don't think he'd ever be safe from like. Well, he might never be safe from like state legal entanglements because you can have a lot. It's like much easier for the state prosecutors to be corrupt, and I think a lot of the New York stuff was corrupt and done purely for political purposes, and so you're gonna have people for the next 4 to 8 years who want to pick a name for themselves, going after him. So in New York, maybe Florida, probably not Florida because it's kind of leaning red, but in New York at least.
It's weird because he's tweeting this stuff out to totally hedge on winning the election. Like, I think these tweets are driven by him wanting to really dissuade people from cheating in the election, because he thinks that's going to be a big impact on the election. I don't think it is. I think it's going to be like, you're going to win or lose based on the campaign you ran. But if he loses, if he runs a shitty campaign and he loses, he's going to say it was cheating.
Of course he is, yeah.
But yeah. So if that's the case, if it is really just an election, like an election interference ploy to win the election, then he probably wouldn't make good on these threats, because the goal of the threats have already been achieved, right? To win the election.
No, I think it's like we were talking with Anna. I think Trump is pathological. He'll never let it go. And also what you have to think about too, when you're president, if it turns out that all your threats are empty, then why would anyone, when you're actually president, you're trying to get things done, why would anyone ever be afraid to cross you?
How can he get anything done if this is his task?
Oh, he's not.
This is totally gonna destroy his presidency.
You are correct.
He will get nothing done. No border bill, no fucking nothing.
If Donald Trump wins, I think what's going to happen is he's 100% going to try to go after a fuck ton of people with lawfare, a fuck ton of people who probably don't deserve it with lawfare, mostly Democratic politicians, things of this nature. He's going to go after as many people as he can. All the people that are voted for Trump will just say yay based revenge for lawfare against him, because they've sort of piled every single legal case conflated all into one thing. They don't give a shit that, some of the cases like the Georgia case, completely valid, federal case, completely valid, document case, completely valid. They're all going to conflate them as the New York cases and say it's therefore it's completely valid to go after a bunch of other people. They're not going to look at them as individuals. They're going to ironically look at it through like a leftist collectivist lens, say that all these people are all the same, working together in unison, even though it's completely absurd.
Yeah, throwing leftists in jail. That's how they're going to categorize it.
Right, throwing leftists in jail. So they're all going to cheer all this stuff. And then what's going to happen? None of those people are going to go to jail at all. They're going to get a bunch of, he's going to have his attorney general or a bunch of corrupt prosecutors bring a bunch of bullshit charges, investigations into people, and they'll bring a bunch of charges, and there'll be no there. There'll be nothing fucking there. obviously Trump supporters will never believe it. They'll say it's all magically corrupt, blah, 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 but they'll never find any actual evidence of wrongdoing. All these charges will be dismissed. And Trump will basically
hit it again.
The deep state hit it again. Yeah. And this will basically have a situation where you're correct. Trump will waste his entire second term or massive amounts of political capital in second term with all this bullshit all this lawfare instead of actually, governing.
No one will want to work with him in Congress because they'll be terrified of him. No one will want to work on any bills, passing any law, because they'll be terrified of him.
Well, it's just the entire all the political energy will be about Donald Trump going after political opponents, That'll be like every news story, all the political energy will be about that. And there'll be people in Congress trying to pass stuff, but it just won't, maybe some will pass, maybe most of it won't. You just won't have political energy to do other things. So yeah, look forward to that. So
how about this debate on Tuesday? I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be good.
I wonder if they'll ask about this.
Okay, now we have to talk about Kamala Harris. Commie law.
Commie law Harris?
Commie law, yeah.
Right.
You sent me a video where Mark Cuban calls in to CNBC to defend commie law's tax plan.
This video is so interesting. This video is so fascinating to me.
We can't just beat up on Trump. Look, we gotta.
That's true.
We got to really drive it home how this election is a Sophie's choice here.
Oh, of course.
You've got a guy who's going to destroy the entire country going after his political enemies for 4 years.
I don't think he's going to destroy the country. I think he's just going to basically waste his entire second term. No.
Come on, I'm trying to be hyperbolic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
We're running a show, Sitch.
I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm trying to hype it up here. Okay.
He's going to destroy the entire country.
He's going to destroy the entire country. Okay.
If not the universe.
Right.
Anyway. This, yeah. I lost so much respect for Mark Cuban because of this call.
Mm-hmm.
Because he has like a completely sensible take on the economic stuff, but then a batshit crazy take on the political stuff. It's like, what?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
So look, I won't spoil the end for you, but the end is like, ugh, what? What did he just say? You want to play it? It's like 2 minutes.
Yeah, let's play it.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
On this unrealized tax issue, gain issue, and where we've talked about, those who are taking loans against their unrealized stock, et cetera, and then they say, well, if you start to tax that, we won't be able to make investments in startups. We won't be able to give money over to venture capitalists and private equity folks and other things like that. What's your feedback to that distinction? Because I wonder, once there's a critique of one, then of one policy, and you get rid of that policy, then of course it moves to the critique of the next version of it.
Well, of course, but okay. So what I told him was, if you tax unrealized gains, you're going to kill the stock market, right? And it's going to be the ultimate employment plan for private equity, because companies are not going to go public because you can get whipsawed, right? I mean, my own personal experience back from the internet days, right? All of a sudden, I was cash poor, but equity rich, right? My net worth was enormous, but the number of dollars in the bank wasn't enormous. And so I'd have, based off of the unrealized gains, I would have had to borrow money, and I effectively would have been in hock just to pay my tax bill instead of trying to run my company, and 1,000 other reasons, right? So they realize that's the issue. I can't repeat it enough. Even though she's not directly conflicting the Biden tax plan, to her value proposition is we need to tax everybody fairly. I'm starting from the Biden plan as a starting point, but that's not necessarily her ending
Mark,
point.
let me just say, I appreciate you calling in, telling us what you're hearing on these fronts. That's great. But as you've said yourself, you can't speak for the vice president. These are things they're telling you. Who knows what they're telling other people? My guess is they're telling anybody who's donating to them exactly what they want to hear at this point. What matters is what they say publicly and what they will stick to.
No, absolutely, positively not. Right. Let me just be very
I don't know.
clear
Like, why do you think that they're telling you the truth and not telling other people other things?
Well,
if they won't say it publicly, say it publicly. Tell all of us so that we can hold you to it.
I get it, but you've got to get the details right. You can't just.
Yeah, but we have 60 days till an election. Like, you're asking people to take a
even
flyer.
Even if it's the day before the election, right? Even if it's the day before. Look, the next question is, the second thing I was going to mention earlier.
I just don't want everybody to trade on what we think and what we feel and what we think may happen.
Exactly.
Just tell us.
I get your point exactly, right?
I can't believe he said the day before the election. I was like, what?
Yeah.
You're kidding me. You're going to drop your economic plan on the American people the day before the election?
Well, we should try to find the full clip because I am curious to how this conversation ended.
So he completely gets the situation with the stock market right, like everybody has. It's like, the politicians pitch it as if these billionaires have, tens of billions of dollars in cash money lying around their living room, right? No, they own equity in companies that fluctuates heavily. So, yeah.
Well, and also, bring up the point about how like this is so stupid because then no one will, there's no incentive to bring these companies public.
Yeah, exactly. And let the American
hurt the economy
people
and hurt the American people, overall. So
letting the American people invest in profitable companies is a great boon to the American people's wealth.
Right.
And hoarding that behind a bunch of public or private investors who are going to take all the risk and receive all the rewards is not going to be good.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's funny because when I first saw this clip, I saw like the little tag on Twitter. And I'm like, what are they talking about? He seems like he's completely shitting all over Kamala's plan here. But then you get to that end part, and the host is like, he's basically saying it's kind of cut. So what he's trying to say is that it sounds like he's trying to say that he's heard through some kind of Kamala Harris surrogate that she's not in favor of this unrealized wealth tax thing, that she just kind of used this because it came from some Biden plan. And she's just using it as this jumping off point, to which the host very correctly responds by saying, well, I mean, she's got a fucking mouth. If she was doing interviews, we could ask this fucking question, but she's not. If she's not in favor of this unrealized wealth gain thing, why the fuck does she not come out and say that?
Take it out of the plan. Make it clear.
Right.
Come out and
make
say,
it
look.
clear.
Or say what he just said. Say, look, I'm not in favor of the unrealized gains tax. I'm trying to make an economy that works for all of us. This is a jumping off point, exactly like Mark Cuban said. Just say that.
Right. But then to me, it's kind of the thing that made this so interesting was like, essentially, it sounds like he's basically saying, now I would have to hear the full clip to know this. It sounds like he's basically saying that he's heard specific information from Kamala or from some kind of Kamala surrogate that indicates that she's not going to do all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, doesn't that make it? I mean, that's like a really bad look for her. Why? Like, you're saying that her campaign is kind of making the statement that they're in favor of some economic policy publicly, or implying that maybe they're in favor of this economic policy publicly, but then behind the scenes, they're going to tell some wealthy donor like Mark Cuban they're not. Like, that looks fucking horrible. And it was kind of shocking to hear him kind of seemingly confirm that, at least to some extent. So
she does accuse them of lying to him, though, because he's paying them. He's basically saying, look, she's saying, look, they're BSing you because they're taking your money.
Right.
And Mark's
which,
like, no,
I mean,
of
that's
course
fair.
not.
That's a fair fucking point, is it not?
They're not BSing me. Look, I totally believe them. How big was the check, Mark?
Right.
Who knows?
So I don't know. I mean, it is a very interesting thing. So.
And running back to it's never going to happen, so we don't have to worry about it.
Right.
Mark Cuban has amazing TDS, so
yes, of course.
He's terrified of Trump becoming president.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got to be weighing heavy on him that Trump is way ahead in the polls now. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh, let me. I found the whole thing. So.
Oh, the Watch Together's still up.
I found it on YouTube too.
Oh, you did?
Bring in.
Let me try. I think this is around the part that the clip ends on. Let's see, we're at 25 minute-ish here. Let's see. 25.
The deficit. You got to get to the details, Becky, before you can just throw out policies just to make people happy by throwing out policies.
Mark, speak to the unrealized, speak to the unrealized tax gain issue, which is to the extent that she, at least as of now, to the extent that she's sticking with any of the Biden plan, there would be a wealth tax effectively on some of the wealthiest Americans in the country. Over $100 million.
Yeah, every conversation I've had is that it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Again, I'm not speaking for, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to speak for the vice president. She makes the final decision. Again, I'm talking to these folks 3-4 times a week, having back and forth conversations, and their verbatim words to me is, that's not where we want to go. We need to find alternative sources of revenue, things I've just spoken about, and those alternative sources of revenue are meant to replace what the unearned income, the unrealized gains tax from the Biden plan would have implemented.
What do you say?
What do they need the revenue for?
Well, they don't believe in MMT. That's what the revenue.
Well, no, but I mean, what do they want to do though?
Oh, I assume they talked before somewhere earlier about whatever the fuck he's talking about.
There's a whole bunch of folks in the Valley who I've been in touch with in the past week on this unrealized tax issue, gain issue. And where we've talked about, those who are taking loans against their unrealized stock, et cetera, et cetera. And then they say, well, if you start to tax that, we won't be able to make investments in startups. We won't be able to give money over to venture capitalists and private equity folks and other things like that. What's your feedback to that distinction? Because I wonder, once there's a critique of one, then of one policy, and you get rid of that policy, then of course it moves to the critique of the next version of it.
Well, of course, but okay. So what I told him was, if you tax unrealized gains, you're going to kill the stock market, right? And it's going to be the ultimate employment plan for private equity, because companies are not going to go public. Because
I guess probably her. Let me skip ahead for a second.
I can't repeat it enough, even though she's not directly conflicting the Biden point, but that's not necessarily her ending
Mark,
point.
let me just say, I appreciate you calling in, telling us what you're hearing on these fronts. That's great. But as you've said yourself, you can't speak for the vice president. These are things they're telling you. Who knows what they're telling other people? My guess is they're telling anybody who's donating to them exactly what they want to hear at this point. What matters is what they say publicly and what they will stick to.
No, absolutely, positively not. Right. Let me just be very
I don't know.
clear
Why do you think that they're telling you the truth and not telling other people other things?
Well,
if they won't say it publicly, say it publicly. Tell all of us so that we can hold you to it.
I get it, but you've got to get the details right. You can't just.
Yeah, but we have 60 days till an election. Like, you're asking people to take a
even
flyer.
Even if it's the day before the election, right? Even if it's the day before. Look, the next question is, the second thing I was going to mention earlier.
I just don't want everybody to trade on what we think and what we feel and what we think may happen.
Exactly.
Just tell us.
I get your point exactly, right? But again, like any good CEO, you got to do it when you get it right. Not because, your customer is screaming or yelling, well, we're waiting on the new pricing for the SaaS program. No, let me get it right.
Yeah, but I'm not going to buy the product until you tell me what the product is.
Right. So, Mark, here's I think, the fairest question to this. What do you think the fairest timeline is for her to disclose and articulate exactly what the policies are? Meaning, recognizing that she's...
I mean, okay, wait. Here's the problem with this. This is a good question, but here's a problem with this sort of argument, right? I understand them being like, okay, Kamala needs time to give out her proposed tax policy. She didn't know she was running for president until pretty late in the game. I'm like, okay, that's fair, right? That's a fair point. Why does it take this long for her to just say, I'm not taxing unrealized gains because that's retarded?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, look, this policy is obviously going to be a giant failure. So we need, she could say, we're looking for a source of revenue, but this is not going to be a viable source.
No.
I mean, politically, though, she wants that to be the source because she wants to beat up on the rich people. That's a political goal.
Like maybe, I don't know. It's weird because I think her campaign for the most part has been managed pretty correctly and intelligently, even when she does things I vehemently disagree with on a political level. But this just seems like such a stupid fucking easy thing to avoid. A massively easy thing to avoid, but they just keep stepping in it. So
unless people like the policy because they hate rich people. Like, who knows?
Maybe.
They could have internal polling that was
Right.
like, everyone loves the taxing the shit out of rich people.
Yeah, but there's a difference between like, I feel like if that was the goal, you could just be like, oh, we're going to create some new tax bracket. So if you have over $100 million, we're going to hit you some like super high tax, right? And then it doesn't really matter because it's like, it's in like a type of income that the people don't even have in the first place. But then the average voter won't know that or understand that.
We were getting killed, Kamala, with these Palestinian activists until you came up with that unrealized gains tax. Now they love us.
He's gotten into this campaign late. I get that piece of it and the issue of trying to get it right, but also recognizing that the American public needs to understand these issues, hopefully to the best they can, prior to voting. What is a fair amount of time? Would you say 4 weeks out, 6 weeks out? I mean, we're only 8 weeks out, right? So what's your...
Be brutally honest on what I think on this. Number one, the number of people this truly impacts is less than 1% of the voting population, right? And
I can't believe he's saying this. What a dumbass.
He just said it would like tank the stock market. Now he's saying it only affect 1%. The fuck?
I can't look. I'm losing all respect for Mark Cuban. How could he say such an utterly stupid statement?
I'll tell you why. Okay. What you're witnessing is such a clear example of like the Heidian defense mechanism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right. Because he just said a second ago it would tank the stock market, and now he's
the
like
stock market. Yeah, exactly.
1%. It's like, oh, okay.
What do you think tanking the stock market would do to 100% of the population?
Right. Yeah, I mean, how much percentage of the population was involved in mortgage-backed securities?
Yes. Oh, the mortgage-backed securities, they only affect a tiny, tiny percentage of the population.
Right, yeah.
You hope, right?
Yeah.
Until the Great Recession comes up and smacks you in the face.
Yep.
And so this is not number one priority for her. It's not, right, in terms of speaking about it and getting the word out. She wanted to talk about entrepreneurs, startups, founders first. The people like me in my position, we're not at the top of the list. We're closer to the bottom. So we're not going to get that full detailed disclosure first. And I'm okay with that. Now,
didn't he said like a second ago, I thought that he was like talking to people like every other day. Didn't he? Did I mishear that?
He did.
Yeah, okay.
To your question, how much time is enough time? I mean, 2 weeks? How long does it take for any of us to digest any of this information?
2 weeks.
You know, and it's the bigger problem is like when
how much early voting is done like a month before? What the fuck? What do you mean 2 weeks? We were just talking about like people getting ballots 2 months before. You gotta be quick here. Okay, 2 weeks before the election. Come on.
Yeah, it's not just you that wants to know. All the American people want to know.
Right. Give me a break.
She gives a speech like yesterday. I go through and make sure I read the transcript to make sure I understand what she's trying to say, you know, so I can talk to other people about it. Most people don't. We live in a soundbite world where they, you know, when you talk about what the other guy is doing, everything is a soundbite.
But Mark, I was listening and reading through that speech too, and the speech didn't give all the details. It didn't talk about the extra 5% in tax, which the difference between 28% and 33% is a big deal. That's what I mean.
Right, but for most people, it's not applicable for most people.
But if you're going to say that you believe in creating jobs and doing these things, show us the details. Right. And by the way, Donald Trump is going to have to show us the details too. He's speaking at the Economic Club in New York today, and we're going to be taking close notes on all of this. My problem is none of these candidates are. Yeah, I'm not.
I agree with.
Go ahead.
I'm not trying to disagree with you that details are important, right? I'm trying to say, like any good CEO trying to turn around a battleship, right? There's only so much you can do every single day. And the point I'm really trying to convey is she's open-minded. She's not an ideologue. She wants to do what's best for business. To answer your question directly, when is the right time to have the details and how much time do we need? Look, if it's 2 weeks, if it's 30 days, we're smart enough to figure out what the tax implications are before we walk into a ballot booth.
Hey, Mark,
but what's more important is for the other 99%.
Mark, a broader question then for the other 99%, which is one of the other big critiques, is that she, while she's speaking at a lot of these rallies and she's now conducted one interview, she's not out there sitting for interviews where people can ask her critical questions and she can answer them, where she probably would be pressed on some of these kinds of details that we're talking about. And maybe she would have to say, I don't have the details. And maybe the American public would say that's unacceptable. Maybe they'd say, that's okay, tell us 2 weeks beforehand. I don't know what would be the answer. But do you believe it's incumbent upon her to be more out there, not in the rally context?
Well, okay. I'm interested in the answer to this question, but I don't want to get hit by
CNBC, totally. Yeah, no.
Okay. Well, check it out on CNBC. Television, Squawk Box, Mark Cuban on the Harris tax plan. It was 3 days ago, the 5th of September. So check it out if you want to hear the rest of that. So
yeah, I'll drop a link in the chat for you guys.
Obviously, his answer is just really piss poor. So Mark Cuban's answer is really piss poor on this. So very interesting.
Bring in.
Okay. Deomus for $10 says, I wonder why England doesn't like foreigners after 20 years of their women being raped and police doing nothing because they didn't want to be racist. UK took people from Rwanda as well. Yeah, that really backfired on them, didn't it?
Gross.
Neil John Stone for 14 months. Thanks so much. Says, no Sitch. The zombie right chant will be, what do we want? Brains. When do we want them? Brains. There you go. The zombie rights chant. Yes.
Perfect.
Brian for $5 says, Hayek is awesome. Adam, you got to read Road to Serfdom. So there you go.
Okay.
Check it out. Equishitox for $5 says, Uka Buka Jonathan Aku height as he grants Crash Bandicoot extra health against damage, apparently. There you go. I like that. Metalworks 41190 for $10 says, how do you guys feel about communities that don't completely assimilate to U.S. culture, like New York's Little China or PA's Amish? Is it if they're compatible with our culture or just keep to themselves? I think it's so. I don't really have a problem. Like in New York, you have Little Chinatown or, Little Tokyo Town or whatever. I think all that shit's fine. It's like essentially just like a tourist attraction. You have some tiny amount of some large city, some like a few blocks in some tiny city. I'm sorry, you have a few blocks in a big city that's a tiny area that becomes essentially a tourist attraction because they got a bunch of like Chinese signs and shit up. But, I think that's totally fine. I don't think that's really what anyone's has a problem with when we talk about like broader assimilation issues. So
yeah. I mean,
I know
the entire culture starts to become Amish. I mean,
right.
That's
or
not.
if they, entire city or something. Like I know, like when I was visiting you in LA, there's that little Tokyo area, which I think is like fucking awesome. So
yeah,
that's cool. Like that's totally cool to have that.
That was fun.
But I don't feel like if I was like visiting LA and everywhere I go, it's like, I need a translator because everyone's speaking Japanese at me. I'd start to get annoyed by this shit. Like I'd be like, wait, what the fuck's going on here? So
remember when we went to the escape room
and
we all survived?
We all survived the escape room, yes.
That was great.
The escape room was lots of fun. Jason M for 5 Canadian says, Haidt argues that morality binds and blinds and that moral capital is the left's blind spot. Explains why they can't see the harms of mass migration.
True.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Social capital.
Social capital, yeah.
Yes.
Long story short, for $5 says, you guys should do a channel review of Shu Matsu Post. He sells real estate in Japan. You'll see how cheap prices are by not having mass immigration. I think people make a huge mistake when they do a single factor analysis. The Japanese economy is very, very different from the US economy for many reasons. Immigration is part of that reason, but Japan has been having, I don't know if they finally got rid of it, but I know they've been having massive deflation problems forever. Things kind of got wonky, I would imagine, with COVID. But before COVID, Japan had massive deflationary problems forever. So I don't know if they're whatever's going on in their real estate market, there's so many factors there. I think it's overly simplistic to just be like, well, it's because they have low immigration. So,
well, they also have a population that's been trending down. So
yeah,
they have a
massive
housing
population
stock.
decline. Yes.
Yeah. So their housing stock is growing.
Yeah.
It's directly proportional to, like, if your housing stock only accommodates 80% of the population, like, the people who are the best off economically are going to have those homes, and whoever's at the bottom of the stack is not going to have those homes. So
right. Yeah. So yeah, obviously if you have a massive population decline as well, housing price is going to go down, but no one really you don't want a population decline. That's a bad thing. So,
right.
I mean, Japan, they've been trying to get people to have kids. I don't know, it hasn't been very successful yet. So they got to figure out a way to fix that. Stug for $5 says, I don't know how it happened, but Marxists at some point came to believe that capitalism is what Spain did to Central and South America. Well, it's because capitalism is the great evil and is the root of all problems in the world. So
right.
You're correct. Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Cameraman 502 for $5 says this guy needs a real definition of fascism, perhaps from an actual scholars on the subject, like Stanley Payne, Emilio Gentile, or Roger Griffin. Yeah, his very weird categorization of fascism. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised, right? But...
yeah, Dev will come in and be like, "Oh God, you guys are getting the definition of fascism wrong."
Yeah, but, Dev, you fuck.
Look, I know when he says fascism, all he means is, authoritarian murderer.
Yeah, he just means Nazi. That's what he means. Is what the wisecrack guy means. So
yeah.
Cameraman 502 for $10. Thank you. Says wisecrack won't use a reputable scholar of fascism because they would have to confront that fascism is as anti-capitalist as it is anti-Marxist and more revolutionary than reactionary.
That's probably true. Yeah.
Probably true. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. People always forget that fascists had their own weird economic theory. So
yeah, it's basically the state controls all private business.
Yeah. Through the Wormhole for $5 says, if you guys want some free academic brain rot, Google homo nationalism. Dude,
okay.
Do I dare Google homo nationalism?
Do it up.
Do I dare? Let's see, what is this? Homo nationalism. The concept of homo nationalism was created to describe and critique the nationalization of queer movements and growing anti-immigration stances, while ignoring homophobia still propagated in Western society. Wow. Awful. I can feel my brain melting. Stacy Pastry for $10 says, Anna is on her hero arc. Soon she'll understand that overregulation causes high prices.
I think she already understands that. Yeah.
It can. It definitely can, yeah. I don't think that's the sole factor, but Detective Stabler SVU for $20. Thank you so much. Says this is the Our Democracy, Consent, and Representation crowd. It really comes down to them working backwards from undoing the wrongs of the past, which really translates to punishing the West, white people, Christians, and history's victors. I think you are completely correct. I think that is exactly sort of the intuition that they're working from. So
it's good analysis.
And it makes sense because if you essentially view, like if you view society and the society's current ideology as evil and oppressive, that means that therefore people who have succeeded in the past, present, future of that society, of that ideology must be evil. So every victor is automatically a villain in that scenario.
Right.
Speaking of, it's kind of funny, it's interesting. We've seen this kind of came out with the Rings of Power episode where they tried to humanize the orcs. and have like the sad orcs
Oh,
that
I
don't want to go to
know.
war.
I know.
And people are like, "What? This is so fucked up." And it's funny because usually it was people on the right that was complaining at the left, and Hollywood was sort of obsessed with this notion of like you can't have just an evil villain anymore, right? Like you can't just have a Lord of the Rings, Sauron is just evil, orcs are just evil. Like you can't just have evil villains and good heroes anymore. And this was kind of a critique that people on the right would kind of levy at the more left-wing Hollywood and media and stuff of that nature. And I thought that was interesting because I think it's true in some extent. But then we now have the turnaround of that in the last couple of days, or the last week or so, with now that the far right, because they also hate Western liberalism and are like fucking retarded, are now trying to be like, oh no, actually the Allied forces were the evil bad guys in World War II.
Yeah.
So I thought
look.
or the sort of the kind of even the dishonest framing of like maybe not the dishonest framing, but the sort of trying to weasel people into believing that through the mechanism of, oh, I'm not saying that the Nazis were good. I'm saying that there were no good people in World War II, right? Which is just kind of the weaker version of that. And it's funny because I just thought of all the, this is like the far right's now adhering to the orcs are really the good guys thing. With the
Are you comparing orcs to Nazis? It seems like you
I
are.
am. I 100% am. Yeah. 100%
But yeah, no, it's a
comparing
good analysis. Yeah, exactly. The Nazis are just their orcs that they're trying to humanize.
Right. So I was like, that's very funny. So.
Oh, God, that conversation is just so mind-numbing.
It's
Yeah.
so mind-numbing, yeah. Oh, we should have, once Hitler took over all of the continental Europe, you should have just left him alone. That's the humane thing to do. Oh, really? Okay. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's hard. It's just hard for me to imagine that like 99% of the people involved in this, hidden history of Nazism aren't just Jew haters. Like,
it's weird. I don't know with Daryl. I don't know anything about Daryl Cooper. I don't know. Some people are motivated by like really wacky, weird shit, and maybe he is motivated by very wacky, weird shit. I feel like because he was also talking about. I listened to more of the interview. He was kind of talking about humanizing. Oh my God, what's his name? The weird the Kool-Aid cult guy, Jim Jones.
Okay.
Right.
He's humanizing Jim Jones, the communist.
Right. Yeah, and so I think he could just be one of these fucking, like, some people have very weird moral intuitions, and he could just be one of these weird people that like he just is attracted to psychopathic behavior and humanizing psychopathic behavior like generally. And then that's his motivation, but then obviously when he's talking about like Nazi shit, that's going to be, most people are not motivated by that. He's going to be having an audience of just pro-Nazi people, an audience of right-wingers who are very anti-liberalism, that are pro-monarchism, or all those sorts of like the West is all evil and all this other sort of like disgusting, nonsensical shit. So
yeah, I guess because that guy's conversation with Tucker Carlson spawned a bunch of people talking about this stuff, but it's like this meme that you're just biased towards the status quo, and there's like this secret knowledge it is in fact the truth, but you are, you're too biased by the mainstream narrative that you can't see past your own bias. And I'm just like, I don't know, when 99% of the people in your movement are vocal about hating Jewish people, do you think that is some kind of bias for them? You think that bias might be clouding their historical judgment?
No, Adam.
It's just it's my bias towards the status quo. Okay, I got it. I'm the biased one.
Right. Yeah, you don't understand, Adam. When their movement is composed of people who believe that there's a Jew, under every rock that's controlling their lives, when they're masturbating to trans porn and they're blaming the Jews as they're crying as they're masturbating.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. No, you're the biased one, Adam. Okay, you're the biased person.
Yeah, I'm just biased towards the status quo. If that's the way you want to, if that's the way you want to spin it, okay, go for it. I'm biased. I'm totally biased.
Right. So Adam Unfriended for $10 says, Adam, don't worry. As your opposite, I'll have hundreds of kids and single-handedly save the human race from extinction, becoming the Genghis Khan of our era. S-class is best class.
That's awesome. Go for it. Be fruitful and multiply.
Hippo-sized cat, thanks so much for $20. Says, just put my order in for the comic, getting all 4 covers. Apparently, it will be shipping in 3 months, December 2021. Why steal blood from the young when the real secrets to eternal life is buying a comic book? Time travel rules. There you go. I like that.
Look, I don't know how much nonsense I'm going to get out of the printer. So, and people keep asking me to update, but look, this is my first time through. And every time I do updates, like some unforeseen catastrophe would strike and I would miss it. And I don't like doing a bunch of updates that I'm going to miss. So look, it is definitely done now. And I've found a printer and I got to tell them how many books to print. So.
M8566 for $2 says, hey, Adam, how's the heat wave treating you?
Terribly. Oh my, it's ridiculous. It's been like, it was 109 yesterday.
Jesus.
It was only supposed to be 107. What happened?
Oh my God. Wow.
They got it wrong.
Right.
Yeah. Ridiculous heat right now.
A Very Dead Horse for $10 says, a bit behind, but I don't get why you didn't expect this from Nikki Haley. She's a censor Karen type. Also, I miss the Twitter days when Chris, Titus, or Oberman and I shat on each other for days in a row. LOL. Well, I'm not surprised because of like her being a Karen or a censor type. I'm surprised in that she would not see it as such a beneath her low status move to essentially dig up some fucking tweet from Lauren Chen from a year ago to try to like rub in her face. So, but I don't know. Maybe people just don't see it that way. So
people love hypocrisy, though. That's
true.
just, it's so.
I mean, that tweet
rich
got a
in
lot
hypocrisy.
of likes.
Oh yeah, look, it's like, look at this fucking hypocrite here.
Right. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it reads bad to me. You know, I agree with the sentiment.
What if she said, did Putin pay you to say this?
Well, that would have been at least a little bit better. I think it still would have been like ridiculous, but that would have been a little bit better. So,
right.
Karma's a bitch. MG Snyder for $20. Thanks so much. So just want to say, Anna, we like you here. Please keep going. You're doing good. Speaking the truth and reaching across the aisle. The enlightened centrism is much needed. Well, there you go. Look at that.
She is doing great. She does the show herself on Wednesdays, if you guys want to check it out.
Right.
And I love the stuff that she digs up. She did a video on the housing situation from a report they did on CNBC, and that video got a lot of views on their channel, so I was surprised. So
Wonton Tiger for 10 Canadian says he's got to appeal to the people that may vote. Your poll says most people here believe only 5 to 30% are educated enough to have an informed vote. Even then, these candidates throw that out the window. There you go.
Yeah.
Let me bring up the Streamlabs here.
So the poll hasn't changed much, except we went from 250 votes to 2,500 votes.
Isn't it interesting when you have a poll? I guess it shows you really like the effectiveness of polling. Well, it's interesting if you have a different population enter, like if we had like a different stream population enter, you'd probably see some massive difference. But like
if Hassan did this poll,
right,
yeah,
or Dave Pac-Man, or someone else, right?
Isn't that an interesting point?
It is a very interesting point because that shows you how polling works. Because a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times we'll put up a poll. The first 100 votes, they'll create like a ratio, and then no matter how many people in our audience vote, it's basically that ratio is maintained. So
right. So the question is, what percentage of political content consumers actually want? Oh, what percentage of political content? What
you wrote this question at?
Well, I copy pasted it from Anna. I blame Anna.
Okay.
What percentage of political content consumers actually want honest? This is a terrible question. I'm reading the question for the first time here.
Yeah, look.
So basically, we're asking, do people really want nonpartisan reporting? So
yeah, what percentage of people want nonpartisan reporting?
Yes, I should have definitely reworded this.
Should have just simplified. Yeah, maybe that's part of the problem. No one can even read it or understand it.
I know what's going on here.
Right.
Hilarious. Well, we got 0 to 5% is 20% of people think it's 0 to 5%, which is very small, right? Obviously very tiny. So 20% of people think that. I chose the 5 to 30% of people want nonpartisan content.
Mm-hmm.
And 45%, look, I picked the winner at least. 45% of you chose that one.
All right.
18% of you are a little out there. They think 30 to 60% of people want nonpartisan content.
Mm-hmm.
And then 15% of you are just batshit fucking crazy. You think over 60% of people want nonpartisan content.
Well, let me defend the
batshit crazy people. Okay, go ahead.
It's a poorly worded question because if you read that question, how do you interpret? Do you say how many people, if you ask them, would respond that they want nonpartisan news content, or how many people, like in their heart of hearts, actually want nonpartisan news content, right? So you could interpret it, because if you interpret it like how many people are just going to respond that they want nonpartisan content, like the overwhelming majority of people will all say that, of course I want, unbiased news.
Actually, the question isn't that bad. I'm just super poor at reading it. What percentage of political content consumers actually want honest, nonpartisan reporting? That's not.
So I'm saying
that
actually does a lot of the actually is where the interpretation is sort of
right
element of it. So
right. Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
But anyway, fun poll.
This is a fun poll. Thank you for responding to it, everybody. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, Anna breaking free from the veil has been expectedly cathartic for me. Frankly, team truth all day, baby. Look at that. Wonderful.
Look, it is the position that most people espouse openly, but it's an open question whether or not they really, really want it. Because something comes up, right? Their candidate does something bad, and they're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't talk about this.
Right.
Are you really a truth seeker then?
No.
Yeah.
I
mean that Mark Cuban interview just screams that, right?
It does.
He's like, oh no, it's no problem.
Just wait 2 weeks before the election to get the answer.
If it's a day before the election, everything will be fine.
Like, what are you
We're talking about a policy that affects nobody. Look, a complete collapse of the stock market. 1% of the population.
Right. Dr. Diller for another $2. Thank you so much. Says, Anna, you make TYT watchable. I don't mind you disagreeing all the time with conservatives. I'm not one. As long as you can give a mostly fair representation, people like Destiny that smear them as evil annoy me endlessly. There you go.
Yeah, look, and she is fighting back against that. It's awesome too when Cenk gets frustrated. But I guess that has to be difficult if you're constantly making your boss frustrated at work. She should do a show with Brianna Joy. And I mean, it would do gangbusters. It would totally do gangbusters because they could be, TYT came in and rescued Brianna Joy Gray after she was wrongfully fired from the Hill for just defending those innocent Palestinian protesters, right?
Right. By laughing at a person whose sister was taken off.
Right. No, what she did was detestable. Look.
I know. I don't think that would be a good look for TYT.
No, hold on a second here. They have a bunch of people who are pro-Palestine.
I know. I'm sure they have people that are not.
Look, I mean, I just think it would be good because she could go into work and just beat up on Brianna all day, every day. That would be.
I mean, it'd be fun.
I would jump out of bed for that. I'd be like, oh man, we would be covering those videos every single day.
It would be pretty beautiful. Yeah.
It would be. It'd be amazing.
Listen, I want the content. Don't get me wrong.
Look, and I think the Hill took a huge hit losing her. The only problem with this plan is I don't know if Brianna would. I don't know if Brianna would do it.
I don't know.
It would take some. I mean, I would ask Cenk to make that call.
Right.
Because Cenk is more closer to the position. I mean, Anna, I don't know that Anna and Brianna are that far off on the Israel-Palestine stuff. I mean,
they're not on that issue, I'd imagine. But
well, obviously, Anna does not endorse the October 7th kind of stuff. And Brianna is kind of like
soft.
Yeah. Maybe Israel had it coming type. Anna doesn't have that position at all. But obviously she thinks it's gone too far and Israel needs to be reined in. And we shouldn't be spending money on it. So I think that's her position. So
Dr. Diller for 2 hours says, you're right, ass crack. Immigration can never be wrong. Say, what country do you think has the most fascists to import? There you go. I like it.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Lewis for $2 says, Adam, read Hayek's Use of Knowledge in Society. It's short, but a great summary of why it's so hard to substitute the collective action of free market systems. Jimmy Wales, co-founder of Wikipedia, took inspiration from it.
I mean, I'll read some Hayek, or I'm more likely to read more modern scholars talking about Hayek.
Right. Hayek's not that old, but I mean, he died in like the 80s, I think, or the 90s. So not like
there's so much new information that's always being unearthed that changes people's perspective, changes our academic understanding of the world, that kind of thing. So I'm hesitant to read older stuff because
not that old, but I agree with a lot of what Hayek is. I agree with spontaneous order. I agree with cultural evolution. The only disagreement I have so far is just I think he's a little too idealistic on the amazing magic of market solving all problems without regulation. So, Dr. Diller says,
go ahead.
Dr. Diller for 2 hours says, I listened to some of Chomsky versus Foucault debate, and the first thing that hits you is how they say things in as complicated terms as possible because they're actually stupid. And he dropped the link. Well, I'll watch that debate. Maybe we can take a clip out of it. It'll be fun to comment on during the week. So, Dr. $2 says, funny, we had an author visit our high school my freshman year on the pretense of talking about his book, but he put that down after 5 minutes and then spent the next hour trying to convince us that American football is bad. That's weird. What a weird fucking thing to talk about for an hour. So, all right. I mean, listen, if you're an author, you're going to a book tour, you're probably sick and tired of talking about your book all the fucking time. So, just want to talk about anything else.
The Road to Serfdom is free with an Audible subscription, so I'll put it in my library. So,
also the other one was use of knowledge in society was the other one. So,
cool.
Dr. Liller for $2 says his example was having us shake an egg as violently as possible inside of a napkin, and then having us break it open so he could say it was our brains because helmets don't work. I remember thinking he was very stupid. Oh, I see. There was a big push. I guess he felt morally culpable talking to a bunch of high school kids. There was a big push to get football out of high schools because of concussion damage. Yeah. So interesting. L for $2 says, I watched a video titled Is Jordan Peterson Hollywood's New Villain by Jared Bauer. He's the original founder of Wisecrack, but left the channel. Bauer might be more enlightened centrist than Adam, maybe even Sitch levels. Wow.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people have made this comment that the original Wisecrack guy, Jared Bauer, was like super based. And then when he left, the company, it all fell into socialist trash. So I've heard that pretty commonly.
Yeah. I used to watch their Thug Notes, which was hilarious. I don't even know if you can do Thug's Notes now without being accused of being a massive racist, right?
Right. Anyways.
Oh, wow. Look at this. We're ending early today. This is crazy.
Not that early. Almost 8 hours.
Okay. Well, that's great. We made it 8 hours.
We did. thanks to Anna coming on.
I know. That was great. Totally spontaneous. None of that was planned.
Nope.
Just saw her in the chat, sent her a DM, and she jumped on. How
I mean,
cool
it was all
is that?
planned. It was all conspiracy by the deep state and the people that want to suck illegal immigrants into our country in order to make them work as slaves.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Sounds
Anyways,
believable.
it's true. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, of course, Anna, for coming on. It's always great talking to you. And thank you, you who have made it to the end of the stream. You who lives in Deswall, specifically for another $5, says, I take the opposite Taliban approach, Adam. Reading older things is a better investment at these have made it through the filter of time. Read Hayek.
Not true, but we'll talk about that more on
This is how you know Adam is a true lefty.
Tuesday.
Adam's a true lefty. He doesn't want to read old shit. He wants new things, right?
Right, yeah. Well, look, a lot of people, when they write that shit, like there's a lot of lenses missing from their perspective, so they can miss a lot.
Right. Anyways, you who have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai protagonist of life. You are the true immigrant crossing the borders of left, right, and center illegally. No one can stop your border crossing to find the truth. You will cross all the borders of Democrats and Republicans. You will swim through all the Rio Grandes of octopi and hippopie and piranha pie to find out what is the enlightened truth at the center. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.
You give me the money? No.
No.